Lead us in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all us command. Quand ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the wonderful people of Vaughan Woodbridge.
Residents of Vaughan Woodbridge, they are an inspiration for the work that I do here in the House. Their perseverance and commitment to growing our community is what powers this diverse, forward-looking, and vibrant community. I witnessed these qualities firsthand through my volunteers. More than a team, we became a family, and I'm grateful to every single one of them.
They spared no effort in getting me reelected and allowing me to come here to represent them in Ottawa because they know that we need to take action now to build a healthier, more inclusive, and fair Canada. A Canada that will put their interests first.
Our strong local voice. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent this riding of Vaughan Woodbridge.
Faces all challenges head on, and we are ready to do our part in building a stronger, healthier, and more prosperous Canada. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, for decades, Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge residents have been well served by the Ridge Meadows RCMP. The men and women of this detachment have always worked very hard to serve and protect our communities, often through challenging times. Right now, along with other first responders and emergency service providers, they've been heavily engaged with the major flooding hammering British Columbia. Our communities are rapidly growing, and with that growth has come new needs for policing. Last week, I was honored to join RCMP officials, Katzie First Nation, Mayors Dingwall and Morden, and councillors in the announcement of a new RCMP detachment in Pitt Meadows. It will more than double the number of on-duty officers and create positions to improve safety and community outreach. Congratulations to all those who made this project happen, and many thanks to the Ridge Meadows RCMP for their outstanding service.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians living in coastal regions from east to west have been hit hard by extreme weather in the last few days, from Nova Scotia and Newfoundland to all the way in British Columbia. My sincere condolences to everyone from coast to coast who has been impacted by the flooding, damage to homes, farms, livestock, business and infrastructure, and to those who have had to leave their homes. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank just a few of the many local organizations in Surrey that leapt to action as water levels rose in British Columbia last week. Akal Seva Foundation, Guru Nanak Free Kitchen, Guru Nanak Food Bank, Gurdwara Duknawaran, Gurdwara Dishmesh Darbar, Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara Khalsa Aid, Maskeen Farms, and the members of the Greater Vancouver Real Estate Board. Thank you to everyone who stepped up to support your neighbours in need and thinking of all those hoping to get back to their homes and communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I want to pay tribute to the exceptional work of two organizations, CAFAL, the feminist Women's Center of Action in Longueuil and La Traversée in Longueuil. These two organizations worked together to put together the very first CALAX in Longueuil. A CALAX is a feminist approach to provide direct assistance and support to the victims and their loved ones when it comes to sexual and domestic violence. We're talking about prevention, awareness, training, mobilization, and advocacy. Before the pandemic, we know that these cases were rising and had been for 2 years. There are or were 493 such cases in Longueuil, and it's unthinkable that there was no such organization before. I'm very proud of this mobilization. The CALAX in Longueuil works for and with women. It provides services to women and girls over the age of 14 in Longueuil and neighboring cities. On behalf of all the women who are victims of sexual and domestic violence, bravo and thank you. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I had the pleasure of launching an initiative for a green and prosperous Pontiac. It's an integrated approach to deal with climate change in our communities.
Mr. Speaker, we must act locally. As MPs, we could mobilize our communities and support them achieving net zero emission by 2050. This is why I take this time, Mr. Speaker, to thank the 18 mayors of the MRC of Pontiac and its warden, Jane Toller, for adopting last Wednesday a resolution to support this initiative. J'ai très hâte de travailler.
I look forward to working with all our other leaders, both provincially and regionally, and organizations like Credo. And I want to thank the General Director, Benoit Delage, for his support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, China is by far and away the largest emitter of GHGs and has made no hard commitment to reduce them over the next decade. You would think that this would be of concern to the Prime Minister, yet when he jet-setted off to the farcical COP26, the Prime Minister instead launched his latest attack on Canadian energy, committing to a hard emissions cap. With Canada contributing a mere 1.5% of global GHGs compared to China's 27%, this will have virtually zero impact in reducing global GHGs. But what it will do is kill good-paying Canadian jobs while increasing the cost of energy for everyday Canadians.
That's right.
Attacking clean Canadian energy while giving the world's largest emitter a free pass. There is one word to describe this policy: insane.
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, a few of the qualities that form the backbone of my community of Egmont is a sense of quiet confidence, determination, hard work, and deep respect for community. Those qualities have sustained Egmont over many years and have also built a deep sense that hard work will help to overcome any challenge faced. Some years ago, when I served in the government of PEI, the federal government of today closed the air base in Summerside. In response, the entire province banded together and, led by the hard work of Summerside, developed real solutions that eventually turned into a thriving aerospace sector. In many ways, Egmont responded in the same way to COVID, with a belief that everyone was part of the solution, and as a result, we have had an extremely successful fight against the virus. Now we face a new challenge in the form of a potato fungus that is hurting our potato farmers. Egmont is responding with solidarity and determination, and like the challenges of the past, we will emerge in a better position to sell our first-rate products to a world that values the products we grow.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gun control is a women's issue. During the 16 days of activism to end violence against women, we must recognize that access to firearms by an intimate partner increases the likelihood of femicide by 500%. Darian Haley Henderson Bellman, a young woman from Halton region, was shot and killed in an act of gender-based violence. Allison Iron's daughter, Lindsay Wilson, was murdered by her ex-boyfriend who used his firearms license to purchase the weapon he used to kill Lindsay. On December 6th, we will remember the women who were shot at Polytechnique simply because they were women. All of these young women would have changed their communities and our country for the better, but their lives and the lives of so many others were cut short by violent men and violent weapons. Let us remember them and commit to taking action on gun control in a world without gender-based violence. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, each year 11 Canadian students are selected to join a class of Rhodes Scholars to study at Oxford University in London, England. Only 2 are chosen from Atlantic Canada. Established in 1903, the Rhodes Scholarship is the oldest graduate scholarship in the world and is considered the most prestigious. It is the intention to promote unity and to instill a sense of civic-minded leadership and moral fortitude in future leaders. This year, Jane Hutchings from the great province of Newfoundland and Labrador is a recipient of this distinguished honour. Jane is a graduate of Queen's University with a BCom and a graduate diploma in accounting from the Smith School of Business. Through a partnership with MITEX and the Community Revitalization Research Program and the Smith School of Business, Ms. Hutchings researched community involvement and cultural custodianship on Fogo Island. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating Jane Hutchings on her tremendous accomplishment.
The honourable member for Sackville Preston Chiswick Cook.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 1988, December 1st has been designated World AIDS Day. It's an opportunity for people around the world to come together to fight against HIV and show their support to people living with HIV and remember those who are no longer with us. I want to thank the researchers and doctors for the medical advancements that have revolutionized prevention and treatment of HIV. Furthermore, I would like to invite all the members in this House and all Canadians to join me in thanking the people in our communities who are working to prevent HIV, eliminate stigmatization and all forms of discrimination, and help people to get the treatment, care, and support that they need. Thank you.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, our community is mourning with yesterday's news of the passing of former Liberal Member of Parliament and Mayor Bob Kilger. A pillar of the local sports scene, including time as head coach of the Cornwall Royals, Bob also spent time as an NHL referee. He served for 16 years as Member of Parliament in our community and later 2 terms as Mayor of the City of Cornwall. Mr. Speaker, you don't win 6 elections or serve as Chief Government Whip or Deputy Speaker of this House or as a Mayor without having solid leadership skills like Bob had. Always a good ambassador for our region, Bob was known for his style of bringing people together. I always appreciated his good nature and positive resolve when we both served as mayors in our region. Bob made a positive contribution over nearly 30 years in public life. We thank him for his contributions and offer our heartfelt condolences to his wife, Courtney, and his family, as we remember an effective community leader and member of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, this holiday season, I'm grateful beyond words for all those who have supported my journey in public service. I want to thank my family for their steadfast support and encouragement, and thank my incredible team and staff who worked tirelessly on my re-election campaign. All members in this House know it takes a team to get us here, and I'm so grateful for the incredible people on my team. And I want to thank the constituents of Kildonan St. Paul for once again entrusting me with the great responsibility and honour of representing them in Parliament. This Parliament, I'll be working hard to heal divisions and bring Canadians together for affordability for seniors and families, for public safety, and for a thriving economy with jobs and opportunity for every Canadian, every region of this country. And to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I wish my constituents and every member in this House togetherness and love this holiday season. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and good health, joy, and prosperity in the new year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, with new variants of COVID-19 being detected in Canada, Canadians understand that we're not out of the woods yet. While everyone has been touched by the pandemic, those living with low incomes have often been the first to lose their jobs. We've seen women and gender diverse individuals take on the majority of caregiving and household responsibilities. Women-led businesses are still being hit hard. Rates of domestic violence have risen during the pandemic, and little supports have followed. In response, frontline organizations in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith have led the way in supporting women and gender diverse individuals during these difficult times. As we continue to live with the pandemic, we must ensure that the necessary supports this government provides lift up all women and diverse gendered individuals so no one is left behind. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise to mark the passing of Marie-Claire Blais, the remarkable writer who was a pioneer and a great Quebecer. Ms. Blais devoted her entire life to using her incandescent pen to write one of the most significant works in Quebec literature. She was only 20 when La Belle Bête, or Mad Shadows, was published in 1959. It was a shocking first novel that set her apart from her peers and caused American critic Edmund Wilson that she was possibly a genius. Over 60 years later, impossible to ignore her, she wrote A Season in the Life of Emmanuel. This masterpiece won her the prestigious Médicis Award in 1966, one of the 40 awards that would punctuate her career, including Quebec's National Order. Marie-Claire Blais died yesterday at the age of 82. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to offer my most sincere condolences to her loved ones and pay tribute to the cultural legacy she has left us. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I asked on my Facebook who has started or finished their Christmas shopping. My inbox quickly filled with heartbreaking messages from my constituents who have no money to buy food or rent, never mind Christmas presents. Our economic crisis is a mental health crisis. How can we help people if they can't afford groceries? How can we help people if they can't afford a house or rent? How can we help people if they're so stressed about paying bills they can't sleep at night? The average Canadian carries a debt of over $70,000. What a burden to carry. What a burden to leave to our children. The cost of everything is going up. Wages are stagnant, and the Prime Minister just shrugs his shoulders. The biggest crisis we're facing, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of living. Conservatives are not going to just accept this as just inflation. We will fight for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, Nav Bhatia is best known as the official Raptors superfan. He has not missed a single home game since the inception of the team in 1995. With his endearing love of the sport, Nav created the Nav Bhatia Superfan Foundation with the goal to unite people of all ages and backgrounds through basketball. He introduced so many racialized children and youth in the GTA to the Raptors. In 2019, Canada's team became NBA champions and fulfilled one of Nav's dreams of winning the ultimate prize in basketball. Nav uses his influence as a superfan to combat racism, to bridge our differences, and to promote our diversity. Nav often says, "Canada is heaven on earth. Everything I have is because of this beautiful country." Nav Bhatia is a proud Sikh, successful entrepreneur, an infectious Raptors fan, and a great Canadian role model. Nav's remarkable story will be showcased on CBC this Friday. Please join me in welcoming Nav Bhatia to Ottawa today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is in a real housing crisis. Only New Zealand has worse housing inflation than Canada. Homes aren't getting built, which is making inflation worse. And the Liberal government's out-of-control spending is also making inflation worse. The median price for a house in the City of Toronto went up 33% last year alone, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if billions in Liberal spending has been making housing more expensive, how is billions more going to make it cheaper?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the speech from the throne, housing is a major priority for this government, and we will deliver on it. With programs like the Housing Accelerator Fund, which will help municipalities build more and better, faster. Whether it's building more units per year or increasing affordable housing, we will work with partners to get real results for Canadian families. We'll also help families buy their first home sooner with a more flexible first-time homebuyers incentive and a new rent-to-own program, and by reducing the costs for closing for first-time buyers.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says it's a priority for this government, but Canada has the largest housing bubble in the world, Mr. Speaker. Canada's inflationary crisis is only getting worse under this government. Just today, RE/MAX stated that housing prices are going to rise another 10% in 2022. Another 10%. And the reason, according to them, Mr. Speaker, quote, the ongoing housing supply shortage. So now we have an inflationary crisis and a housing supply shortage. Why doesn't the Prime Minister have a plan to get houses built?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservative Party of Canada when it comes to investing in housing. For 10 years under Stephen Harper, they did nothing on housing, which is why we stepped up in 2017 with a national housing strategy and indeed are stepping up now with $4 billion for municipalities to invest and to accelerate the construction of new housing supply, which contrasts with the Conservatives' approach, which was to give massive tax breaks to wealthy landlords to help them sell their buildings. That wouldn't have helped housing costs in Canada. We are acting and we are delivering.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to go back in time to a Conservative government, back when there was a balanced budget, Mr. Speaker, low taxes, Mr. Speaker, and when Canadians weren't falling behind in their monthly payments. And there's no debate when Canadians are going to the gas pump, Mr. Speaker. Fuel prices are setting records. This Prime Minister and the Finance Minister complain about the global supply chain shortage. Want to know the best example of a smooth supply chain, Mr. Speaker? Pipelines. If we could actually get pipelines built in this country, we'd get gas prices down. When will he stop the attacks on our energy sector?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, we understand that the best way to build a strong economy and a stronger future, including not just good jobs, but good careers for Canadians, is to invest in fighting climate change at the same time as we invest in growing the economy. We have invested to support Alberta workers. We have invested to support getting our oil to new markets. But we have also stepped up on the fight against climate change because that, Mr. Speaker, is what Canadians expect.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, les Canadiens...
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are experiencing the effects of inflation. Whether it's groceries, gas, beef, chicken, everything's costing more. Even if some products are made here in Canada. Higher expenditures means less opportunities for families and seniors. When will the Prime Minister understand that monetary policy is important? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, we made a promise to Canadians that we would be there for them, and that's exactly what we have done. Even though the Conservatives wanted us to invest less in families, less in workers, less in businesses, less in students, we will be there for them. We will continue to do so because the best way to create a strong economy for everyone is to end the pandemic. And that means everyone needs to be vaccinated. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Be there for them? Last September, 1 million jobs were available in Canada. 1 million. The labour shortage is another issue that's affecting the cost of living. No action on this shortage. When will this government deal with this problem and help Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, what we're seeing is a faster economic recovery than even in the United States, with more jobs coming back to Canada than in the U.S. We know that the labour shortage that we were experiencing even before the pandemic is persisting today. That's why we're acting on immigration, on training, investing in families, creating jobs, investing in small businesses. We are there to help our economy to recover quickly. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many teaching institutions in Quebec want to welcome African students who speak French. Thousands of Francophone African students want to come to Quebec in order to learn. Unfortunately, Canada's immigration services often refuses about 80%. They're suspected of not being willing to go back home after. It's a form of discrimination. This is undermining Africa's economic development opportunities. Will the Prime Minister deal with this crisis in immigration? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I agree with my honourable colleague that this is particularly worrisome. Discrimination is unacceptable in any form. We will not tolerate systemic discrimination in our programs. To guarantee that our programs and services deal with everyone fairly, we are undergoing a detailed review. We will continue to work closely with provinces, including Quebec, to ensure that our immigration system is robust and fair for everyone. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. That's lovely. And meaningless. The real effect that is being experienced today is that it's undermining French, it's undermining Quebec's teaching institutions, it's undermining French-speaking Africa, undermining these students. A rate of refusal of 80% means there's discrimination. And from what I understand with the Prime Minister, who describes the behavior of Canada's immigration system, is he's saying that there's systemic discrimination. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We've recognized, unlike some others, that systemic discrimination exists in all institutions throughout the country. The work that we have to do, once it is recognized, which we have done, is to work hard to eliminate that discrimination, to transform our systems, and make sure that our immigration system and every other system we have is fair. We have to recognize biases that exist within those systems, and that's the work that we're doing now. We take that very seriously.
Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, the Omicron variant is deeply troubling to Canadians. People are worried about their families, they're worried about their communities. This variant has also shown very clearly that we will not be able to beat this pandemic unless the entire world is vaccinated. So why does the Prime Minister continue to defend the interests and the profits of wealthy pharmaceutical companies rather than ensuring that every country in the world can produce vaccines in their home countries so they can vaccinate their populations?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, we are working to ensure that countries across the world have access to COVID-19 vaccines through our investments in COVAX facility. We were one of the early adopters and leaders in investing to make sure that vaccine equity across the world was real. Furthermore, Canada is taking leadership at the World Trade Organization to work with the international community on ensuring that the global trading system contributes to removing barriers to vaccine access. We're advancing progress on these issues, which include IP, yes, but also supply chain, production, and export restrictions. We will be there to help end this pandemic everywhere, because without that, we can't end it anywhere.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
The Prime Minister is literally continuing to defend the profits of pharmaceutical companies. Le variant Omicron de la COVID-19.
The Omicron variant of COVID-19 is so worrisome. People are afraid for their families and communities. But what this variant has demonstrated is that we have to vaccinate everyone in order to overcome this pandemic? Why is the Prime Minister continuing to defend the profits of large pharmaceutical companies instead of defending the interests of countries that are less fortunate and help them improve their capacity to produce vaccines in their own countries? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Not just because he uses literally metaphorically. Le Canada est un leader à l'Organisation mondiale.
Canada is a leader at the WTO, and we continue to work with international communities to make sure that the global trade system contributes to eliminating obstacles to vaccine access. We're continuing to work on this issue. I'm going to interrupt the Prime Minister. I apologize, but I cannot hear him. I will ask him to restart so that we can all hear the answer. Please restart.
Nous sommes tous préoccupés par le virus, le variant Omicron.
We are all worried by the Omicron variant of the virus. That's why we will continue to be there to help with vaccination throughout the world. When it comes to the WTO, we continue to work with the international community to contribute to eliminating obstacles to access to vaccines. This includes working on intellectual property as well as the supply chain, production, and export restrictions. We are determined to find solutions to accelerate production and distribution of vaccines for COVID-19.
Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The average house price in Canada right now is $717,000. You want to know what it was last year, Mr. Speaker? $606,000. That's an 18.2% increase. Now, in 2015, when this Prime Minister came into office, it was $450,000. So to the Prime Minister, under what metric in the world can he explain that his plan is working?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from 2015 onwards, we began to invest in housing in this country that had been underinvested in by the federal government for many years. We came forward with the National Housing Strategy in 2017 that has led to hundreds of thousands of families getting into new homes. We further built on initiatives with like the First-Time Homebuyers Incentive, like the Rapid Housing Initiative, and we've just put forward a $4 billion investment towards municipalities to help build more supply. And this contrasts with the Conservative plan to give tax breaks to wealthy landlords. Mr. Speaker, we are acting to fight this housing crisis.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
So, Mr. Speaker, what he just said is that he's offloading all the responsibility onto the provinces and the municipalities. Now, who he's going to blame once that fails? The provinces and the municipalities. Now, Conservatives had a plan in the last election, and it was to sell off 15% of federal government assets to increase supply. So my question to the Prime Minister, when will he get off his assets and help Canadian families?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives play partisan attacks, we focus on Canadians. We actually are moving forward with a $4 billion investment in municipalities to support the rapid advancement of housing, the building of supply, the working beyond even the Rapid Housing Initiative we've moved forward on. We've signed landmark deals with the provinces across the country on investing in housing. We will continue to be there for first-time home buyers with a dedicated program with also the ability to reduce costs on closing ownership. There are many initiatives we're putting forward because we know there isn't any one silver bullet to fix this. It is a comprehensive approach, and that's what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
But the more he spends, the more it costs. The housing prices have gone from $450,000 under the last year of the Conservative government to $716,000 under this government, up 32% in just over a year. We now have the biggest housing bubble in the world outside of New Zealand, and Toronto and Vancouver are the fifth and second most expensive housing markets in the world, ahead of Manhattan, San Francisco, London, and others. So if this Prime Minister is not to blame, then exactly what is causing this housing price inflation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
One has to at least recognize that the Conservatives are consistent in their approach and that they want to do less whenever they're confronted with a problem. Canadians are challenged with a housing crisis right now, and we are moving forward with programs to help first-time homebuyers, to invest money for municipalities so that they can cut red tape and build more supply, to work with the provinces on initiatives that are going to bring forward more housing and tie it into rapid transit. These are initiatives we're putting forward. The Conservatives' answer, well, you have to do less then. Well, that is unfortunately the kind of austerity that they continue to push despite the fact that Canadians need help.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, when Conservatives were in office, it cost less to own a home. The average family could buy a place for $450,000, not the $720,000 of today. Why are prices rising so suddenly? Well, the amount of wealthy landlords buying houses went up by 100% since March of 2020, according to the Bank of Canada. What happened in March of 2020? That was flooding the mortgage system and ballooning housing costs. When will they stop flooding the market with cheap cash for wealthy landlords?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I recommend that the member opposite take a careful look at the Bank of Canada's independent mandate around monetary policy, which on this side of the House we respect. Secondly, it's interesting that the member opposite brings up wealthy landlords, because the heart of the plan they put forward and he defended in that last election was about giving wealthy landlords a tax break to help them sell their buildings. Nothing for families, nothing for affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. That was the Conservative plan. And again, they're complaining that we're doing too much to help families. Mr. Speaker, we will keep doing more.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis.
Monsieur le Président, pendant que le gouvernement... Mr. Speaker, while the government of Quebec is making a major effort and launching Operation Workforce with a game plan to counter the labor shortage, the government is just watching the parade go by and doesn't seem to understand the situation. Businesses are slowing down production because they don't have enough people to fill the 280,000 vacant positions in Quebec. Can the Prime Minister show leadership, look to Quebec's example, and take this labor shortage seriously? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the labor shortage is very real, but it was in place before the pandemic started. That's why we're going to continue to increase immigration rates. We've been doing so for years, and we will continue to invest in more immigration, more training, investing youth that have been impacted by the pandemic, helping small businesses to grow, help them offer better salaries. We will be there to help with the economy bounce back, and that means fighting the labor shortage. The honourable member for Lévis-Bellechasse-Lévis. When it comes to immigration, last week I indicated that Rotobec, a company in my riding, is trying to fill 30 positions right now, about 10 through immigration. I was told that, again, Rotobec is going to have to wait months and months and months before being able to fill those positions and have access to workers from abroad. When will the Prime Minister help our businesses and finally put in place measures to set up measures to help process workers' immigration files? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to say that my honourable colleague should speak to her other honourable colleague for Carleton, who keeps complaining that we're doing too much. And she wants us to do more, and so we'll continue to do more. We recognize how important it is to invest in immigration and accelerate the arrival of new Canadians. This pandemic has impacted us for a year and a half and led to border closures, but we're going to make up for that backlog, bring more people to Canada, and we're going to create growth for all. We'll work with Quebec and the other provinces in order to counter this labor shortage. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, when the federal government banned irregular border crossings via Roxham Road, asylum seekers started using other, more dangerous routes. Something had to be done. And what did the government do? Did it suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement to allow asylum seekers to go through regular safe border crossings? No. They reopened Roxham Road. They reopened Roxham, and we're back to square one with the same situation as before the pandemic. Does the Prime Minister not agree that this isn't the solution? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work with our American partners on immigration and the issue of asylum seekers. We will continue to be there to manage this situation correctly. Our government has maintained close contact with provincial counterparts in order to deal with changes at the border, and we've set up procedures to ensure that asylum seekers will be subject to strict public safety measures, including COVID-19 tests. We are working closely with our counterparts. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we have the solution. It's in Section 10, Paragraph 3 of the Safe Third Country Agreement. The Prime Minister can unilaterally suspend it for 3 months and renew that suspension as long as necessary without asking for anyone's permission. This is safe for asylum seekers, reassuring for the public, and relieves the burden on Quebec, which is handling 97% of Canada's irregular claims. Will the Prime Minister suspend the agreement instead of reopening Roxham and reviving the same old problem? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're doing what is necessary to ensure the safety of all Canadians when it comes to COVID and meeting our international obligations regarding asylum seekers. The resources necessary to control or to verify and carefully monitor asylum seekers are in place. We're working closely with the Government of Quebec and the American administration to ensure that the situation remains under control.
Canadian companies are losing contracts around the world because the Liberals have failed to address the shipping container crisis, which worsens every single day. Agricultural products, manufactured goods are bottlenecked at ports in Vancouver and Montreal. The United States has taken action, and shipping routes are being rerouted from Canada to the United States. The Liberals are continuing to erode Canada's reputation as a reliable and trusted trading partner. Why has the Prime Minister refused to open an investigation under the Canadian Transportation Act to resolve this crisis?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, COVID has disrupted supply chains. The recent extreme weather events in BC have further disrupted supply chains. That's why we have stepped up, including with an investment of over $4 million directly to the Port of Vancouver to help ease the backlog. We know there's more work to do in the short term, and we are doing it with partners, including the Government of BC. But there's also work to do in the long term. And I know that the members of the Conservative Party of Canada are beginning to understand we need to act with determination and solidity on the fight against climate change. I'm glad to see them beginning to recognize that.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
This has nothing to do with climate change or global shipping lanes. The United States have resolved this crisis, and shipping lanes are now moving to the United States from Canada. I suppose the Prime Minister also thinks the ban on PEI potatoes is a result of supply chains around the world. Hundreds of islanders have lost their jobs, and the livelihoods of farm families hang in the balance. Now they're told there's no guarantee that this issue will be resolved before Christmas. This is unacceptable. When will the Prime Minister understand this isn't a little potato problem, it is a big potato problem, and our entire industry is at risk? When will he do something to address this export ban?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Islanders are suffering right now and are worried, and the Conservatives are making jokes. This is a serious, serious situation, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to step up to defend Prince Edward Islanders and the potatoes they produce. That is why we've taken initiatives with the United States to put a hold on it so that we remain in control of the situation. We have Islanders' backs. We will continue to be there to fight for them, despite all the silly jokes made by the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, a little bit concerned. These are the words of the Prime Minister when he was asked about President Biden's proposed tax rebate for electric cars that excludes the ones made right here in Canada. A little bit concerned about the tens of thousands of Canadian jobs in jeopardy. A little bit concerned about our second largest export. The Americans are walking all over this Prime Minister. And what is it going to take for him to show a lot of concern for the Canadians who are out of work because of his lack of courage?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we did for steel and aluminum workers with measures that the Leader of the Opposition called dumb, we are continuing to stand up for Canada's electric vehicle industry and its workers. I raised the issue directly with President Biden and congressional leaders in Washington just a couple of weeks ago. I made it clear to them that this policy would have significant negative consequences, not just on Canada, but on the U.S. auto industry. Canada and the U.S. have a shared priority of protecting our cross-border supply chains. We will keep pressing the United States on this important issue.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
To do with supply chains, President Biden has enhanced the Buy America measures. He's strengthened his protectionist agenda. He's raised tariffs on Canada. Under this Prime Minister, our relationship with the strongest ally has become our biggest failure. The Prime Minister went to Washington. He lost the fight on lumber. He lost the fight on farmers. He's about to lose the fight on auto workers, and he didn't even bother to put up a fight for the workers in the energy sector. Is the Prime Minister even trying anymore?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite should know that our auto sector is all about supply chains, and that's exactly what we've been working on with the United States to demonstrate to them at which point the integration between the Canadian and the American economy, the Canadian and American supply chains, is something that is important not just for Canadian jobs, but for American jobs as well. We stood up for steel workers. We stood up for aluminum workers, despite the capitulation proposed by the Conservative Party of Canada. We have continued to stand up for Canadians. We will continue to stand up for Canadian workers.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We are in the midst of a climate crisis, and we've seen the devastating impacts of this crisis in BC. We know we need to act immediately. The Environmental Commissioner has pointed out that the Liberal government subsidies are actually not working to reduce emissions as they've claimed. In fact, it's not working at all. So why won't this Prime Minister end the fossil fuel subsidies once and for all and invest that money into renewable energy, into workers, and to reducing our emissions and protecting our environment?
Honourable Prime Minister.
That is exactly what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. We've committed to ending fossil fuel subsidies. At the same time, we have made historic investments in the energy sector transformation, in support for workers across the country, in renewables, in the kind of future that we know doesn't just lead to cleaner air and clean water, but better jobs and careers for Canadians going forward. We put forward the most ambitious plan to fight climate change that any party has ever put forward in the last election, recognized by experts as being significantly stronger even than the NDP plan, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
That's more rhetoric with no action. We are in a climate crisis that's hitting hard. We've seen disastrous results in BC. We have to act. The Environment Commissioner clearly said that subsidies to the oil patch are not helping reduce emissions. So why doesn't the Prime Minister stop subsidizing oil companies right away, immediately? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago in Glasgow, we announced our intention to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies by 2023, 2 years before our G20 partners' goal, which is 2025. We also announced that Canada would stop financing international projects relating to fossil fuels. On this side of the House, we know that climate action is necessary, and the fight against climate change requires efforts from each and every one of us.
Mr. Speaker, since the recent election just over 2 months ago, community leaders, residents, and groups such as Pride Toronto in my riding of Davenport have been writing to me and encouraging our federal government to rapidly reintroduce a bill which would implement a ban on the harmful practice of conversion therapy. Can the Prime Minister please update this House on Bill C-4 and the importance of banning conversion therapy for all Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member for Davenport for her advocacy on this issue. Just like her, I've heard from conversion therapy survivors, and anyone who has knows this horrid practice must end. This week, we introduced even stronger legislation to ban conversion therapy. Last Parliament, more than half of the Conservative caucus voted against a ban. Unfortunately, the Leader of the Opposition has already signaled he'll let them do so again. Today, I call on all members to stand in support of LGBTQ2 Canadians by supporting this bill.
Honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, earlier in question period, the Conservative leader asked the Prime Minister when he would stand up for workers in Canada's energy sector. And the Prime Minister responded by implying that energy jobs in Canada aren't good careers. So I'll give him the opportunity to clarify. Does he believe that those who work in Canada's rapidly decarbonizing fair trade energy sector, people who work hard to power Canada as we move towards a low carbon economy, does he believe that they have, quote, good jobs?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for giving me the opportunity to repeat here in this House something I've said many, many times. We don't reach net zero by 2050 unless the extraordinarily hard workers of Alberta's energy sector are part of it. We don't get there unless we can lean on the innovation, the hard work, the imagination, the creativity, and the drive of Albertans and Saskatchewanians and Newfoundlander and Labradorians in the energy sector to make sure we're going in the right direction. And I look forward to continuing to work with them to build a better future and better jobs for all of our kids.
The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
That's interesting because the Prime Minister is actually encouraging Canadians to use energy from high-carbon, unethical sources like Saudi Arabia. Canadian energy is rapidly decarbonizing its production. Until there are readily available, low-cost alternatives to high-carbon products, Canadian energy should be filling that gap. So, why hasn't the Prime Minister, if he cares about Canadian energy workers so much, put caps on the importation of unethical, high-carbon, foreign carbon products from Saudi Arabia and Venezuela when Alberta is already providing decarbonized, carbon emission capped, fair trade energy?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this crisis and indeed the years leading up to it, we have been working with the energy sector in Alberta to move forward on decarbonization initiatives, to do things like addressing orphan wells, to do things like investing in methane reductions. Indeed, at Glasgow, we made one of the world-leading commitments, not just to reduce our methane emissions by 30%, but to cut methane emissions from the oil and gas sector by 75%, Mr. Speaker. This is the kind of leadership that we can only do in partnership with the extraordinary workers in Canada's energy sector who are looking for a better future for their kids as well.
Bravo. The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Greenhouse gas emissions in Canada have actually grown each and every year this government has been in power, and the amount of jobs in Canada, particularly in our natural resource sector, has decreased, being offshored to other countries that don't have ethical standards like we do. We're going to need a lot of rare earth minerals in order to build things like batteries for electric power cars, but we know that in certain countries, child labor is what supports the mining of those particular minerals. Will the Prime Minister commit to sourcing rare earth minerals for the batteries that power Canadian electric cars from fair trade Canadian mines, as opposed to offshoring our jobs to child foreign labor?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For a number of years now, we've been working on our critical minerals partnerships around the world to demonstrate that, yes, there is an alternative to minerals from China right here from in Canada, whether it's cobalt or nickel or lithium or copper or other metals that are essential in the production of the technologies we use every day and will lean on even more into the future. Canada can be a strong, safe, reliable supplier of these minerals to ourselves and to our allies around the world. That is exactly what we are moving forward on, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
The problem is that the world is not investing in Canada because that Prime Minister chases away investment in our ethical sources of energy. And frankly, I think that his record on this is abysmal. I want to remind him something. Good jobs are ethical, regulated jobs in Canada's natural resource sector. Right. Bad jobs are those that are children in cobalt mines in other parts of the world. Bad jobs that are those given to countries where gay men are murdered and women aren't seen as people. Those are bad jobs. Bad jobs there, good jobs here. When will the Prime Minister commit to supporting the workers in Alberta's energy sector?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through this pandemic, we stepped up with $9 out of $10 going to Albertans from the federal government during the pandemic. In the years leading up to it, we continued to invest in infrastructure, in supports for Albertans. We've continued to be there for workers in the energy sector. You know what is not being there for workers in the energy sector? Pretending that climate change isn't real, pretending that we shouldn't look at it as both a challenge and an opportunity, because that's what the Conservative Party of Canada has been stuck with for the past decade.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the lowest paid seniors have been plunged into poverty by Ottawa. Those who lost their job during the pandemic and who had to claim the CERB are getting their GIS clawed back because CERB benefits are treated differently from employment income, even though they're supposed to do just that, replace employment income. For example, for the same $10,000 in income, a worker who would have had $100 clawed back from the GIS now loses over $400. That's $300 less per month. Will the Prime Minister fix this injustice? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the outset of the pandemic, we made a promise to Canadians that we would be there for them for as long as it took and whatever it took. And that's precisely what we're doing. Our promise has always been to support the most vulnerable. We put in place the CERB or the CERB. We knew that would have an impact on some of our most vulnerable. Ministers are working actively on that issue to find the right solution. We will always be there to protect our seniors, including with the GIS. The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, that's not what we're talking about. The Bloc alerted the Ministers of Seniors and Finance months ago. Nothing's been done. The Prime Minister has to get involved. The CERB should be treated like employment income, and all seniors should be allowed to have their benefits recalculated based on their current income. It's simple. This administrative mess is plunging people into poverty, and some are suffering a decline in their health. Mr. Speaker, there are even some seniors who are having to choose which of their medications to skip because they can no longer afford them. Is the Prime Minister going to take charge of this file? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've always been there for our seniors, and we always will be. I can assure you that we're working on this matter, and we will resolve it very soon. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has a problem with his priorities. Last week, he once again approved illegal entries via Roxham Road. But he hasn't kept his commitment to repatriate 40,000 Afghan refugees. He'll do anything to encourage illegal migrants, but for actual refugees, we're still waiting. When will this Prime Minister bring these refugees here? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we care deeply about the Afghan people, as we always have. We'll always be there to receive 40,000 Afghan nationals. It's quite a challenge, as the honourable member opposite knows full well. The Taliban is hindering access to the airport and the borders to allow people to leave the country safely. We will continue to work with our partners in the region and our international partners to welcome those Afghan refugees. But for those expecting more, we will be there to help those Afghan families. The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says there are complications in the field, but when you make a commitment, there should be a date. Can we know how long it's going to take to pull this feat off? Because every day those people are in danger of being killed by the Taliban. When is Canada going to take care of them? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada will be there for them. We are showing our extraordinary generosity, the generosity of Canadians in wanting to protect people who are facing atrocious, terrible situations for their family and their country. That's why we're working with our regional partners to put pressure on the Taliban in order to get access for these refugees to come to Canada. We're working at a higher level than almost any other country in the world to make that generosity of Canadians a reality, and we can be very proud of that. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I repeat my question. Can the Prime Minister be more specific? Can he set a date? Can we hear what the timeline is going to be? How many of those refugees have already come to Canada, and how many more are we going to take? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thousands of refugees have come to Canada, and we have a lot more to do, and that's why we continue putting pressure, together with our international allies, pressure on the Taliban to make it possible for people to leave the country and come to countries like Canada who are ready to welcome them. We're ready to take up to 40,000. That's what Canadians want, and that's what we will do together. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our economic recovery is coming along nicely thanks to our high vaccination rate and the supports put in place by our government, including the wage subsidy and the small business emergency account, to name but a few. And we're seeing the results now with strong economic growth in this third quarter. Could the Prime Minister perhaps enlighten our colleagues in the opposition on the state of the economy and, more specifically, our latest job numbers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Outremont and congratulate her on her getting re-elected. COVID has had quite an impact on Canadians and on small businesses all across the country, but our approach to fighting the COVID recession is working. Canada has regained 101% of the jobs lost versus only 81% in the U.S. We will keep on supporting our workers and businesses to finish the fight against COVID and bounce back well.
Mr. Speaker, when Afghanistan fell to the Taliban earlier this year, thousands of Afghans who worked alongside our troops were led to believe by this Prime Minister that Canada would keep them safe. National Defence has received over 23,000 applications from Afghan interpreters and support staff who served with us. Yet the Department of Immigration and Refugees is only processing 14,500 applications. That means that over 9,000 Afghan interpreters and support staff have not been invited to apply. Wow. So when will the Prime Minister bring to Canada the 40,000 Afghan nationals he promised?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada remains firm in its commitment to welcome 40,000 Afghan refugees to Canada. We're working tirelessly to stay in support and contact with those who remain in Afghanistan and wish to resettle to Canada. IRCC has mobilized its entire global network to process visas and issue them on an urgent basis. We will continue to do everything we can to help the people of Afghanistan, not because this government wants to, which we do, but because Canadians expect us to do that. And that's exactly why we're doing it.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
I can tell you, the Prime Minister, that Canada's veterans have stepped up and done more than their share to protect their Afghan friends who were left behind. They set up safe houses and kept hundreds of Afghan interpreters and their families safe. But when these veteran-operated safe houses came to the government and asked for $5 million, these Liberals said no. Our Afghan friends were forced to leave, and now they're trying to escape the clutches of the Taliban. So I'll ask the Prime Minister again, can the Prime Minister tell this House and the 40,000 Afghan refugees exactly when they can expect to come to Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the largest and most difficult hurdle in getting people out of Afghanistan remains the lack of a safe, secure routes out of the country. We will continue to do everything we can for the people of Afghanistan, and I want to recognize and thank all those organizations, whether they're veterans organizations or NGOs, who've been there to support the Canadian troops on the ground, the RCC officials who've been there to support Afghans as they get out of the country. We will be welcoming 40,000 to Canada. We're going to keep pushing on the Taliban to ensure that people have safe access out of the country.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our veterans and all those non-government organizations had to step up because this government hasn't. Our Afghan interpreters and support staff have been left behind to face the brutality of the Taliban, who are hunting them down as we speak. Our veterans are doing everything they can in their power to get them out of harm's way, including chartering their own planes to bring them to safe third countries. But it seems the Prime Minister only cared about this when it was happening during the election. So on behalf of our veterans, on behalf of the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, on behalf of the 40,000 Afghan nationals who he promised to bring to Canada, exactly what date will the Prime Minister bring these Afghans to Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are working tirelessly to bring those 40,000 Afghan refugees to Canada as quickly as possible. We're working with the international community to put pressure on the Taliban to allow for more safe routes out of the country. We have demonstrated our ability to welcome them in, and I would remind the honourable member who was around for the election of 2015, when his government turned their back on Syrian refugees, the Canadians stepped up and brought in 40,000 Syrian refugees in a matter of months in those first months of 2015, 2016. That's why we stepped up, and we will do exactly the same right now for Afghanistan. So I'll take no lessons from that Conservative Party.
The honourable member for Surrey-Newton.
Mr. Speaker, this past summer, my province of British Columbia was hit by devastating wildfires. Now, in recent weeks, heavy rains have brought flooding and landslides to communities across the interior and Fraser Valley. This has taken the lives of at least 4 people and damaged countless homes, businesses, and family farms. Can the Prime Minister update this House what our government is doing to support the people of British Columbia during this difficult time?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable colleague from Surrey-Newton for the question and for his hard work in supporting his colleagues in British Columbia. British Columbians can be assured that we will always be there for them in the face of devastating natural disasters like the recent flooding. Canadian Armed Forces are on the ground, and we're collaborating with the BC government on the immediate response and eventual rebuilding. We're further matching every dollar donated to the Red Cross alongside the province, turning every dollar Canadians donate into 3. Our government remains committed to helping the people of BC through the immediate response to this crisis and into recovery. We will be there for British Columbians.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Today is World AIDS Day, and I think about so many Canadians who have lost loved ones, people close to them, to HIV/AIDS. And what's worse is we have all the tools right now to be able to completely eradicate HIV/AIDS. What we're lacking is a plan that particularly addresses the barriers faced by vulnerable people, the most vulnerable people. So my question to the Prime Minister is, why doesn't Canada have a plan to completely, once and for all, eradicate HIV/AIDS?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a number of years ago, we signed on to the Global Compact to eliminate HIV/AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis. We are working together internationally with colleagues and partners to do just that, even as we continue to step up in our efforts at home to ensure that we're supporting people living with HIV/AIDS and preventing further tragedies and challenges around that. We have come a long way as a country in fighting the stigmatization around HIV/AIDS. We've come a long way from the first days we were celebrating December 1st, and I'm glad to see so many members of this House standing as allies alongside not just the LGBTQ2 community, but others who are suffering the impacts of HIV/AIDS.
That's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons.
That's all the time we have today for question period. We have a point of order, the honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, There were consultations among the party, and I think if you seek it, you will find there is unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House congratulates Barbados for breaking free from the British monarchy. Since this is a hybrid sitting of the House, I would ask only those who are opposed to the request expressed by this member to speak. Accordingly,
Singing is, unless it's the national anthem and it's the right time, singing should not be done in the chamber. Par conséquent,
accordingly, all those opposed to the motion by the honourable member will say nay. We do not have unanimous consent.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal is raising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking today for unanimous consent from this House to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or our usual practices of the House, Bill C-4, an act to amend the Criminal Code, conversion therapy, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Thank you.
How does it work?
The honourable member for La Prairie has a point of order. Yes, it's because the French interpretation wasn't working when my colleague read the motion in question.
I'll have to ask the honourable member for Fundy Royal to repeat it in English, and we'll hopefully have, is the translation working? It's working now. Please repeat the request.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking for unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, Bill C-4, an act to amend the Criminal Code, conversion therapy, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried.
I have the honor to inform the House that the following members have been appointed as members of the Board of Internal Economy for the purposes and under the provisions of the Parliament of Canada Act, subsection 52.
Mr. LeBlanc, the Honourable Mr. Holland, members of the Privy Council, the Honourable Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau, and Honourable Ms. Sahota, representative of the Government Caucus. Monsieur Deltel,
Mr. Deltel,
representatives of the Conservative Party, Madame de Bellefeuille,
Ms. de Bellefeuille, representative of the Bloc Québécois Caucus,
Julian, représentant du caucus,
Mr. Julian, representative of the New Democratic Caucus.
Tabling of documents. Il est de mon devoir de déposer sur le bureau conformément.
It is my duty to lay on the table, pursuant to subsection 94.2 of the Access to Information Act and to subsection 72.2 of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Auditor General of Canada for the fiscal year ended, on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2021.
To Standing Orders, Order 1083H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by Minister. Rapport de
Presenting reports from interparliamentary committees, or delegations, rather.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Impact Assessment Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my great honour to stand today and table my bill, An Act to Amend the Impact Assessment Act. I want to thank the member from Edmonton-Griesba, my colleague in the NDP Alberta Caucus, for agreeing to second this bill. I also want to thank the members from Victoria and South Okanagan, West Kootenay for assisting me in supporting me with this legislation. This bill is vital and timely, and I look forward to the support of all parliamentarians to pass this legislation. This bill is about protecting our cherished Rocky Mountains, about fundamental protections of our water, our wild spaces, our endangered species. This bill recognizes the incredible work that Indigenous leaders like Latasha Kaffrobe and the Nittisibe water protectors have done to defend our land. This bill is about environmental protection activists like Kevin Van Tiegenen and Lauren Fitch, and so many others who have fought tirelessly against corporate interests that will destroy our environment for money. Coal is not our future. When this bill becomes law, all proposed coal mines will trigger federal environmental impact assessment, regardless of size. This is vital, and while I am pleased that the former Minister of the Environment and Climate Change adopted this policy, we need this embedded into law so that no future government can put the beautiful Canadian Rocky Mountains and Eastern Slopes at risk ever again. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to finish with the words of my very favorite Alberta artist, Corb Lund. This is my prairie. This is my home. I'll make my stand here, and I'll die alone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Still a bit emotional about that wonderful display of unity in this place. I stand to present a petition that's from petitioners in my community and elsewhere who remain concerned that the Government of Canada is not following the provisions of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. They're particularly troubled by the actions on Wet'suwet'en territory, where the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs and others are standing to protect all of us by keeping fossil fuels in the ground. They're also, parenthetically, Mr. Speaker, concerns have elevated recently due to the militarized actions in arresting protectors of the land as well as journalists. They call on the Government of Canada and the people of Canada and this House of Commons to ensure that the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is respected across Canada and particularly on Wet'suwet'en territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank my constituents from Peace River Westlock, and particularly the folks from the towns of Slave Lake and Fox Creek. The petitioners are calling on the government to recognize that both Fox Creek and Swan Hills, I think I said Slave Lake earlier, Swan Hills and Fox Creek, they're calling for the government to recognize that these are remote communities. These are communities that are some of the highest elevation communities in the country, and they're calling on the government to recognize that living in these places costs more, and so for that, they're looking for increased deductions in the Northern Living Allowance. The line that they're just below the line by about 12 kilometers. So if the line could be moved down just a little bit, they would be in the intermediate zone and get increased deductions in the Northern Living Allowance deductions. The people of Fox Creek and Swan Hills are both looking for this, and I look forward to the government's response to this petition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order papers. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would ask at this time that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. Nothing. Orders of the day. Oh, sorry. Very good. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on November 23rd, 2021 by the member for Barrie Innisfil concerning allegations about the Clerk of the House. First of all, I want to point out that the Clerk recused himself from this matter and did not participate in the participation of this ruling. In the remarks, the member for Barrie Innisfil said he was troubled about the report about the clerk on the CBC a few weeks ago. According to the member, the House must defend its dignity and its integrity, and that is why the matter should be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. The member for Calgary Nose Hill also expressed concern about the way in which harassment complaints were being dealt with, adding that if employees could not do their work in complete safety, then members could not properly fulfill their parliamentary functions. Pour sa part, le leader du gouvernement à la Chambre.
For his part, the leader of the government in the House said that the House must not be used to spread rumors, and that it was not the appropriate place to consider the matter because the people involved could not defend themselves. In his opinion, and in that of the members for Saint-Jean and New Westminster Burnaby, the Board of Internal Economy was the appropriate forum for such matters.
Foremost, the Chair must reiterate, in light of certain remarks about the harassment made by the members of for Calgary, the member for Calgary, Nose Hill, and Saint-Jean, or Lac Saint-Jean, that there are indeed mechanisms in place in the House of Commons to deal with all forms of harassment in order to ensure a safe and secure workplace for everyone. There are policies in place for members and their employees and for House administration staff to prevent workplace harassment and to investigate complaints. Earlier this year, these policies were updated to reflect the most recent statutory requirements. All members of this House can rest assured that any complaint is taken seriously and investigated diligently using well-established processes. Ce n'est pas dans l'intérêt de quiconque.
It is not in anyone's interest to have allegations of this sort dealt with on the floor of the House of Commons. That being said, given the concerns raised in the correspondence from the member for Calgary-Nose Hill from September 2021 concerning the policy applying to members, the House administration is conducting a review of the policy and its application. It will then report to the Board of Internal Economy, which will be able to review it and decide if changes to the policy are required. The matter is on the agenda for the next meeting of the Board of Internal Economy.
En ce qui concerne les allégations.
As regards the allegations against the clerk, the Chair considers the most appropriate forum to deal with these issues to be the Board of Internal Economy. It is the administrative body responsible for human resources issues.
Section 52.3 of the Parliament of Canada Act gives the Board of Internal Economy jurisdiction over administrative and personnel issues. As has already been mentioned, this matter will be on the agenda of the next board meeting. Since the board is already seized of this matter, the Chair cannot conclude at this stage that there is a prima facie question of privilege. However, if members were to conclude that certain elements related to privilege should still be raised in the House after the Board of Internal Economy has considered the matter, it would be possible to raise them at that time. I thank the honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, resume consideration of the address in reply to the speech from the throne et sur l'amendement de M. O'Toole.
And the amendment of Mr. O'Toole.
Député de Repentigny.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny has 3 minutes left. Well, Mr. Speaker, honourable colleagues, as we concluded last night, I left you with some findings from the Public Health Agency of Canada and its April 2019 issue on climate change and health. Since the government says loud and clear that we must listen to the science, here's another study published by The Lancet, published during COP26, and here's an unofficial translation of the title. Youth Voices on Climate Anxiety, Government Betrayal, and Moral Injury, a Global Phenomenon. Apart from the evocative title, this study is the result of a 10-country survey of more than 15,000 young people aged 16 to 25. I bring it up because it goes to the heart of our responsibilities as elected representatives of the people. This study directly addresses the links between 16 to 25-year-olds' perception of states, the authority of governments, and the responsibilities they have toward this generation on one issue, which is the climate crisis. Here's a few numbers. Nearly 60% say they are very or extremely worried about this crisis. 83% believe that we have not taken care of the planet. 65% believe that governments have abandoned young people and are lying about promised actions. Closely followed by a feeling of betrayal towards future generations and that governments are ignoring the distress they are expressing. That includes negative thoughts and worries about the impacts of the climate crisis on many areas of their lives. They correlate directly with feelings of betrayal, inadequate responses, and, worse yet, cowardice on the part of governments. Let's talk a little bit about Commissioner DeMarco's report with its clear and devastating content, which not only attests to the urgency to act, but also confirms the intuitions of the Bloc Québécois for many years. If you are tempted to blame the Harper years for climate inaction, I'd remind you that from 1993 to 2008, a Liberal government chose to wait 4 years before ratifying the Kyoto Accord, and that between 2002 and 2008, the Liberal government committed to reducing its emissions by 6% without succeeding in doing so. I will say now and say again, throughout this legislature, the Bloc Québécois will not allow the government to pursue a double standard as well as paradoxical and contradictory policies that are harmful to climate action. I will not allow the Canadian Federation to make diplomatic mileage out of the notable but still insufficient progress made by Quebec and several provinces by maintaining policies and funds that have been contributing to the destruction for the planet for 30 years. I will become a grandmother for the first time next January, and for this reason I will not look away and I will not give up. We in the Bloc Québécois are determined, with my colleagues who are all focused on the environment, whatever their issues, we will work together for Quebec, for its youth, and for its future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first and foremost, congratulations on your appointment as Deputy Speaker. I know there's many of my colleagues that share in seeing you in that chair. Madam Speaker, you know, time and time again I hear from members from the Bloc talk about health care and the issue of jurisdiction. And, you know, when we take a look at the throne speech and some of the actions that we've seen by this government today and yesterday is a solid commitment to things such as long-term care, such as the cost of pharmaceuticals, such as mental health as being important national issues, and a commitment from the federal government to move and work with other jurisdictions to ensure that these very important issues are in fact being dealt with. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to why it is important for the national government to act on these important issues for her and my constituents.
Honorable député de Repentigny.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. And I would like to thank my colleague for his question and simply tell him that the problem of health is under Quebec and the province's jurisdiction. The problem with the federal government is how it handles transfers. The federal government is also responsible for fighting greenhouse gas emissions, fighting atmospheric pollution that leads to illnesses. Not only are they not dealing with this, they're trying to interfere with Quebec and the province's jurisdictions. We will take no lessons from them. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. I recognize her passionate commitment for the environment. I want to congratulate her for the next title that she's going to get, which is that of grandmother. It's an extremely prestigious title, and I'm sure it will bring her a great deal of joy. Now, the Liberals say one thing and do the opposite. A very simple example is they promised to end subsidies to oil and gas companies, and then they said, we're going to get rid of inefficient subsidies. And then when you look at who defines what inefficient is, one could believe that it's the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, but no, it's the Minister of Finance who decides what an inefficient subsidy is. In her opinion, what does this say about the real willingness of the Liberals to move on from fossil fuels? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, I would like to sincerely thank the member for Rosemont-la-Patrie for his intervention. And when it comes to inefficient subsidies, look, it's just a play on words. They're all inefficient because all subsidies for oil and gas simply generate to greenhouse gas emissions and leads to health problems.
Questions and comments?
Silence.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague from Repentigny for her speech and also for her work and her strong conviction to protecting our planet against the climate crisis. My question is she as concerned as I am because the throne speech forgot about the Liberals' other promises in other campaigns, for example, for a Just Transition Act that's not in the throne speech, not at all, and also during the last campaign, the minister, the former environment minister, promised to eliminate, to scrap coal exports, but that's not in the throne speech either. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she has to say about that. The honourable member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her question. When it comes to the fair transition, it seems to me that in the election campaign, the Liberals promised legislation on that. And of course, we're going to look at that closely because clearly there will be no gain in the fight against climate change if we can't bring workers along with us. But there's always this doublespeak. The throne speech, which was insipid, there really wasn't much to it. And at the same time, it's the way, and coming back to what my colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie was saying earlier, the way they subsidize in a roundabout way, but they have nice titles like the Emissions Reduction Fund. That's a creation of the Liberal government. I have to resume debate.
Member for Kanata Carleton.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker.
I'm today with the Honourable Member of Kingston and the Islands. I'm honoured to rise today in the House of Commons for the first time on debate and to have the opportunity to represent the amazing people from all corners of Kanata Carleton. I'd first like to acknowledge that we're gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. My gratitude, my awe of this institution, and my commitment to effect positive change for Canadians has never been stronger. My sincere congratulations to you, Madam Speaker, and to all of my colleagues on their election. I'd like to offer my sincere gratitude to the constituents who voted for me and put their faith in me to represent them in the House of Commons. This is a responsibility that I do not take lightly. I am here because of you and your trust in me, and for that, I thank you sincerely. I'd also like to thank every constituent who voted, who took the time to write to me, to share their concerns, or to speak to me over the last number of months. Je tiens également.
I'd also like to thank every constituent who voted, who took the time to write to me and share their concerns, or speak with me over the last number of months.
Campaigns are made possible by countless volunteers. So to those who knocked on doors with me, kept the campaign office running smoothly, or helped organize our volunteers, I am incredibly grateful for your efforts. Je suis toujours.
It never ceases to amaze me, the incredible people that selflessly donate their time and resources on a campaign.
Thank you to all my volunteers. Merci à tous. To my husband, Tim, the man behind the scenes, and my rock, thank you for being the incredible partner that you are and the dad that you are to our girls. I could never in a million years take this on without you. And of course, my daughters, my greatest achievement. Je me sens vraiment.
I feel so blessed.
Girls are everything, and they're the reason I do what I do. Thank you, Riley, Ryan, and Bryn. Thank you for the hugs, the kind words when Mommy needs them. You're incredible young ladies, and I can't wait to see what the world has in store for you. To my dad, Bob, and his partner, Kim, aka Chief Sign Installer, biggest cheerleaders and grandparents extraordinaire, thank you. To my sister, Melissa, I have no words to share
that are enough to thank you for all you do for me and the girls. To my mom, Jean, although you're far away, your support is felt, and your encouragement I feel daily. I'm so grateful. I've been so fortunate to have political leaders who've encouraged me to run. First, a thank you to Marianne Wilkinson, who was the first mayor and then city councillor for Canada, for encouraging me to first run municipally. Secondly, thank you to the former MP of Canada Carleton, Karen McCrimmon, whose hard work and determination has served our community so well, and for whose friendship I value tremendously. And lastly, I'd like to acknowledge the impact that my late grandmother has had on me. She was a force to be reckoned with, and she had a huge heart and determination to help others. And these are lessons that she's passed on to me, and I will always cherish. Aujourd'hui, j'aimerais aborder.
Today, I'd like to touch on a few of the highlights from the speech from the throne that I believe matter most to the residents of Canada Carleton.
It's a diverse riding with a vibrant suburban centre in Canada, as well as beautiful villages in Carp, Dunrobin, scenic communities along the river in Constance and Buckham's Bay, and lovely village of Fitzroy Harbour, and amazing green space all the way out to West Carleton. The diversity of our area brings promise, but it also brings challenges. These last 21 months have been difficult times for so many in our country and in my community. With the many restrictions that we faced throughout the pandemic, the residents of Canada Carleton were fortunate to be able to turn to our beautiful green spaces, walking paths, trails, to remain active, and I'm incredibly grateful for this green space and access to nature. Our government has introduced targeted COVID supports for those who need it most, and will continue to do that throughout the pandemic. Our economy has proven itself to be incredibly resilient. Although we must acknowledge that businesses have suffered throughout the pandemic, some have thrived. And I've watched small businesses from local coffee shops to large corporations in our technology park innovate and change the way that they operate to keep their employees and their communities safe. Local outdoor markets like the Carp Farmers Market and the Canada Farmers Market have become places where people can come to shop and socially distance. Residents have not shied away from difficulty, but rather used it to innovate for a brighter future. We are truly a country of innovators, and I'm incredibly proud of the innovation happening in my community in the Canada North Technology Park and beyond. Digital transformation and automation are impacting every sector of our economy, and this is a huge opportunity and one in which Canada can lead in many areas. I look no further than the farming industry to realize our potential. Here again, the Ottawa Smart Farm, the groundbreaking agri-tech playground run by Invest Ottawa here in Ottawa, is leading the way. Canada is so fortunate. We have the natural resources, the talent, and the creative spirit to help not just Canada, but the world address the climate crisis. We cannot hesitate to take bold climate action. Extreme weather events are on the rise. And in the past 5 years, Canada Carleton has experienced both a tornado and a flood with devastating effects. We must act quickly. I know the innovators in my community will be tapped in the coming months and years to support our government in tackling climate change, and I know those that rise to the occasion will undoubtedly thrive. Investing in public transit is key, and I'm thankful for our government's commitment to funding clean, electric light rail, in addition to an autonomous vehicle shuttle pilot for a last-mile solution for Canada Carleton. We need to ensure that investments in clean mobility solutions happen now to minimize our current and future carbon footprint. It goes without saying that the COVID-19 pandemic has walked back the decades of progress made in labor force participation by women. Once again, it's been predominantly women that have stepped up or stepped away from their paid work to take on more of the load for childcare and elder care as a result of lockdowns and school closures. We must reverse this trend, and I have no doubt that our government's plan to introduce affordable, quality childcare will have tremendous impact and unlock the economic opportunity of more women participating in the workforce. And although Ontario has not yet committed, I remain committed to seeing this work through to the end, and I know that the mums and dads of Canada Carleton will be much better off because of it. Canada Carleton, like Canada itself, is a very diverse community. And sadly, there is an alarming increase in the experiences of hate and racism. Like our government, I am committed to combating hate and racism, and I look forward to the renewal of the government's anti-racism strategy, as well as the necessary and important work to combat online hate, which sadly we know has continued to grow. We must also acknowledge Canada's role in the world stage. Canada must continue to engage with international partners. We've learned a lot through this pandemic, including how small the world really is. Lastly, Madame la Présidente, we must continue to strive for gender equality. As a mom of 3 daughters, as a politician in this House dominated by men, and as a former executive in our technology sector, we have a long way to go. I'm proud of the commitments that our government has made, but I acknowledge more work has to be done. In conclusion, I am fiercely proud to be Canadian. Je le dis.
I've said this, and I repeat, I am extremely proud to be a Canadian. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since this is my first opportunity to rise in this parliamentary session, I want to congratulate you on being re-established in the chair. And I want to thank the people of Sarnia-Lambton for electing me for a 3rd time to represent them. I thank the member opposite for her maiden speech. And she mentioned in her speech some of the restrictions that we've been experiencing with COVID-19. And Madam Speaker, it's the charter right of every Canadian to be able to freely exit and enter Canada. And as a result of the Liberal government's policies on planes, trains, and taking a boat, the people that are not double vaccinated are not also able to cross the land border, and they're effectively trapped in the country. So my question for the member is, what reasonable accommodations like testing, PPE, quarantine, will the government put in place to reinstate the charter rights of millions of Canadians?
Member for Kanata Carleton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the honourable colleague across the way. I thank you for the question. I won't shy away from stating how proud I am of the work that our government has done to keep Canadians safe. From quickly rolling out programs for wage subsidies through CERB and rent supports for our businesses, to more recently in the work that we've been doing this week in the House. I know that we are there for Canadians. These are difficult times, and we've learned, as I had just said, how small the world actually is. So I'm proud of the steps that we've taken and will continue to take to make sure that Canadians are safe.
Honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate you on your return to the Speaker's chair, and I'm sure we'll have some very enjoyable afternoons like we did in the last Parliament. And congratulations also to my colleague opposite on her first speech. It was a beautiful speech, Madam Speaker, and the member mentioned with some emotion the support of her spouse and her 3 children. She's better than me because whenever I talk about them, I always end up crying. I can't hold it in. So congratulations on your self-control and on your good speech. She raised 2 things. First, that this House is dominated by men, and that's true in number. But the support of the cohort of women in the House of Commons indispensable and invaluable, and I think we all gain, and we'll see hopefully some further progress with the next election. Now, my question is this. My colleague talked about the environment and climate change in her speech, and her government, the party she's a part of, because the speech is sometimes a bit contradictory. They invest in fossil fuels, but at the same time they set goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So I'd like to know whether we can count on our colleague to put pressure on her caucus so that the decisions are made for a better for the future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame la Presidente. Long hair is tough here. Thank you very much to the honourable member across the way for the question. I do believe that our government has done some great work and is committed to doing more when it comes to climate change. When it comes to creating a more resilient economy, creating jobs, growing the middle class, we know that Canada must take strong and bold action. And that's why we are moving forward to cap and cut oil and gas sector emissions, investing in public transit, like I mentioned, and mandating the sale of zero-emission vehicles. I believe that with these measures, we're on the path, the right path. We're increasing our price on pollution, as we've talked about, and we're putting more money back into the pockets of Canadians. We're protecting our lands and our waters with the Canadian Water Agency. You know, I truly believe that we here in Canada are so fortunate to have the incredible natural resources, the talented people, and the innovation at our fingertips to really lead when it comes to this climate crisis. And I'm really excited to see us play our part. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to you for your reappointment to your position as Assistant Deputy Speaker. I have always enjoyed our time when I've been in the House and you've been in the chair, and I look forward to many more opportunities to come. So congratulations for that. I'm very excited to talk about an ambitious plan that this government has and has laid out in the throne speech. And I'm going to be totally honest with you, Madam Speaker. When I set out to develop the themes of my speech on this earlier today, one of those themes I was quite passionate about in the previous Parliament, and I looked forward to engaging on today, was resolved through a unanimous consent motion just moments ago. And I hope that Canadians understand the historic nature of today. Today is the day that this Parliament came together and gave unanimous consent. Every member in this House agreed to pass such an important piece of legislation to ban conversion therapy in our country. And I look forward to this piece of legislation moving to the Senate and then finally receiving royal assent so that it can be enshrined into law in Canada, that such a horrific practice be part of the criminal code, be banned and be outlawed in Canada. So I do want to take... Thank you. I do want to take the opportunity, because I know it's hard to change one's mind from time to time on various different pieces of legislation. I know it's hard to change your mind when you've become entrenched in a position on an issue, but I know that there are a number of Conservatives in particular that did change their mind. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you not just on behalf of me and other members of this House, but in particular on behalf of Ben Rogers. Ben Rogers is a survivor of conversion therapy from my riding in Kingston, the Islands. When this debate was in the House last Parliament, I had the opportunity to read into the record his story. And he has been an advocate for bringing about this ban for a very long time. And to know that we were able to do it in such a fast-track manner in this House, I know that Ben wants me to say thank you on behalf of him and other survivors for not just Parliament coming together and doing that, but in particular to those that were able to change their mind on this issue. So thank you. There are two other issues that I will focus the remaining 7 or so minutes that I have, Madam Speaker, that I'd like to talk about that are in this throne speech that I think are extremely important and pivotal in terms of the future of our country. Those would be childcare and the introduction or the fast tracking of electrifying our country. So first, as it relates to childcare, you know, this is a piece of legislation that brought in the previous budget, a commitment by this government to bring in $10 a day childcare throughout the country. And it's not easy to do that in a country like Canada because of the various different jurisdictions and the way that our country works with the provinces and the way that we're constitutionally set up. And indeed, it is something that takes time to go out and to work with other provinces and jurisdictions to bring in the necessary agreements. And because various different provinces may have already started their own or have their own versions, like Quebec was much more progressive than some other provinces, the deals that need to be reached and the agreements that need to be formed are not going to be unilateral and the same for every single province and jurisdiction. So the work that has been ongoing for about a year now has truly started to pay off. We've seen that now all but 4 jurisdictions, of which there are 2 provinces that have yet to sign on, have signed on. And some of those jurisdictions are going to start to see the benefit of $10 a day childcare, such as Alberta, on January 1st of next year. That's less than a month from now, being December 1st. And as a matter of fact, my understanding is that Saskatchewan has even put something into their agreement where they will bring this retroactively back to July 1st of this year. So people will actually be retroactively getting this $10 a day childcare. And you know, why is this so important? You know, I've talked about this on social media, and I've seen people put stuff out there where they say, well, I had to put my kids through daycare. Why shouldn't other people have to pay for it? You know, I think that when we look at it like that, we're looking at this as though it's a handout. And it's not a handout. This is about investing. This is about unlocking economic potential as much as it is about helping individual families. You know, when you think about this, there are so many more people. There are a lot of households out there where one spouse, usually the woman, has chosen to stay home because it just makes more economic sense than to put a child through daycare where it's costing $50 or $60 a day. It just doesn't make economic sense. So by doing this, we will see more people for $350 a month put a child into daycare, more people saying, okay, both spouses can get into the workforce now. And what's that going to do? Not just generate economic activity within the workforce, it's going to generate taxes, and it's going to generate more opportunity for the government to pay for such an ambitious program. So I'm really glad that after decades of this having been talked about, after getting very, very close in 2006 with Paul Martin, and it's a day of celebration, so I won't mention the manner in which that died, as I have done a number of times in this House before. But after talking about this and after pressure from other progressive parties in this House, like the NDP, because, you know, they should get credit for applying that pressure when it's been needed, that we're finally seeing this come to fruition. And despite the fact that we're partisan in here and that we might get caught up in the debates over this was my idea, you implemented it, or I made it better, at the end of the day, I hope we all take great satisfaction in knowing that this is going to change families, and this is going to change participation in workforce, and this is going to mean something extremely meaningful for Canadians. I want to switch quickly in the last couple minutes that I have to talk about the electrification of our fleets and our infrastructure throughout this country. You know, we are putting a real big emphasis on electrifying vehicles right now. It's extremely important to do that. We know why. We understand the science behind climate change. We understand that we need to move as quickly as possible towards electrification. And yes, there are problems, because the naysayers out there will say, well, you know, to get lithium, you have to use dozers and all this mining equipment that's using petroleum products. Yeah, I get it. I don't disagree with that. I think that if we're being honest, that is the case right now. But I also think that we have to be honest about where the electric vehicle is. The electric vehicle right now would be like comparing an electric vehicle right now. A fair comparison would be to compare it to the Model T, the Ford Model T. It's in the very beginning stages of its evolution and its opportunity to advance technologically. My wife and I bought our first electric car in 2012. It was a Chevy Volt. And it was a plug-in, hybrid plug-in. We would get 40 kilometers on it. We would, the 40 kilometers really wasn't 40, it was more like 30. We would drive around a little bit, then the gas would kick on. And it was a good start, but it by no means was going to be, a solution in the long run. As I saw later on, we now have a Chrysler Pacifica, which is a minivan. Plug that in, you get about 60 kilometers. So we can do the majority of our traveling throughout the city on electricity. But if we go out of town, we still have that backup for gas. But more recently, we purchased a Hyundai Kona, which is completely electric. You get about 450 kilometers on a charge, which I've been driving to and from Ottawa every week when I drive here. And I've noticed the uptake in electric vehicles right here on the Hill. Because when I started plugging in 2015, I would be one or two cars out of maybe 8 slots available in the West Block parking lot, or in the parking lot next to us. Now, when I showed up on Monday morning, there was no availability. So people are changing, the evolution is happening, and we're moving towards electric vehicles. There is a role for the government to play in this, and that's to incentivize people to do so, as we saw the Ontario government had done in collaboration with the federal government previously. We need to do more of that. I'm very happy to see that in the throne speech, and I'm looking forward to accelerating that transition towards electrification. I know my time is up, Madam Speaker, but I do appreciate the opportunity to speak on the throne speech today.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his speech today. My ears really perked up to the fact when we got into electric vehicles. I'm very proud to represent the great people of Simcoe Grey, and in my riding I have Honda Canada Manufacturing. And one of the concerns I hear in the speech, a role is to incentivize people to get to electric vehicles. I had a great opportunity for a visit there last week with the president of Honda Canada, and there's some great concerns I've heard about the program and the negotiations that are going forward with the United States, and how that $12,500 rebate will not be for cars here in Canada that aren't manufactured by the big three. So I'm just curious if he has any comments. Has he listened to some of these auto manufacturers that are there and really heard their concerns? Thank you.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've certainly heard during question period some of the questions that have come regarding this. And, what I will say is that back in when we had the whole issue with the former President of the United States and the tariffs that they were imposing on Canadian products, and the way that our government, and in particular a key group of people within the government, were able to react to that and to position themselves and to negotiate. And we ended up coming out, in my opinion, better than we had been going into it. So am I concerned when I hear language from the United States like the member is suggesting? Absolutely, it's concerning. Do I have confidence in the fact that our team will be able to navigate through this and it be to the benefit of Canadians? I do.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neget, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to say these first few words to congratulate you on your election. Madam Speaker, I listened to the speech given by my colleague by Kingston the Islands, and I would like to tell him about a concerning situation. In the throne speech, there is a very important word that's not there. It's the word science. In the middle of a pandemic, the government did not think it was important to include the word science in the throne speech. The only G7 country that wasn't able to produce the vaccine against COVID-19. The only G7 country that took part in the COVAX program to have access to the vaccine when it was meant for the poor countries in the developing world. The only G7 country that decreased its investments in R&D tied to scientific development between 2009 and 2019. Does the government really want to invest again in science? That's my question. Thank you.
Honorable député de Kingston.
The honourable member for Kingston, the Islands.
Madam Speaker, this government and this Prime Minister have always, even back to our days in opposition, prided itself on listening to scientists and using data and science to inform the decision-making process. Perhaps one particular word wasn't found in the document, but I think that it would be a far stretch to try to link that to the fact that this government doesn't believe in science. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If we have not learned from this pandemic that what we need to do is to make sure that we are able to manufacture vaccines in Canada, then I think we, as Canadians, quite frankly, have failed. I believe that there will be, we will see that Canada will come forward and be able to make sure that we don't put ourselves in the position again that we were at the beginning of this pandemic, which is the fact that we were not able to manufacture our own vaccines, which was the doing of a number of various different governments to get to this point.
The honourable member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, there is a situation that's starting to be more and more concerning for entrepreneurs. At the beginning of the pandemic, there was federal government assistance, but often in terms of a loan. There are many small businesses that didn't see their operations come back, and paying back the loan is starting to be on the horizon. Mr. Campeau in Rosemont Petite Patrie is facing this situation. He's very concerned. He sees this deadline approaching. Are the Liberals going to listen and be flexible either to cancel the debt or reduce it or extend the deadline?
Kingston and the Islands, 10 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, the recent bill that we were discussing just yesterday specifically, I believe it's C2, specifically addresses the issue of the hardest hit sectors from the pandemic. These are, if there is a business or there are businesses out there that have been hard hit and that still have not been able to recover, they should really look into the legislation and the programs that will come through that legislation that are tabled before this House right now.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to indicate at the beginning of my speech that I am splitting my time with my colleague from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin. And as this is my first time rising in the chamber in this parliament, I want to first thank the voters of Regina Capel for once again selecting me to represent them in this chamber. I've had the good fortune to serve in several different roles in the House of Commons. I was Deputy Speaker and Speaker, House Leader for the official opposition, of course, Leader of the opposition. But every time I walk into this chamber, Madam Speaker, I am very aware of the fact that there is no role that I can serve in this House if I don't first earn the trust of the people back home in Regina Capel. So a sincere thank you to everyone who supported me in the last election. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, there is once again a great clash of ideas dividing the world. As Canadians look hopefully to the future about how to emerge from the pandemic and its aftermaths, there are two very distinct versions of what comes next. This clash of ideas and philosophies is basically the same as it has been at several times throughout human history, and especially so in the 20th century. There are those like the Prime Minister and his friends in the global elite who would use COVID as an excuse to expand the size of government. They believe that more government intervention in the economy and more restrictions on individual liberty. And then there are those who understand that it is not government that creates prosperity, it is the free market, people buying and selling freely, that creates wealth and lifts people out of poverty. At essence, it is the age-old debate of whether we should put our faith in government or put our faith in people. It is often said that the best indicator of future results is to look at past results. Well, history is clear on this matter. When we look at the examples where the ideology of government control was put into place, in every country it was tried, it failed miserably. After all, nobody was ever shot trying to get over the wall to get into East Berlin, and nobody ever tried to paddle a raft to get to Cuba. The terms for that ideology changes from time to time. What we once referred to as communism and socialism, those on the left now call their agenda progressive. But changing the name doesn't change the reality. In November, we marked the 32nd anniversary of the Berlin Wall being torn down. Now, throughout the course of human history, walls were generally seen as a good thing. Walls kept you safe. In times of danger, people would run towards the walls to get inside. But that started to change with the rise of socialism. The Berlin Wall was kept to keep people in. Berlin was a real-time experiment in economics and human behavior. In the East, socialism, state control of the economy. Government officials planned what would be produced, by whom, and how much of it. They set wages and prices. They also took away basic human rights like free speech, and they prohibited any criticism of the regime. The result? Misery. Bread lines, shortages, and a stagnant quality of life. In the West, the free market decided. People buying and selling relatively freely set prices, signaled to the market what needed to be produced. The result? Plenty. Huge increases in the quality of life. The difference between life in a free market and life in a society controlled by the government was stark. While the people of East Berlin could not vote in real elections, they could vote with their feet, and they did. There was a steady stream of people fleeing the horrors of socialism. That's why the wall went up, not to keep enemies out, but to keep people in. This is the hallmark of big government intervention into our lives. Those on the left are constantly telling us how wonderful their socialist policies will be. But then they have to go and build walls, sometimes virtual, eliminating our choices, taking away our freedoms to keep people in. When I was first elected in 2004, Canada had its own experiment between free markets and government interference. The difference between Alberta and Saskatchewan throughout the course of Canadian history was also very stark. For decades, Saskatchewan was ruled by the NDP, who adopted that big government interventionist policies. They stifled the free market, drove away private sector investment. And as a result, our province had a long history of economic stagnation and a relatively flat population. In Alberta, there was growth. In Alberta, there was opportunity. When I was fortunate enough to visit Alberta while I was leader, I used to always ask the room how many people in the audience were either from Saskatchewan or had their parents from Saskatchewan originally. And in almost every room across Alberta, when you ask that question, almost half the audience will put up their hand. So I used to like to tell people that the good people of Saskatchewan built two great provinces in this country. The language changes, but the policies remain the same. Communism proved to be such an epic failure that its most loyal promoters conceded that it would never be accepted again. But now we're seeing a resurgence of that same type of thinking, that government knows best approach. As we emerge from the aftermath of the pandemic, we can already see the drastic negative impacts of this large expansion into the free market by the government. In March of last year, the Bank of Canada started doing something unprecedented in Canadian history. It started creating money right out of thin air to the tune of $5 billion a week. See, the government had run out of money to borrow from people. And so they had to turn to the central bank to crank up the printing presses to buy the government debt that nobody else was buying. I'm often asked by people back home in Regina Capel, how is the Prime Minister going to pay for his massive deficits? Well, he's not. You are. The Canadian people are. Right now, through inflation. We are paying the cost today in real time as prices continue to go up because the government forced the bank to flood the system with brand new money created right out of thin air. What happens when you have more dollars chasing the same number of goods? Prices go up. We had a decline in economic activity because of the restrictions imposed on our economy because of the COVID pandemic. So not only did we have economic production going down, we had the money supply growing exponentially. Now, governments love inflation. If you go back throughout the course of human history, you'll always find examples when governments spend too much money, they start to devalue the currency. It's a fraud committed on the people who have worked so hard to earn their paychecks, to put a little bit of money away for savings. When the government comes and essentially devalues that work by creating new money. If you think of, if any of my colleagues have ever been to an event where there's a silent auction and there's often a print up for auction, there'll be a beautiful painting and you'll see at the bottom 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 500. Well, that's a limited edition print. It means the artist only created so many of those types of paintings. If you buy that for what you believe the value is, and then that artist goes and creates 5,000 more copies, you've been defrauded. You've purchased something that has had its value stripped away by simply creating more of it. That's what's going on in real time with the money that hardworking Canadians are earning. Now, what can we do to get our economy back on track, Madam Speaker? Well, in the remaining time I have left, I want to make once again a pitch for this government to listen to the concerns of people of Saskatchewan and Alberta and across Western Canada. We have an amazing source of wealth in our country with our oil and gas sector. And we are now living in the completely topsy-turvy world where the first thing that President Biden did upon taking office was cancel the Keystone XL pipeline, something that this government didn't even raise with the incoming president. The Prime Minister canceled Northern Gateway and canceled the Energy East pipeline, which would have taken Western Canadian energy into Eastern Canadian markets. And I see lots and lots of alarmists and radical activists chaining themselves to trees and laying down in front of bulldozers in Western Canada to try to prevent the exportation of our oil and gas. But I never see them lining up and down the St. Lawrence, protesting the tanker after tanker of foreign oil coming into Canadian markets, Madam Speaker. We have an opportunity to provide the world with ethical Canadian energy, and that benefits everyone. Since 2018, Canada's oil and gas production paid almost $240 billion to provincial governments and $66 billion to Ottawa. Conservatives will always be a champion of the hardworking men and women in our energy industry. It's something that the world needs more of, not less of. We can get off of foreign oil coming from brutal dictatorships that have no respect for human rights and get Canadians back to work. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, confess, the Government of Canada had to borrow money. We had to borrow money for a very good reason. With the worldwide pandemic, in order to support Canadians and businesses alike, there was a need to be there in a very real and tangible way. Had we not supported them, had we not borrowed the money that the member opposite tries to portray as this bad thing, we would have seen far more bankruptcies. We would have seen many other societal issues, whether it's family breakups to suicides, you name it. The government made the decision to have the backs of Canadians. Is the member saying that we should not have provided those programs that were so critical in helping Canadians through a very difficult time, that being the pandemic?
Member for Regina Capel.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a huge percentage of the deficits that this government has racked up came before the pandemic even hit. They were running $87 billion worth of deficits before COVID-19. During the pandemic, they decided to give $1 billion to their friends in the WE organization, sole source contracts to former Liberal MPs as well. They took the time during a pandemic to make sure that they enriched their friends, Madam Speaker. And let's talk about inflation. The Liberals would like to have us believe that it's some kind of external phenomenon. It's kind of like the weather. Inflation just happens. Well, it doesn't happen in countries that didn't run the printing presses. I could go on and on about billions of dollars in wasteful spending, corporate welfare, $35 billion through the Canadian Infrastructure Bank to bankroll large projects for profitable private companies. The member is going to try to convince Canadians that all of the inflationary spending was related to the COVID-19 pandemic. That is just demonstrably false. When you go through the public accounts and look at where this government spent money, a lot of it is on increased discretionary spending that we've heard throughout the week has actually had the opposite effect of its intention. They've spent more money on housing, got fewer units built, and the price of housing is going up because of it. That's why we need less government intervention in the economy and more free market solutions.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you. As the critic for the status of women, I would like to congratulate you. I am very pleased to see a woman in your chair. Congratulations, Madam Speaker. My comment for my colleague for Regina Capel. He spoke about the American president's measure regarding Keystone right after he was elected. Well, perhaps that's because the American president understood something that the Conservatives don't seem to have understood, which is that we are at a time when we need to start getting the ecological transition underway, not towards more oil, but towards less. We need to invest in a green recovery, a recovery that will enable us to develop new green technology. That's my comment. My colleague also talked about investments. I'd like to see investments in green technology. And during a period of austerity, we still can't cut in the area of healthcare. That's an area where we need to keep investing. And yet the Conservative government decided to cut our healthcare system during a period of austerity, which is what got us where we are today. Does my colleague not think that it's important for the federal government to reinvest in healthcare up to 35%, just as we should invest in green technology? Regardless of the state of the economy after the pandemic, these two sectors will require assistance. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Question very quickly. I have to correct the record. It was the Conservative government that restored the healthcare funding cuts that the previous John Chrétien and Paul Martin government slashed in the 90s. It was the Conservative government that stands up for provincial autonomy and innovation when it comes to the healthcare system, standing up against the Prime Minister's threats to claw back Saskatchewan's healthcare transfers during the election. But the member asked a question about whether or not President Biden understands the global issues around oil and gas. I'll tell the member what I do know. I do know that the president canceled Keystone. He canceled a project that would have brought Western Canadian energy from a safe ally, from a trusted partner, from an ethical source of energy. And then just a few months later, he has to beg OPEC. The President of the United States begging OPEC, countries like Saudi Arabia with terrible human rights records, begging them to supply the United States with more oil and gas. That makes no sense, but those are the types of ideological decisions that the Prime Minister supports, and that's why Conservatives will always stand up for our Western Canadian energy sector.
The prise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton. Wetaskiwin? Oh, I'm sorry.
Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is an absolute pleasure to have the opportunity to speak today for the first time in this Parliament. This is my sixth time being elected to represent my constituents, first in Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont, and then in Edmonton, Wetaskiwin. And I want to thank those voters first and foremost. As my honourable colleague said, we don't get the opportunity to do all of the other things that we do if we're not accountable to our voters and if those voters don't support us through election. And we've been fortunate the last two elections actually to have the highest vote total in the country in Edmonton, Wetaskiwin. And I'm so thankful to the voters. I'm so thankful to the many volunteers that come out to support us. And I'm going to mention, I won't mention a whole list of volunteers, but I will mention two specifically. I'm going to mention my mother, Bonnie, and her husband, Dale, who are tireless volunteers on the sign crew every time, all 6 elections. My mom turned 75 years old yesterday. So happy birthday, Mom. I love you. And you are just such a role model to me and to our family in just your love for people and everything that you do. You just give and give and give, and I'm so thankful for you. And I'm also thinking about my father as I'm standing here today. Now, my father passed away in 2003. It would have been his 78th birthday coming up in 3 days on December 4th. And I'm thinking of my dad as I take on the new responsibility that I have as Shadow Minister for Mental Health, addictions and suicide prevention. My dad was an absolute inspiration. He had challenges. Many of us, we all have challenges in some ways, and my dad was no different. He had many challenges, but despite the challenges that he faced, he was also one of the most amazing human beings I've ever met. Not in spite of those challenges, but because of the way he faced up to those challenges and faced those challenges and lived with those challenges. And just an absolute role model. And again, someone who didn't let the difficulties that he had get in the way of trying to make a difference in loving people. And so I'm thinking about him. He died 3 years before I was elected, never would have envisioned that his son would be a member of parliament, but I know that he would be very proud of the work that we all do in here today. So. And I'm going to do one more thank you, and again, singling someone out. We could not do what we do without unbelievable staff. And one of my unbelievable staff members is leaving me in the next week. It's his birthday tomorrow, so it's a sort of a birthday theme here. So David McClelland is my EA. He's been with me for 5 years, and kind of a cynical type. He's moving back to Australia, where he hasn't seen his family for a few years. And I know that even as I'm talking, he's probably rolling his eyes and making a sarcastic comment in the office. But Dave, we will miss you, and you just meant the world to our team over the last 5 years, stepping up to do anything that we needed done. So thank you, David. Diving into the speech from the throne, I mentioned that in Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, we've had the highest vote total in the country the last couple of years. This time around, just to give it some perspective, this time around, in the province of PEI, where they elected 4 Liberal members of Parliament, the total vote count in the entire province for 4 members was 38,956. In Papineau, where the Prime Minister was elected, the Prime Minister's home riding, where he got just over 50% of the vote, the total vote count in Papineau was 45,423 votes. In Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, we received, in the Conservative Party, Conservative campaign this time around, 48,340 votes. So just you start to do that math and you get some perspective. Why this is important is because each of those votes should matter as much as any other individual vote in this country. And I know that we have a first past the post system. I don't want to comment on the, all of the complicated electoral math and all of those different things. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that when you have that disparity, when you have an election where the Conservative Party of Canada got more votes despite losing, we got more votes than any other party in the country. That has to be taken into consideration in a functioning democracy. It has to be taken into consideration in a government that cares about all of its citizens, not just the citizens that feed into its electoral math. And we have faced an unbelievable amount of frustration in Alberta and Saskatchewan and other parts of the country over the past 6 years. And that frustration is felt because people aren't listened to. To give you, again, a little bit of perspective in my particular constituency, the Liberal Party in my constituency couldn't get someone from the constituency to run in either of the last 2 elections. In Canada's most populous constituency, this time around probably 200,000 residents in the constituency, and not a single Liberal put their name forward to even run for a nomination. Now, there are members of Parliament who don't live in their ridings for a variety of reasons, electoral boundaries change and things like that, but the Liberals couldn't find somebody to even put their name forward for a nomination. So 2 elections in a row, someone from outside the riding was acclaimed to run in Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. And what that speaks to is the fact that the Liberals never come to my riding. Almost never come to my riding. They come once in a while because the airport happens to be in the center of my constituency. And so they'll come and they'll call people from Liberals, largely from, across the province. They can meet in not a very large room. They don't need too large a room to meet in Alberta. So they'll come and they'll have a little bit of a session, then they'll hop on their plane and go somewhere where there might be more votes. This is highly, highly problematic. And, I talk a lot about finding common ground. If you want to find common ground in Alberta, we can find common ground on a lot of different things, but I'm going to speak to one of the hardest areas to find common ground because I think it's emblematic of what we need to do on energy, the balance between energy and the environment. My colleague from Regina Capel and others have brought this up over the course of time. It is unbelievable in this country that we have hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil being imported into Eastern Canada, hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil being imported into Eastern Canada that isn't subject to the same rigorous regulations around upstream and downstream emissions as oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, or Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland. That's unbelievable to people in my constituency. It's one thing to have a debate about energy. It's another thing to have a conversation about how we reduce emissions in this country. And I think everybody in this House would welcome that conversation, has ideas on how we can reduce emissions even further and make sure that we ensure a clean climate for our kids and grandkids down the road. But even as we debate those things, surely one thing we should be able to agree on is the fact that oil coming from Saudi Arabia and Algeria and Nigeria should at least be subject to the same regulations as oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland. I'm looking across the way. I mean, can I see some nods maybe? Is that a reasonable expectation that oil coming from other countries where human rights standards, labor standards, and environmental standards aren't even close to what we have in Canada, and that dedication, that oil coming from those countries would be subject to the same standards as Canadian oil is held to? Again, not many nods coming from the other side. Maybe in the questions and comments, some folks would stand up and agree with me on this. I think what I'd like to move to now is I'm going to move in this sort of theme of common ground. I would like to move to a couple of areas where I hope that maybe we can find some common ground over this Parliament. I'm getting the wrap-up signal. I get so passionate about energy, I don't get to the rest of my bullet points. And how long do I have, Madam Speaker? Okay, I have a minute and a half. So I'll touch on a few areas where I do think that we should be able to move forward and find some common ground. A colleague, a very beloved colleague of ours on this side of the House, and I think friends with many colleagues on other parties, is the Member of Parliament from Caribou, Prince George. And last year, about a year ago, on December 11th last year, we passed a unanimous consent motion in this House. And that unanimous consent motion, members of all parties agreed to this, was, quote, that given the alarming rate of suicide in Canada constitutes a national health crisis, the House call on the government to take immediate action in collaboration with our provinces to establish a national suicide prevention hotline that consolidates all suicide crisis numbers into one easy-to-remember three-digit number, 988 hotline that is accessible to all Canadians. So hopefully we can find agreement on that. Hopefully we can find agreement on having a functioning Parliament. This is promising. It's nice to be here with the numbers that we have in this place over the last couple of weeks. Hopefully we don't see Parliament being shut down. Hopefully we get committees up and running so we can study some really important things like the economic crisis facing this country, the inflation crisis facing this country, get the Health Committee up and running to study COVID with this new variant that's up and coming and on the rise that is of concern. I know my time is coming up. I will end my comments here and look forward to taking any questions or hearing any comments that colleagues might have.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I'll be selective in my question, and it's related to the motion that we actually passed, because there was a good feeling inside the House of Commons when we recognized the importance of mental health, in particular suicide. The idea of having one line for Canada, I think, is something that is fairly well received in virtually all jurisdictions. But I do think that there is a considerable amount of background work that does need to take place, including working with some stakeholders, in particular provinces and other organizations that have these lines. I suspect that if we were to be a little bit more patient, hopefully we'll see that materialize. My question to the member is respect to the commitment from the federal government to move more on providing resources and support in mental health, and what he might have to say about that and the need to build that consensus.
Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
I very much appreciate that question, and I don't always appreciate every question the honourable member asks when I'm speaking, but I appreciated that one. And maybe it's in the spirit of what happened earlier in this place or not, but the mental health issue is an issue that all parties were pretty much you know, on the same page during the election campaign, parties put forward plans to take very meaningful action on mental health. I think that as we try to move forward, you'll find that it'll be an area where we can cooperate in a world where we don't always cooperate in every way. And I think a great starting point would be to tackle the suicide hotline. It was a year ago that we passed the unanimous consent motion. We know that the number 988 is a number that it has been used in the States and is a number that we can use here. And surely we can come together at this time of crisis, particularly mental health crisis, to address that in an urgent fashion.
Honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating you. I'm very pleased to see you there once again, overseeing our debates. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his 6th election. I believe I heard him say in the introduction to his speech that he is disappointed in the distortion between the number of seats and the number of overall votes received by his party. Would he have liked to see a commitment to electoral reform in the throne speech?
For Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Well, I'm pretty sure that had there been a commitment to electoral reform in the throne speech, it would have been ignored by now anyway, because there was a commitment to electoral reform, as the member knows, back in the 2015 Liberal election campaign. And it was one of those moments where all of the members of the opposition were united in a proposal brought forward. And you might remember that the campaign promised that the 2015 election would be the last election fought under first past the post. But when presented with unified opposition coming together with a solution that would have been, actually was pretty widely regarded, the Liberals shut down that conversation right away because that math didn't work out for them.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt. Yes, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's nice to see you back in the chair, and I hope you get lots of practice trying to say my riding name in this Parliament. I want to congratulate the member on his re-election to this House, and I note his regret that we didn't make it harder for him, and I assure him we'll try to do better in the future. I know that the member, like me, has a lot of constituents who are in receipt of the GIS, who may have accepted the government's advice that they could take the CERB without negative consequences. And I know he has lots of families, as we do in my riding, who collect the Canada Child Benefit and who didn't realize their benefits would be clawed back. So I wonder if the member and his caucus are going to be joining us, I know the Bloc has talked about this, in pressuring the government, not just to say they're working on this, but to get the job done so that seniors and families are protected from these clawbacks because they're the most vulnerable among us.
Member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Well, I thank the honourable member, and we were once seatmates. That seems strange to say, but we were right on the boundaries of our respective parties at one point. Now we're about as far away as we can be in the House, but always enjoyed our conversations. And absolutely, when it comes to the measures that the member's talking about, you'll find a willing ally in our party in pushing the government to account. One thing that I would say, I talked about a fully functioning democracy. One of the things that we've really been hurt by over the past, couple of years, obviously the pandemic, but the fact that our Parliament has not been functioning the way it should be. And right now we've gone months and months and months because of the election. We've gone months without fully functioning committees where these really important measures could be studied. We need to get committees up and running as fast as we can because Canadians are hurt by the fact that we're not studying these important issues.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from London West. When I first entered this House as the representative for Newmarket Aurora, I had no idea how much our day-to-day lives would change, including those here in the House of Commons. And I'm willing to bet that none of us did either. We all had to learn and to act quickly to make sure that Canadians were safe, supported, and brought back home. And while it can be difficult to see what's in front of us as we are dealing with it, the picture becomes clearer the more you learn, the more you experience, and the more you reflect. It's been almost 20 months since we were told to go home, go digital, protect ourselves, our staff, our families, and our communities from an unknown virus at that time. We'd had time to adapt and to pivot. We've now learned that the challenges that we have faced with this pandemic have also highlighted the need and the opportunity to build better, fairer, and a more inclusive Canada for every single Canadian. And as I see it, the speech from the throne we're debating today outlines much of what has been learned and much of what Canadians have asked for. And my duty as the member for Newmarket Aurora is to bring our local perspective on what's being presented to Canadians as the government's priorities in the 44th Parliament. So I am honored to stand in this House and share what my constituents have told me are their priorities, the same priorities that we see in the speech from the throne. In my riding and across Canada, we've made significant progress against COVID-19. And I'm proud to share that in York Region, where my riding is located, 86.5% of eligible residents aged 12 and older are now fully vaccinated. And from the start, our number one priority has been to keep the pandemic under control and to finish the job on the vaccines. We've secured the next generation for COVID-19 vaccines, the boosters and the pediatric doses, and we will continue to encourage everyone who can to get vaccinated as soon as possible. And as we turn the corner on this pandemic, our government will take the lessons learned to build an even better healthcare system. We must improve access to mental health and addictions treatment, clear the backlog on procedures, and strengthen long-term care conditions. This will require us to work together in this House, but also with provincial and territory partners to get the job done. Our recovery from this pandemic provides us with an opportunity to rebuild an economy that is more resilient and works for everyone. And thanks to our government's measures, employment is already back to the pre-pandemic levels, and we have been able to transition to a more targeted support to be provided, help for those who still need it. And now is the time to focus on the work needed to make life more affordable for Canadians. A Canada-wide early learning childcare system is key to lowering costs for families and helping parents return to the workforce. A mother of three in my riding once shared with me that had a national childcare system been in place when she had her children, she would have been able to keep her job, to purchase a home, and most importantly, raise her children together with her husband rather than working opposite schedules. For her and many others with similar stories, I'm hopeful that my home province of Ontario will soon see an agreement on childcare. And for her and many others like her, that our government is going to take action on housing affordability and put home ownership back in reach for Canadians. As we look to rebuild our economy, we must also look to make sure that it is more inclusive and diverse. We're making it easier for women and vulnerable groups to assess training to help them gain strengthened and programmed skilled needs to re-enter the labor market. We must continue to work towards ending systemic racism, sexism, and discrimination in our workplaces, schools, and our communities. True equality makes our communities and our economy stronger and more resilient. No one should miss out on an opportunity to get ahead because of their gender, who they love, where they come from, what language they speak, who they pray to, or the color of their skin. And because every Canadian deserves to feel safe and welcome in their own communities, we are continuing to work with supporting organizations who provide critical services to those who are victims of gender-based violence and discrimination. Madam Speaker, I want the residents of Newmarket Aurora and indeed all Canadians to feel safe in places they have chosen to call home. The safety of Canadians is non-negotiable. And speaking of safety, Madam Speaker, climate change is the biggest threat that we are facing. We know that there may still be some in the House who may still not believe this is true, but you can't argue the facts. From an increase in floods and fires to cold winters and hotter summers, climate change is real and its impacts are already being felt. This isn't news, and in fact, since 2015, our government has invested roughly $60 billion towards fighting climate change by means of investing in clean technologies, public transit, zero-emissions charging stations, and more. We will continue to invest in our oil and gas workers and industry to cut pollution while making a green economy that is more inclusive of them. We have the raw materials and the skilled workforce needed to produce clean products that will make Canada a global leader. But, Mr. Speaker, as we do this, we must also consider the important relationship Indigenous peoples share with the land on which we live. Much can be learned from them, and we have a responsibility to work with our Indigenous partners to learn from, to protect, and to respect traditional knowledge. And it's in that spirit of understanding and partnership with Indigenous peoples that we renew a commitment to advance reconciliation. As a parent and a grandparent, I cannot fathom the atrocity of knowing I might never see my children again because they were taken away from me, from my home, by the government. That anguish, pain, and overwhelming discrimination has faced Indigenous parents and children for decades and unfortunately is still faced today. As a country and a government, we have the responsibility to make sure Indigenous communities have the support they need to keep their families together, to assess timely and culturally appropriate health care services, to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in our penal institutions and welfare systems, and to ensure fair and equitable compensation for those harmed by the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. We have a responsibility to accelerate the work that we've already committed to. There's much work to be done to close the gaps that keep many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis from fairness and equity in this country. Let us move quickly, hand in hand with Indigenous people, to not only close these gaps, but in doing so, realize the immense opportunities that are possible from an equal and renewed understanding and partnership. A few weeks back, I had the honor to welcome the Nouri family in Newmarket, Aurora. They left their home in Afghanistan, believing that the hopes of a brighter future would be found in our community and in Canada, a hope so many around the world share. I've said it before, but I will say it again. We are lucky to call Canada our home. I know how that feels because it was Canada that welcomed my family after World War II. I've seen firsthand the compassion Canadians have for their neighbors and the support that they give to those in need. And when times are tough, Canadians show the courage to brace for what's ahead and the determination to overcome challenges and compassion for their neighbor. In my riding during the most difficult days of the pandemic, I saw community members step up to make sure that no one was left behind. My community inspires me each and every day, and it's thanks to them that I have found the honor to come to this House to work with colleagues from all over the country on advancing their priorities. Together and right now is how we build a better, fairer, and more inclusive Canada for all, the Canada that we all deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for, and I hope I don't get this wrong, Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, of course, I'd like to thank the wonderful people of Saskatoon West for once again putting their trust in me to represent them here in Ottawa. Many of those, by the way, are seniors, and they've spoken to me many times about the difficulties that they're facing. Of course, most seniors live on a fixed income, and this government has made it very difficult for them. Things are going up. Inflation is causing all things to go up in price. Food prices, beef prices are up by 14%, chicken by 9%. And so I guess my question for the member is, how does he explain to his senior constituents in his riding how his government has impacted them, how they're hurting seniors, and what are the answers that he gives to his seniors when he's trying to answer their difficult questions about the difficulties that they're facing in their daily lives?
Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the question from the member opposite. I have frequent conversations with seniors in our area. We have a very active seniors community and a seniors committee, both with the municipality in Newmarket and in Aurora. And those conversations talk about the support that they were provided with the GST rebates. And the challenges that we're feeling now are difficult for everyone, particularly with fixed income, not just with seniors. And the supports that we're providing are supports that have gone a long way to help them and to assist them through this difficult time. What lies ahead and the impact of inflation would be something that will be considered by the government as it goes forward.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my heartfelt congratulations on your appointment. We have this in common with the member in her conversation mentioned that the member's province and riding were important. So we have that in common. The riding and what people ask for is to strengthen our healthcare system. And I'm proud to be a Quebecer because if there's one thing Quebecers are calling for, it's an increase in health transfers to meet the need. In the throne speech, the federal government was completely silent on that topic. The federal government is not meeting the needs of the provinces when it comes to health care. And so we're having to deal with negative growth. There has to be a rebalancing between the needs of the provinces and Quebec and the federal government's ability to transfer funding to the tune of 35% of the cost. Why is there not a single word in the throne speech about these necessary health transfers to the tune of 35%, as Ontario and Quebec have been calling for?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you also for that important question. You know, as a member of the Board of Directors for South Lake Regional Health Centre for 9 years, I understand the challenges in meeting the financial obligations, dealing with inflation, and particularly in increased patient loads as a result of a growing community. So I do understand that there is a critical need to take a look at funding for health care. And I believe the Prime Minister did say that that was going to be reviewed in due time as soon as we deal with what's in front of us right now, and that is deal with the COVID, deal with the vaccines, and make sure that we have a plan that gets the economy back on its feet. And following that, we might be in a better position to review what should be considered going forward.
Comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague, member for Newmarket Aurora, and I know how sincerely he is concerned about the climate crisis, and so but I have to say that when we hear from Liberals that this government understands the science around climate, I'm desperately afraid, genuinely afraid, that the science has been misunderstood. We have a net zero climate act that was passed in the 43rd Parliament. The rhetoric is all around net zero by 2050, yet our commitment in the Paris Agreement is to hold to 1.5 degrees global average temperature increase if possible. And you don't get to 1.5 degrees global average temperature increase if your target is net zero by 2050. It gets to be too late, too fast, and we really have to do more in advance of even next year's climate meeting at COP27. And I asked my honourable colleague if he senses within the ranks of his colleagues an understanding that we are now on track for desperately worse and more dangerous climate conditions and potentially the loss of human civilization.
A very short answer from the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, and I share your concerns, as I believe the entire Parliament shares those concerns, and I think there's a deep and genuine desire to make sure that we do what's right and that we make the investments. And indeed, as I mentioned earlier, we invested in the range of $60 billion already, and we are focused on exceeding those goals.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London West.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to see you sitting there.
I'm mentioning an unfortunate accident that happened last night in London West involving 11 people, 8 of whom were taken to the hospital. And this morning we have learned that a young girl at only 8 years old has lost her life in this tragic accident. My deepest condolences are extended to her family and her friends in our London community. I want to also extend well wishes to the injured and all their families involved, and thank our first responders for being the first people there to support everyone. Madam Speaker, I want to take the time to recognize and appreciate the people of London West who allowed me to take this seat, and I will continue to work hard to serve them. And if I can quickly, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my son Noah, and he will likely be very embarrassed about what I have to say, but he is my motivation and inspiration to do and be the woman that I am today. I became a mom when I was 18 years old, and I have been dragging him along in my fight for equity and justice in London, and unknowingly, he has and continues to be the reason why I wake up every day to do this. Noah has remained my biggest supporter, a key volunteer who constantly kept the morale of the campaign office high. Even though he's a bandwagon Lakers fan, he keeps a smile on my face and has kept a smile on my face throughout the entire campaign. J'aimerais remercier ma mère pour...
I would like to thank my mother for her support while I'm here. Mother, you've always supported me, and if you hadn't decided to come to Canada, leaving Burundi, I don't know where I would be today.
Family and friends, thank you for keeping me sane throughout these past several years of my political life. Your support has been immeasurable. Thank you. To the volunteers who helped me knock on thousands of doors throughout the campaign, thank you so much. I know it was an interesting campaign, full of challenges, but also full of friendships. And to my predecessor, Kate Young, thank you. Thank you so much for your tremendous support. Our weekly calls that we get on have really helped me and supported me navigate the space. Madam Speaker, in London, we have to recognize that this campaign was not perfect. I know that I don't need to remind this House that during his visit to London, the Prime Minister had gravel thrown at him. The fact that a G7 leader had gravel thrown at him is absolutely unacceptable and abhorrent behavior. Behavior that continues to show the cracks in our systems that have been even farther amplified over the last 2 years. London has not had an easy year when it comes to these sorts of displays of hate. When a terrorist attack happened last summer in my riding, we were also shocked and dismayed. The last 2 years have highlighted systemic racism and acts of discriminations and hate that have long faced Canada, and it is one of the many reasons why I first ran for City Council. To remove these barriers, to promote equity and access to services, and to support one another. I continue to stand in solidarity with the Muslim community in London and say to you that you belong here. And I look forward to working with you as we continue to stand against Islamophobia, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-Black and Indigenous racism, and all forms of hate. Madam Speaker, elections are about ensuring that everyone has a say and giving the people a voice. All people. It doesn't matter where they come from or what they look like. All Canadians have the right to vote for the future they want. I felt that personally when the Burundian community in London and across Canada came out in support for my campaign. A community that frankly has been disengaged in politics recently because they felt that their voice was not being heard. So to have my community stand with me meant the world to me, and I want to thank them for that. I cannot wait to continue working hard to represent the people of London West, and thank you again for putting your trust in me. Now on the throne speech that laid out the future that Canadians want our government to work towards, I'll start by saying that we are still in the midst of a pandemic. 10,000 people, Madam Speaker, have died from COVID-19 in Ontario. With a new variant that have been identified across the world and now in Canada, we know that the work remains. Our government is prioritizing above all else the health and safety of Canadians while we work to get COVID-19 pandemic under control while ensuring that we have an inclusive and resilient recovery. That's why we're focusing on vaccination. We have mandated vaccination for federal and federally regulated workers, as well as for everyone traveling within Canada. On top of that, our government is securing more vaccines, boosters, and doses for kids ages 5 to 11, and I know that means a lot to parents. Madam Speaker, we cannot debate science. The only way we'll get through this pandemic is by ensuring that all who can get vaccinated do.
Throughout this pandemic, we've not only been witness to the devastation caused by COVID-19, but also the deadly effects of climate change and the climate crisis that we're currently facing. Last week, the people of British Columbia had to deal with deadly flooding. These floods led to the losses of human lives, displaced families, and interrupted the imports of essential goods. Climate change is real, and it is increasingly present in our society. It's a red alert for humanity. We need to take immediate measures to ensure that future generations, including my son Noah, have a place to live.
Our government is committing to tackling climate crisis with even bolder climate action than we have been taking over the past 6 years. We will move to cap and cut oil and gas sector emissions while working to accelerate our path to a net zero electricity future. We will invest more in greener ways of transportation while increasing the price on pollution and strengthening disaster mitigation. These are much needed steps and investments in cities, investments that will create more jobs, clean jobs, green jobs. As we move towards a greener and cleaner and more inclusive future, we can work to ensure that no more lives are lost over these catastrophic and horrifying effects of climate crisis. As we work to rebuild our economy, we have to focus on a sustainable and inclusive recovery that continues to support everyone who was disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, including women, small businesses, racialized communities, and seniors, just to name a few. Supporting Canadians with important access to accessible and affordable early and child care programs will ensure that women and parents are not left behind in our economic recovery. As a mom, I know firsthand the importance of giving your child the best possible start in life as you possibly can. So prioritizing a Canada-wide early learning and child care system will provide every child with access to affordable early learning and child care. It will help more women get back into the workforce and ease financial burdens that is often placed on families with younger children, especially in the most vulnerable communities. Lastly, I want to highlight an issue I spoke about in the House last Wednesday, housing. Tackling the rising cost of living includes ensuring that every Canadian, regardless of how much money they make, have access to a safe and affordable place to call home. Making sure that Canadians have access to affordable housing is vital as we look towards our economic recovery. Committing to making life more affordable by helping families to buy their first home sooner with the rent-to-own program and improving the first-time home buyers' incentives will be crucial for young Canadians in London West like myself, who dream of owning their first home. Building more housing across the country will increase affordability of housing, and what that means, Madam Speaker, is that we have to work with everyone on all levels of governments, with stakeholders, because to put it in plain language, Madam Speaker, we need more Canadians in homes and end this chronic homelessness, which the National Housing Strategy is set out to do. Madam Speaker, I know that this is only a small section of what our government is committing to do. I wanted to talk about those things because those are the things that I heard on doors in London West. Those are the reasons why many of us are sitting here, have been sent to this House, not to fight, but to fight for a future for Canadians, not to fight amongst ourselves. So let's unite together, Madam Speaker, to serve Canadians, all Canadians, and building a stronger, a greener, and more inclusive Canada. I look forward to expanding on this important work and working across the aisles to make sure that this happens for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech. There's been a lot of discussion about childcare in the throne speech and in the speeches about the throne speech. And certainly it's very important. When I was the chair of Status of Women Committee, we looked at unpaid work, specifically childcare, and we certainly need all variety of options for Canadians. But in 2018, the Liberals had committed to create 40,000 childcare spaces, and to my knowledge, that never happened. So can the member comment on what she thinks is different with this promise this time?
Member for London West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. I just want to emphasize on the fact that we went into an election with a plan to make childcare universally accessible and affordable to every single family across Canada. In Ontario, we're still waiting. We're still waiting. Women are still waiting to receive and to hear from their government on how they're going to be able to get back into work, how they're going to be able to save more money so that they can continue to raise their families. We're talking about what we're doing for Canadians now. We just came out of an election. We are here now to serve Canadians. Let's work together to make sure that childcare is affordable to all families. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Yes, Madam Speaker, congratulations as well to you on your appointment. I would like to have my colleague's opinion on two subjects. First, she talked about the environment and how can she explain the fact that the Liberal government spent more on fossil fuels than the Conservative government, the previous Conservative government did. I don't think there is no clean oil. We have to reduce our dependency on oil. So I would like to have her opinion on that. On the second subject, we have talked a great deal recently about the refusal rate for African Francophone students. I think the refusal rate is 80%, and it seems quite unacceptable. I'd like to have her opinion on that, please. The honourable member for London West. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to thank the honourable member for the question. I'd like to start by saying that climate change is real. We experienced this throughout the campaign when we were campaigning in conditions that were quite difficult. It was very hot. We saw the need that we had to take action right away. Many young Canadians want to have a future. They want to live in this country, on this planet, so we need to do something, and we need to do it today. Our plan with regard to climate change is clear, and that is why we have been re-elected in order to be able to continue to implement the measures that will respond to the climate change crisis in Canada. It's true that there is a lot of work to do, and that is why we are here together to do this. And I hope that my colleague will be able to take part and help us in order to move forward with the work that we need to do for Canadians.
Comments, questions et commentaires. School violence.
With particular joy that I welcome this member from London West to this place. We ran into each other in the corridors earlier and remembered that I'd met her when she was a young climate activist in 2010 at the Cancun Conference of the Parties. And I didn't intend to ask her this question, but I intend to answer the question from the honourable member for Sarnia because I am considerably older than the honourable member for London West. And I remember that a Liberal minister named Ken Dryden had signed signatures with every single province and territory to deliver universal childcare that had already been funded in the 2005 budget when Ralph Goodale was finance minister. I'm afraid I have a terribly good memory. And we lost Kyoto, the Kelowna Accord, and a universal childcare plan when the government, a minority government under Paul Martin, was defeated by the Bloc, the Conservatives, and the New Democrats. I don't blame them for that now. I know the cause of making a decision that was so desperately devastating to Kyoto and to childcare and to Kelowna. And the culprit is our voting system. It's first past the post that creates incentives for good parties to do bad things in order to get the advantage down the road. So I didn't ask my honourable colleague a question, but I'm afraid I stand here as something of a relic that remembers things, and I'm still angry.
Last comment from the honourable member for London West, 5 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for making that comment. I did meet her at COP16 in 2010. I think I was about 10 years younger than I am today. And it was really exciting to see her, that she's still in the House and she's still doing the work and she's still fighting for climate change. And I look forward to working with her and her team and everyone else to make sure that we are delivering on what we promised Canadians that we're going to do. And I want to just make a comment that our children are watching. They're watching from home. They know, and I've spoken to people who are in grade 5, grade 4, grade 3, and the number one conversation they want to have with me is climate change. So we have to do more and we have to work together and not kill each other's plans to serve Canadians, because let's remember that Canadians sent us here to work together to serve them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time today with the member for Edmonton Griesbach. I would first like to take a moment to acknowledge that my riding in Nanaimo Ladysmith is located on the traditional territories of the Snuneymuxw, 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 and the Liaxin First Nations. As my first speech in this chamber, I would like to give a heartfelt thank you to the people of Nanaimo Ladysmith for putting their trust in me. Serving them as their Member of Parliament is a true honor. I want to say a special thank you again to my friends, dedicated campaign team, and volunteers who worked tirelessly to get me here today. They really did. I want to also thank my NDP colleagues for their endless support day after day, and the member for Burnaby South, who I watch inspire new generations to get involved in the political process. I endeavor to do the same. I would also like to thank my predecessor, Paul Manley, who worked hard to represent Nanaimo Ladysmith prior to my being elected. I'm grateful for now MLA and Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, Sheila Malcolmson, and my predecessor, Jean Crowder, who both paved the way for me being here today with you all. Most importantly, I would like to thank my family and especially my two amazing children, Michaela and Wyatt. There's so many more that I would like to thank, but with so little time, I will only say that I'm here today because of the support of so many, and I want to say a big thank you. My riding in Nanaimo Ladysmith is located on, it's a beautiful island riding located on the west coast of British Columbia. And while I'm happy to be here today working on behalf of the people of Nanaimo Ladysmith, the difficulties being faced by my constituents, as for too many Canadians, are immense. There are many critical issues Nanaimo Ladysmith is dealing with. With the time I have, I will focus on just a few of these. But over the coming weeks and months as we're here together, however, I hope to talk about and act on the many important issues impacting the constituents of Nanaimo Ladysmith. People in Nanaimo Ladysmith are struggling to find a place to call home. I'm hearing from young families who have little hope of ever purchasing their first home. Hardworking members of my riding who have lost their homes as a result of job insecurity. And seniors living off low income struggling to pay rent. I see firsthand the impacts of unaffordable and inaccessible housing in my riding. I'm often asked by constituents in my riding, when did we forget that housing is a basic human right, not a financial commodity for investors? I think of a constituent in my riding who talked to me about her recent renoviction from her home. She was left with two options: rent at double the price or become homeless. This constituent's income remained fixed while her rent doubled. And she's not alone. Constituents in my riding are asking when this government will live up to its promises to provide safe and truly affordable housing to Canadians in the communities where they live and work. I hear daily in my riding stories of people unable to make ends meet as a result of the cost of living and housing. Nobody should have to choose between having food in their fridge or a roof over their heads. As the costs of housing continue to increase, so does the number of people in my riding experiencing homelessness. In Nanaimo's 2020 point-in-time count, for example, that was completed prior to the COVID lockdown, homelessness had increased almost 150% in the previous 4 years, and the COVID pandemic has just made the situation worse. Almost 1/3 of the unhoused population counted identified as being First Nations, Métis, or of Indigenous ancestry. Now, more than ever, we need to work alongside Indigenous communities to develop housing for Indigenous people and with Indigenous people. We know the overrepresentation of Indigenous people amongst Nanaimo Ladysmith's unhoused population is the result of over 150 years of systemic racism. The ongoing discovery of unmarked graves of Indigenous children are but one example of the attempted genocide of Indigenous peoples. Unfortunately, acts of racism continue today. Just one example in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith is the continued overrepresentation of Indigenous youth in the foster care system. And children, of course. A history of stripping Indigenous people of their land, culture, language, and community has taken its toll, and such racist acts continue today. Thankfully, there are organizations in my riding doing great work. Tillicum Lalem Friendship Center, for example, in my riding, is one of them. They have been providing essential services to urban Indigenous people for over 50 years, picking up the pieces as a result of federal inaction for too long. The calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission need to be more than just words on paper. Despite the promises made to Indigenous people, this government is still taking Indigenous children to court, failing to ensure Indigenous communities have access to safe drinking water, and has yet to implement the calls to justice of the inquiry of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2SL LGBTQIA+ people. People in Nanaimo Ladysmith are seeing firsthand the impacts of the climate crisis. Through the summer, British Columbians faced some of the worst drought conditions and hottest days ever recorded in the province's history. From one extreme to the next, British Columbia is now experiencing some of the worst flooding ever seen. Of those most impacted by flooding in Nanaimo Ladysmith are the Indigenous nations. The challenges already faced by the First Nations in my riding have only been compounded by the rising waters. Homes that were already insufficient in number and in much need of repair now also have significant flood damages. Inadequate and delayed supports are not what these nations or other British Columbians impacted by the floods need from this government. I'm hearing loud and clear from the constituents of Nanaimo Ladysmith, if we are going to protect the planet, not just for people today, but for the next generation, we must act now. We need to do whatever it takes to limit the impacts of the climate crisis, to build more resilient communities, and to transition to a clean energy future where workers are not left behind. We know the Liberal government spends over $4.8 billion each year on subsidies to fossil fuel companies. We need to end these subsidies now and instead invest these billions in just sustainable, renewable energy sources. We must have the courage to act today to fight the climate crisis. And we need our actions to match the scale and urgency of this crisis. Too many young people, including my own children, tell me that they are fearful for their futures. We need to do better. All our futures depend on it. While constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith feel the impacts of the climate crisis and a housing crisis, my riding is also suffering through an opioid crisis. Too many family members, friends, and neighbors have tragically lost their lives in the opioid crisis. How many more lives need to be lost before we start taking this opioid crisis seriously? Not only was there no mention of the opioid crisis in the throne speech, but ongoing inaction has resulted in over 1,500 deaths in British Columbia and 39 in Nanaimo alone. Constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith want and deserve action on the opioid crisis now. As a coastal member of Parliament and my party's critic for fisheries and oceans, I'm deeply concerned about the wild salmon population and the effect the recent flooding has had on it. The Liberal speech failed to promise the critical investment and awareness that is desperately needed to save this species, which is in critical shape. I will continue to push the government for this help and will work with First Nation communities, provinces, and territories to address this crisis. Again, while these issues are by no means exhaustive, and this list of issues, by no means an exhaustive list, of the issues I've heard on the doorstep in Nanaimo Ladysmith, I'm committed to working as hard as I can for the people in my communities across Nanaimo Ladysmith and all communities across Canada. This Parliament should be larger than the sum of its parts, and I want to see us act like it. We are facing such critical challenges and need to work together to overcome them. Thank you, Madame Speaker. Merci.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellent to see you in the chair again. A question for the honourable member. We've been hearing an awful lot about housing prices and the impacts of various things on housing prices, especially in Vancouver and in Toronto. And I wanted to ask her if she has given any thought to the impact of basically foreign money coming in illegally into the country, perhaps through criminal organizations that are basically distorting the housing market in Metro Vancouver and in other places across Canada.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a great question from the member. We know that we need to be addressing the price of housing. Too many in my riding, I speak to constituents day after day, and they are unable to afford the price of this housing to be able to make ends meet. Not just to purchase a home, but also renting homes. There's few and far between options. There's so many things that we could be doing as far as cooperatives and various styles of housing to make housing available for all. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to move in this direction. We need to have a strong plan in place. For example, one thing missing from the throne speech was a plan for Indigenous people with Indigenous people to develop an Indigenous housing strategy. We're seeing so many Indigenous people who are unable to access the homes that they deserve and need. I thank you for your question, and I hope we get a chance to work together to solve the problem of housing.
And comments. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to your appointment. And it's great to see you in the chair. And congratulations to the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith. Fantastic to hear her comments about working together. And my questions stem back down to housing. And housing is a big problem in Bay of Quinte and, of course, in the whole other side of the country. We see it. It's just a problem in every single one of our municipalities and every single one of our regions. And the question to the member, just on to the topic of working together, would you agree with our plan and working with the Conservatives that it is a message of supply right now, that supply is the biggest problem, and that we can't have more cheap cash, but we need to make sure we're working with our municipalities, our provinces, and across all of our regions to ensure we have more supply built as fast as possible in order to fix this problem once and for all. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for your question. My mind immediately goes to, and what I'm hearing from constituents is that we need to be focusing on the affordability of housing. We need to not just keep building houses for the ultra-rich who can afford them when we don't have housing options for others. There's so many that are being left behind if we continue to supply these houses for only the ultra-rich. We're seeing that those on lower incomes, those looking for cooperative housing options, those looking for rental options are not getting the housing that they need and deserve. So the plan being put forward by the Conservatives unfortunately misses the mark as far as the need for housing. I definitely, if we're going to be fighting for people and to increase housing for all those and all different levels and incomes, we can continue the conversation, but we don't need more houses for the ultra-rich. The ultra-rich are already housed.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my NDP colleague for on her speech. She broke the ice. She did a great job. Now, the throne speech was quite vague about this government's policies on the Indigenous file, despite the minister's remarks. There is going to be very little investment in the matter in Quebec, among other things. Ultimately, I think my colleague will find that the Bloc Québécois actually enjoys collaborating, despite what you might think. We do have solutions to propose, for example, to the housing shortage, especially for First Nations communities. And we also plan to work with contractors in order to ensure that more Indigenous workers are hired in order to create prosperity within communities and also to combat the labor shortage. I'd like to hear from my colleague on this idea from the Bloc Québécois.
Lady Smith in 10 seconds.
Oh, 10 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. I appreciate the acknowledgement of the lack of commitments to follow through with our promises made to Indigenous people, and surely hope that we can work together to develop better solutions for our Indigenous communities. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first want to thank my constituents in Edmonton Griesbach. I'm truly honored and so proud to have the opportunity to serve Edmonton Griesbach in this 44th Canadian Parliament and to represent the many communities that make our district great. I will never take this opportunity for granted. I also want to acknowledge that we're gathered here on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. And I want to especially thank Shannon Chief of the Algonquin Nation, who welcomed me during our swearing-in ceremony. It meant a tremendous amount to me to have that relationship with the Algonquin people. I am honored to be the first openly Two-Spirit Member of Parliament elected to this chamber. As a young Indigenous queer person, I know that representation matters. Since being elected, I have received countless messages from young Indigenous and queer folks in my riding and beyond. Many shared touching stories about their lives and how important seeing my election was for them. To finally see themselves in government, to finally see themselves represented in this body. I'm honored they have shared their stories with me, and I hope to bring their voices and perspectives to this chamber. Because the truth is, someone like myself is not expected to be here. The fact that the residents of Edmonton Griesbach chose a queer brown kid from their street to send me here still surprises me today. The fact that I survived and am here is a surprise in Canada at all. I'm a kid who grew up in the Fishing Lake Métis settlement, and often one of the most forgotten and undeserved communities in our country. I'm here because of the strength of that community and the proud people that make that community great, and proud to be bringing their stories here today. I'm also here in this chamber as an intergenerational survivor of the horrific residential school system and Canada's 60s scoop policy. To my cookum, my uncles, and to all the survivors, and to the many lost children, we remember you. I am here because of my birth mother, Brenda, herself a victim of the 60s scoop, who made the brave decision to call for support, saving me from the child welfare system, allowing me to grow up in my community, with my culture, language, people, but most importantly, my family, something Indigenous people have been deprived of in this country. Not always having much, we always had each other, a gift that so many still today take for granted. Kananaskam Tinawau Pakchuanis. As Indigenous people, we need to expect better from our government and from our leaders. We must ensure change is made. We must ensure we never allow these kinds of injustices to happen again. I hope my presence in this chamber can help bring us closer on our journey towards reconciliation, though I fear this throne speech does little towards that goal. For a government of over 6 years that says good words but doesn't deliver on those words, that doesn't show up when it matters, well, that only breeds cynicism, not reconciliation. This needs to change if we hope to move forward as a country. Nor does this throne speech do much to support those in my home district of Edmonton-Griesbach. It will do little to make lives better on the ground in my communities. And we are just that, a district made up of strong, vibrant communities, a working-class district, a diverse district, one with the largest urban Indigenous populations in Canada and home to some of the largest populations of new Canadians. But also a district with struggles. We've seen some of the highest child poverty rates in the country and home to many of the unhoused in Edmonton, and a number growing steadily. In many ways, we are a district in crisis, a housing crisis, an opioid crisis, a district seeing an alarming increase in hate crime, especially towards hijab-wearing Muslim women, a district still feeling the impacts of the ongoing pandemic. These are some of the concerns I hear on the doorsteps again and again. Yet this throne speech does little to address these issues. Housing. With this government, there has been much talk, but action is needed. Unhoused populations in Edmonton have doubled. Because the fact remains, the number of unhoused residents in my community are struggling just as they were before, and even more now. The throne speech makes no commitment on for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing, something the Liberals have promised for generations now. I was born in the 90s, and this was promised before then. It is not solving the housing crisis we face in Edmonton-Griesbach or across the country. Winter is here. It's cold, and we must do more now. There was no mention of the long-promised pharmacare, nor any mention of dental care. Over and over on the doorsteps, I heard stories of those who couldn't afford their medication or had to choose between food, housing, and other needs just to pay their medical bills. Pharmacare is so desperately needed. It will change lives. It will save lives. We know this. The government knows this. Their own government report shows this. Canadians support pharmacare. They need it, which is why this government has campaigned on the issue time and time again. The fact we see no action in implementing pharmacare and no mention of it in this throne speech is simply unacceptable. It's offensive to my constituents who deserve better. This government must do better. Climate action, good jobs, and a just transition for workers is another critical issue ignored by this throne speech. Many in my district are still struggling to find employment. Those who rely on existing employment insurance are frustrated because this throne speech does nothing to help them. And many are worried about what the future brings as the world continues to transition away from non-renewable resources. They've worked hard. I know that. I myself, a former oil and gas worker. They want to see a future that is possible for them and one that they're included. They want to know that there will be good jobs in Alberta and in Edmonton in the many years ahead. This government campaigned on a just transition for workers. They promised to involve them in creating plans, because there can be no justice without involving those impacted by this transition. And there can be no successful climate action without involving workers. Yet, this throne speech does nothing to ensure good jobs or a just transition for workers in my constituency. Again, nice words are not enough. We need to see action. We need to create good jobs. In addition, this speech does not recognize the long-standing blood donation ban, which has stopped countless queer folks, including myself, from giving blood. This is something Liberals have promised, campaigned on, and have even raised money on, but we continue to wait for action. Overall, this throne speech does little. It says little. A mere 24 pages, one of the shortest in recent history, and no mention of the issues that matter most to the people I represent in Edmonton-Griesbach. After decades of broken promises, including that of affordable child care, I was pleased to finally see this happen within the throne speech. However, much work remains to fully see this realized. It will do little to make life better for those I represent. People in my district feel left behind. It makes one wonder why we had an election at all, if this government was going to come back with so little. But I'm here to do a job, to represent my constituents in Edmonton-Griesbach, to bring their voices to this parliament, and I'm proud to be that voice. And will continue to push this government to keep their promises. And I'll continue to push them to do better. It's what my constituents expect and is what Canadians deserve. Thank you. Merci. Hi, Kinenskam Tinoa.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted just to share with the member, when he talks about issues like pharmacare, I can indicate to him that there are still many believing, including myself, that in order to achieve the type of pharmacare that Canadians want, you have to have our provinces on board with it. And I'm sure the member can appreciate why that is the case, given the jurisdiction and the importance of the issue. In the September of 2021, or 20, I should say, throne speech, there was a commitment by the federal government to work with partner with willing provinces. So the will is there to move forward. We saw the will to move forward with the childcare and the take-up, and as a result, Canadians are benefiting. The national government provides the leadership. Hopefully provinces come on side, recognize that, and work together. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on what he believes. Is it important that we work with provincial jurisdictions to make some of these possibilities turn into realities?
Our member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the honourable member's question, it's possible. We've seen governments work across many jurisdictions, including my jurisdiction of Alberta, to bring in something like childcare. Very opposed ideologically, the parties representing these governments, but we've actually been able to make a deal on this. I'm encouraged by the government's ability to make that happen, but it was long overdue. Many families lost decades worth of funding, preventing their children who are now grown from having that opportunity. And I'm simply wanting to make sure that the government acts quickly so that we don't repeat the same mistakes we made in implementing such a delayed childcare program. We need to act now on pharmacare. It's a matter of life and death for some people. Coming from a place like working with many reserves, for example, we see even the rights to drug coverage for them not going far enough. So we need to see some commitments and tangible commitments and to see action on introducing pharmacare. And I think there's government...
I do have to allow for other questions. The honourable member for questions and comments, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. And as an Indigenous person, I'm interested in his opinion on something. You know, I've been sitting here since 2015 listening to the government talk about the most important relationship is the nation-to-nation relationship and how they were going to get rid of boiled water advisories and, you know, do a murdered missing Aboriginal women thing. But the reality is, you know, now they just want to consult for boiled water advisories. No action on the murdered missing Aboriginal women. The Truth and Reconciliation recommendations, very slow progress. And then the Prime Minister goes off to Tofino on Truth and Reconciliation Day. So, you know, I'm disappointed, and I feel it's hurt our ability to actually work towards reconciliation with First Nations people. And I wondered if the member could comment on behalf of his constituents.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
I want to thank the honourable member for that question. It's a question I believe that's of our time. We as Indigenous people, I believe, have endured a tremendous amount of hardship, and this hardship extends back to the very founding of Canada. And we're only now, in many ways, uncovering these atrocities, and it should change us as people. It should change us as people who love this country. It should change us as people who are committed to making it better. But the actions of this government and the actions of the Prime Minister have largely failed. You know, September 30th was a critically important day for Indigenous people to recognize the thousands of Indigenous children who are now being found. It was atrocious that he wasn't there to be with the Kamloops Indian band while they mourned, as we all mourn. And when we make promises and we break them, it strikes back to a historic broken chord of treaty making that was never, ever finished. So there's a lot more work to do. Thank you for...
On a temps pour une brève réponse.
We have time for a brief answer. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, I'd like to know, well, we know that since the 70s, health transfers have been slashed. Almost 50% of the health care costs used to be covered by the federal government, and now it's down to only 22%. Quebec and the provinces have been calling for increases to health care transfers to the tune of 35%. Respecting provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. A brief answer from the member for Edmonton.
Health transfers have to increase. It's a must as we continue to battle COVID-19 and the many variants that are now propping up all over the world. This pandemic is not over. Our provinces need more funding to support that function, to support Canadians across Canada. Thank you for the question, Honourable Member.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment to the Speaker's chair. Once again, it's an honor to work with you, as well as with all my colleagues here in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I'd like to point out to you that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Steveston, Richmond East in BC. So I will have the privilege of sharing my time with my dear friend, who has become a dear friend in short order since her election in 2021. Before I begin, Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that we are on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, and we're very grateful to be able to be here sharing this land with them. Madam Speaker, this is my first official speech in the House of Commons, and I'm very proud to have the opportunity to represent the constituents of Hull-Aylmer for a third time. Madam Speaker, I am very grateful, and frankly, it is humbling to note the confidence that the people of Hull-Aylmer have put in me for the third time. And I'd like to thank them and assure them that I will work very hard. I will put all my energies into ensuring that Hull-Aylmer, Quebec, and Canada become stronger, more united, and more sustainable. Madam Speaker, I'd also, before I begin my speech on the throne speech, I'd also like to thank the men and women who ran in the 2021 election in 2021, people of all political parties, i.e. the Bloc Québécois, the NDP, and the Conservative Party, as well as the Green Party and others. Those men and women had the courage to participate in that democratic exercise. They discussed their ideas, we had debates, and it was all done with a great deal of respect. And I think that the real winners in this election are the residents of Hull-Aylmer, given the quality of the candidates who ran in the last election campaign. I am a man who loves this place, Madam Speaker. I love Parliament. I love the ideals of our constitutional democracy. I love that we have this opportunity, all 338 of us here in the House of Commons, that we all have the opportunity to debate big ideas and the big issues in our society. And as I said, I'll devote my utmost to this, but I'm an imperfect person. I make mistakes. I've made lots in the past, but I'll do my best to mend my ways and continue to do this work. And the same thing goes for the throne speech. The throne speech, Madam Speaker, is an expression of the will of our government to do our best to provide for a stronger, more sustainable, and better future for all Canadians. And I love the fact that in the throne speech, I admit willingly that it's not perfect. It's not the gospel, but it's a good plan, an excellent plan for Canada and for Canadians. First of all, our top priority is really a current topic, and that is to put an end to this pandemic. As long as we can't all interact freely to go about our lives and do all the things that we'd like to do, when we're constrained by this pandemic, we really have to do everything we can to get over and done with this pandemic so that all Canadians' talents can be put to work. Whether it's creating social harmony or fighting climate change or trying to create a stronger, more sustainable, and more prosperous economy. And, Madam Speaker, a plan is set out in the throne speech, a plan to put an end to the pandemic. You know, to control the pandemic, to finish the job, to get everyone vaccinated, that's our number one goal. That's the most pressing goal. And if we can do that, we can create all kinds of opportunities to unleash all the talents of Canadians. Madam Speaker, I am proud of Canadians. Almost 90%, 88% of Canadians have already gotten vaccinated. That's extraordinary. That's an impressive number, and it bodes well. So many Canadians decided to accept science and all the good work that our scientists and researchers have done, not just in Canada, but around the world, in dealing with this pandemic. It's outstanding. And Canadians climbed on board. They got in line, in long lines at times, to get vaccinated. And it's our civic duty, and I'm very pleased that the vast majority of Canadians stepped up. And as a member from the National Capital Region, I also want to say how proud I am that federal workers have stepped up and done their duty so that we can get our vaccines in order to better protect not only our own health, but also the health of those around us, our colleagues. And I know the member for Ottawa West Nepean, who's here beside me, as a member for the National Capital Region also, she's very proud of this accomplishment, of the dedication of federal public servants, 98% of whom have gotten vaccinated. So I'm a child of immigrants, so I'm always disappointed by the missing 2%. I would like to see us get to 100%. Madam Speaker, let's move on to something else. There are other issues, big challenges that are broached in the throne speech, but one of the things that I care about personally, and it's related to the last comment I made, and that is initiatives around diversity and inclusion. As a member from of a visible minority of Canadians, as a Black Canadian, child of immigrants, my parents had the courage to leave their country of origin and come and settle here in Canada, in Quebec, and they wanted to contribute to Canadian society at the same time. And so I'm deeply touched, deeply moved that the throne speech did mention diversity and inclusion, but it was also mentioned in the 2021 budget and in previous budgets as well. Initiatives for the first time targeting Black Canadians. I'm very proud that that was in the economic statement as well. Specific initiatives. So it was an official statement from the Government of Canada that from now on, we will take advantage of the talents of all Canadians. So I know, Madam Speaker, I don't have a lot of time left, and I have to wrap up my comments, but the initiatives to get over and done with the pandemic, initiatives for inclusion and diversity, and then the existential debate about climate change, that is a throne speech that should be supported by all members in the House of Commons. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for... excuse, c'est-tu l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette, is that right? Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you. That's me. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to, first of all, congratulate you on your appointment as a Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you presiding over the debate here. My question for the member for Hull-Aylmer, who did a good job of expressing his support for diversity and inclusion, I'd like to hear him on another subject, which is African immigration, Francophone African immigration. And currently, over 80% of their applications are being rejected. The government is discriminating against those people. So I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks of that. And what does he think his government should be doing to put an end to that situation? Thank you. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I'll take my mask off first. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Rimouski-Neigette Témiscouata-les-Basques on his re-election. I know he's a person who supports diversity. Look, it's quite simple. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Prime Minister on having had the courage to admit that in all institutions, whether it's government institutions or the private sector or NGOs, there is unconscious discrimination, systemic systemic discrimination in all these organizations. And the way to solve this problem is to have the governments of Quebec and Canada, as they are doing, working hand in hand on immigration issues and on foreign students, international students. And if we can bring in more students from Francophone Africa, perhaps we can make it easier in terms of tuition fees and so on for international students. And we could make it easier also to make sure that those students can transition from studies to citizenship to become outstanding citizens of Quebec and Canada.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And one thing that the throne speech makes note of is the importance of reconciliation, of course, in the Kenora riding across Northern Ontario. That is a very important issue, and a big aspect of that is boil water advisories on reserve. The government, despite some very positive progress, failed to meet the targets, the timeline that they set in the 2015 election. I believe that the Minister of Indigenous Services has now said that they will not set a new target date on when they will end all long-term boil water advisories. I'm just wondering if the member agrees with that approach, not setting a target date when so many communities need this help. They need access to clean drinking water right now, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Hull Aylmer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd also like to thank my colleague from Kenora. I've had the opportunity to visit his riding a number of times, so congratulations on his getting re-elected. Look, I'm particularly proud of our record on the issue the member raised. There were 150 boil water advisories when we were first elected in 2015 on reserves. In 2021, the problem had been solved in over 110 of those communities. But meanwhile, you might ask, how were more of them settled than there were to start with? It's because in the meantime, there were new cases, new boil water advisories that cropped up. So the government is continuing to work hard to fix these problems, to ensure that those Indigenous reserves enjoy safe drinking water, just like all Canadians should be able to do, and all human beings should be able to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For his speech. You know, one of the things that I'm really concerned about that I found oddly lacking in the throne speech is any strong commitment to protecting the oceans that surround this whole country. You know, I think of my riding, and we just had a terrible incident with a lot of sea containers. Over 100 of them actually lost, floating around in the ocean. Some of them have come ashore. It's a terrible situation. When will this government take it serious that we need to protect our oceans? And when these incidents happen, we needed a coordinated approach. They won't commit to that. When will they? Thank you.
A brief response from the member for Hull Aylmer. First of all, Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate the member for North Island Powell River for being re-elected and for her very interesting question on oceans. I'm very proud of the government that has its own strategy to protect the oceans. When we came to government, very few of our oceans around Canada were protected, but we have already succeeded in reaching 20% protection. We have a target for 2025 and for 30%. That's a good objective. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Stevenston, Richmond Hill. Richmond East, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's and congratulations on your appointment to the chair. It's Stevenston, Richmond East. Before I begin, I would like to recognize I come from the unceded traditional territory of the Coast Salish, Musqueam and Tsawwassen First Nation. And my home province of British Columbia, we've all seen, is experiencing yet another atmospheric river rain event. I want to thank all the residents, organizations, and the Gurdwara societies for always stepping up in the time of need. And once again, they've done that. I want to thank our Prime Minister, the Emergency Preparedness Minister, and the Minister of Defense for acting quickly to provide the necessary supports also in our province. This is my first opportunity to speak in this House, and we all know it takes a lot of people to get us here. And I want to congratulate all my colleagues that are here elected and re-elected in this House and on their successful elections. I want to take some time to thank all of the friends and family members responsible for helping me to get here. It's truly an honor to be able to represent the great people of Stevenston, Richmond East, and I'm very grateful to them for putting their trust in me. My wife, I want to thank her, who puts up with everything I do, and being the great mom that she is. My parents, Daljit, and Gunwant Baines for their guidance, support, and teaching me the importance of community and education. My sister Nav, I have the best big sister in the world. She knocked on doors on the rainiest of the wet coast days, and she's always been there for me. My extended family, cousins, nephews, nieces, childhood friends, sign team, all my volunteers. Once again, thank you. My daughter, Hasina, she was recently selected to her high school basketball team. I'm looking forward to seeing her play. And Madam Speaker, this is the first time in 40 years that I'm not either playing or coaching soccer, so I'll be missing coaching my son, Thea, while I'm here and away from the beautiful game. I will, I guess, have to take solace the fact that the field in this Theatre of Dreams is at least green. So finally, before I discuss my topic from the throne speech, I want to recognize, I also want to recognize two childhood friends who passed away during my election campaign. Sanjay Johal and Vernon City Councillor Dalvir Nahal. They are two of my biggest supporters, and I dedicate my maiden speech to them. My topic, or theme from the throne speech today, is on housing. And I know we've all heard a lot about housing in the last few days and weeks in the House here. But it's a topic that I've become extremely passionate about. We witnessed in the city that I grew up in, Richmond, housing's become very unattainable for working professionals and many families. Friends that I grew up with have left the city to chase that home with a backyard in other jurisdictions, and this has been happening for years now in the last little while. So it's one of the main reasons that I did enter public life, and I was always looking for ways to, and solutions to create more affordable housing options. I've tried to work with the municipality on these issues and look at different options that don't exist, missing middle options. I believe every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home, and that's exactly why I'm extremely excited to work with this government's plan. Huge investments have already been made in a national housing strategy, first of its kind, to help ensure Canadians get the housing they need. And more homes ultimately will bring more families, and this will build more healthy communities. These investments have helped over 1 million families get the housing they need, and we're not stopping there. Budget 2021 already invested in construction, repairing thousands of affordable housing units. And Madam Speaker, we are the only party who's taken action to create more affordable housing. $70 billion in the National Housing Strategy includes programs like the Rapid Housing Initiative and the Rental Construction Financing Initiative. We brought in the first-time home buyers incentive and the Canada Housing Benefit. This all will help families, young people, low-income Canadians, people experiencing homelessness, and women and children fleeing violence find a safe and affordable place to call home. This is a long-term plan for a faster-growing Canadian economy, and it must include housing that is affordable for working Canadians, especially young families. Stable housing is critical, like I mentioned before, for communities and for a strong middle class. And the government It's introducing Canada's first national tax on vacant or underused residential property owned by foreign non-residents to come into effect in January next year. Since coming into office, we've helped over 1 million families get the housing they need, but we know there's more work to do. This week's throne speech outlines our government's continued commitment to making housing more affordable, including bringing in a housing accelerator fund, ending chronic homelessness, a more flexible first-time homebuyers incentive, a rent-to-own program to help renters become owners. We know, like I said, there is more progress to be made. These are just some of the measures we will take to ensure every Canadian has a safe and affordable place to call home. And I look forward to working with everyone in this House on these measures. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, just 1 second there, York Simcoe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. You know, clearly, for people in York Simcoe, the throne speech, it just didn't live up to the moment. And when I say that, we were looking for a vision in the speech, especially to our farmers. You know, I've always said you could move a General Motors plant, but you can't move a farm. And to us in York Simcoe, we were looking for some vision for farmers. You know, there was no mention of growth and productivity. There was no mention of small businesses. So I wonder if my colleague could comment on those issues that we saw.
The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Well, I mean, in the throne speech, there are a tremendous number of measures that have been taken to not only help the agricultural sector and small businesses. We can look, if anything, during this time, a very trying time for Canadians throughout the pandemic. This government was the only one that not only allowed for businesses to keep their doors open, but we're making the investments to ensure that there is growth for businesses.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And in turn, I too would like to take the time to congratulate you on your election. As a woman, it's always nice to see women sitting on the throne as a speaker. So as a deputy chair, I would say congratulations to you. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He quickly touched on the issue of violence against women and talking about housing. Yes, we want more housing. It's essential to end the cycle of violence against women. But I'd like to come back to an aspect that he did not deal with. In the throne speech, there is a 10-year plan to study violence against women. Well, Madam Speaker, if the Liberal Party doesn't know what to do with the money in order to help women who are victims of violence, because 10 years is far too long, there already is a national plan. And the Liberals should transfer the money to Quebec. Quebec knows what to do. We have our healthcare network. We have a good expertise. We have cross-party committees to help women and girls break the cycle of domestic violence and violence. And Quebec knows what to do. They don't need more studies, and we don't need to wait another 10 years.
Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
I thank the member for the question, and I welcome the opportunity to continue that work that they're doing in Quebec, and I look forward to working with the member to share ideas and make sure that we can make sure that the violence against women, we can stop that, and we'll work together towards rooting out that any type of violence towards women. And in terms of the length of the program, it has to be an ongoing effort, and we have to ensure that those supports are always there. Thank you.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam. Calgary Skyview, correct. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations on you being in the chair. It's an honor and privilege for me. This is my first time standing in the House, and I want to thank Calgary Skyview residents for supporting me and giving me the opportunity to represent them here. I want to thank my wife Amin and my kids Amita, Noor, and Liv. They've put a tremendous amount of effort and have sacrificed a lot of time and energy to support me in this endeavor. And also everybody who volunteered and worked extremely hard, and all the candidates who put their name forward to run in the last election across Canada. The honourable member from Steveston, Richmond East talked a lot about housing in his speech. And I want to thank him for bringing up housing and the importance of affordable housing to Canadians. I know in my constituency and the work at City Council, affordable housing is really important, and the government supported Skyview residents with seniors housing opportunities through the Rapid Housing Initiative. The Solvera for Seniors project is one prime example. I'm wondering if the member can provide any examples of housing that the government supported in his constituency. And thank you, and congratulations to him as well.
The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, and thank you to the member of Calgary Skyview, and thank you and congratulations on your election as well. It's really an honor to serve with you here. With respect to projects in our riding, I'm happy to say that part of the Canadian National Housing Strategy and the community partners like the Habitat for Humanity have partnered in Richmond, and on Ash Street in my riding of Steveston, Richmond East, they've built purpose-built homes for 8 families. And it's a completed project, and I'm looking forward to doing more similar projects like those. And it's just one simple example of a program that's working. Thank you.
It being 6:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the sub-amendment now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Hanley, seconded by Mrs. Chattel, move that the following address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General, to Her Excellency the Right Honourable Mary May Simon. Shall I dispense? Dispense? Should I dispense both the sub-amendment and the amendment? Yes. Dispense? Yes.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the sub-amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Montarville. Madame la Présidente, we ask for a recorded division.
à l'ordre. As this is the first hybrid vote of the 44th Parliament, I want to briefly outline the steps that will be followed for this type of vote. Before I read the question, I will ask the table to produce the list of members participating virtually and who will later be called to vote at one at a time. I will then proceed in reading the question. Je demanderai d'abord.
I will first ask those physically present in the House who are in favor of the motion to rise. I will then ask those physically present who oppose the motion to do the same. This is the normal procedure well known to all of us. Afterwards, the table officer will call the names of those participating virtually by party and in alphabetical order, starting with the party with the largest number of seats in the House. All the other recognized will then follow, with the independent members being called at the end.
Reminded that it is essential that their camera be turned on for the duration of the vote. This allows authentication of members, which is required by the House motion and is essential to the integrity of the decision-making process. Once your name is called by the table, you must turn on the microphone and indicate how you intend to vote by clearly stating, I vote for the motion or I vote against the motion. En français.
In French, you should clearly say, je vote pour la motion or je vote contre la motion. The chair reminds members to limit themselves to these words only.
Les députés doivent s'en tenir à ces mots seuls.
Members must limit themselves to these words only.
Your microphone in advance. It can result in your image appearing in the place of the member currently voting. Once you have voted, please mute your microphone. Members must remain connected to the sitting until the results of the votes are announced. If your name has not been called by the table officer when the members of your party are being recognized to vote, please wait until all the members have been called. At that point, I will invite any member who was not named but who heard the question to identify themselves. You can do so by using the raised hand function of the video conference application. I will then name each member who raised their hand to allow their vote to be recorded.
If you are experiencing technical difficulties at any time during a vote or when trying to join a sitting virtually, please contact the IT ambassadors at the number indicated in the invitation email. They will provide regular updates to the table. Before proceeding to the vote, in order to facilitate the work of the table clerks, I would ask members to lower to take off their headsets when they stand and to put them back on afterwards.
You said task, not mask.
Je m'excuse.
I'm sorry. I'd like to clarify that. Please lower your mask when you stand to vote, not your headsets, your mask. I'd like to thank members for their attention. We can now proceed with the vote.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for the use by the table. The question is the following one. Mr. Hanley, seconded by Ms. Chattel, moved. May I dispense? Okay, very good. Now we'll go to the amendment. Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved the following amendment. May I dispense? Very good. Sub-amendment. Monsieur Blanchet, appuyé.
Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moved.
Parfait. Good. All those in favor of the sub-amendment and participating in person will please rise.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent au
All those opposed to the sub-amendment and participating in person will please rise.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bittol.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Debruson.
Ms. Debruson.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Miss Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Kuzmerchik.
Mr. Kuzmerchik.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mrs. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds, Canada Carlton.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Rempel Garner.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Duncan Stormanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormanda South Glengarry.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mr. Warkenton.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curek.
Mr. Curek.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you're voting against or the motion, whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone is turned on when you vote.
Les députés. Members of the Liberal Party.
Ms. Anand.
Je vote contre.
Ms. Anand, nay, contre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Je vote contre, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Arsenault, nay, contre.
Mr. Beach.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach, nay, contre.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bibeau, nay, contre.
Madame Brière.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Brière, nay, contre.
Mr. Carr.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Carr, nay, contre.
Mr. Casey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Casey, nay, contre.
Mr. Chen.
I vote against.
Mr. Chen, nay, contre.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, nay, contre.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, nay, contre.
Monsieur Duclos.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Duclos, nay, contre.
Mr. Duguid.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Duguid, nay, contre.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North, nay, contre.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, nay, contre.
Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Mr.
I vote
Gahir.
against the motion.
Ms. Fry, nay, contre.
Mr. Gahir.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Gahir, nay, contre.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Guilbeault, nay, contre.
Ms. Haidu.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Haidu, nay, contre.
Monsieur Iacono. Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Monsieur Iacono, nay, contre.
Ms. Yen.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Yen, nay, contre.
Ms. Jazek.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jazek, nay, contre.
Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Mr. Callaway.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Callaway, nay, contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Lalonde, nay, contre.
Madame Lambropoulos. Madame Lambropoulos. Ms. Latanzio.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Latanzio, nay, contre.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Leblanc, nay, contre.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Monsieur Lightbound, nay, contre.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote against.
Mr. Longfield, nay, contre.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGinty, nay, contre.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Noor Mohammed, nay, contre.
Mr. Rogers.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rogers, nay, contre.
Ms. Sahota.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Sahota, nay, contre.
Monsieur Chifquet.
Je vote contre, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Chifquet, no, nay, contre.
Ms. Groh.
Vote against the motion.
Ms. Groh, nay, contre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, nay, contre.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, nay, contre.
Mr. Spangeman.
Monsieur le Président, je suis contre la motion.
Mr. Spangeman, nay, contre.
Mr. Virani.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Virani, nay, contre.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, nay, contre.
Monsieur Zuberi.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Zuberi, nay, contre.
We didn't.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Zuberi, nay, contre.
Les députés.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Allison.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Allison, nay, contre. Mr. Carey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Carey, nay, contre. Mr. Strahl.
Against.
Mr. Strahl, nay, contre. Mrs. Wagenthal.
Against the motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, nay, contre.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Blanchette. Pour. Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval, yay, pour. Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Normandin, yay, pour.
Les députés du Nouveau.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Ashton.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ashton, nay, contre. Mr. Massey.
I vote no.
Mr. Massey, nay, contre.
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. Ms. Lambropoulos. I believe you're on mute.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Fry.
Just wanted to check, Mr. Speaker, that my vote had been registered.
Yep, it was registered.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Yay, pour, 34, 34, nay, contre, 287, 287.
Je déclare.
I declare the sum amendment defeated.
I don't know if you want to wait maybe a minute while members.
order. We have 2 points of order with 2 hands raised. The honourable member for Yukon is rising on a point of order. Oh, sorry, on Labrador. The honourable member for Labrador? Okay, the hand went.
That's Mr.
We're not getting any sound.
He's on mute.
Oh, sorry about that.
I believe you're on. Is the honourable member on mute?
I'm off mute now.
Okay, now we can hear you.
I didn't get a registration of my vote, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member's vote was not counted. We did not hear from her.
She requires unanimous.
Okay, in order to, and I notice the honourable member for Provencher has his hand up as well. Maybe we'll take a look at both of them at the same time. Mr. Falk, you've got your hand up.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I've been having technical difficulty, and I won't change the end result, but I would have liked my vote recorded as a nay.
Okay. Now we can't have the vote without unanimous consent at this point. Do we have unanimous consent to let the 2 members vote? Do we have unanimous consent? Ms. Jones.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I vote nay.
Okay. Mr. Falk.
Mr. Speaker, I would vote nay.
Thank you.
Yeas pour 34, 34, nays count 289, 289.
I declare the motion defeated. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 30th, 2021, the House shall now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider motion number 2 under government business. La Chambre se formera maintenant à...
The House will now constitute itself into a Committee of the Whole.
Avant d'entamer le débat.
Before we begin this evening's debate, I would like to remind honourable members of how the proceedings will unfold.
10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. The debate will end after 4 hours or when no members rise to speak. Pursuant to the order made Tuesday, November 30th, 2021, members may divide their time with another member, and the chair will receive no quorum call, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent. Nous pouvons maintenant commencer.
We will now begin tonight's Take Note debate. Accordingly,
Mr. Holland moves that this committee take note of the softwood lumber dispute with the United States. Debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with pleasure that I rise to share some thoughts on what is a very important issue. And I think it doesn't matter what side the House one sits on. We all recognize that Canada leads the world on many different industries. And one of those industries is, in fact, our softwood lumber industry. We have, I believe, an incredible history of providing not only the United States but other countries a first-class product, and that is something that is recognized, I believe, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I give a great deal of thought and express appreciation and thanks to those that have been there over the years to protect and foster growth within that industry. It literally employs thousands of people. It contributes billions of dollars to our GDP. It is a major force in our economy. whether it's direct jobs or indirect jobs, it should matter to all of us, Mr. Speaker. We as a government and as the Prime Minister himself has expressed concern, whether it's to the President of the United States or to others. This is an industry that Canada, and in particular our government, will be there to protect. And I thought maybe an appropriate way to start off my comments is actually to read what the Minister, or the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, just stated the other day when it comes to this very important industry. And I quote what the Minister said just the other day. Mr. Speaker, the softwood lumber industry is a source of jobs and pride for Canadians across our country. We are extremely disappointed by the unfair and unwarranted decision of the United States to increase the duties it imposes on softwood lumber. This issue was raised, of course, by the Prime Minister at his meeting with President Biden. I have raised it with the Secretary Yellen, as have all of our colleagues, and we have pointed out that these duties are adding to the inflation tax American consumers are paying. Mr. Speaker, this is not a new issue. You can talk about what I would suggest and what we would argue on this side of the House, the unfair practices that are taking place in the United States at times and is targeted at one of Canada's most valuable industries. And this is not the first time, Mr. Speaker. We have seen it on several occasions in the past. And as a government, it is important that we speak as one voice and that we do not capitulate, that we recognize that it's a stronger voice if we unite and say that what's happening is not right. When you think in terms of free trade and the U.S. and the relationship that Canada has with the U.S., the emphasis that we play on being a good neighbor, the economic ties between provinces and states, and the relationship between Canada and the U.S., one needs to look in terms of even groups like our interparliamentary associations. We understand the dynamic. You have industry leaders within the United States, which is a significant, relatively wealthy group of people that are very effective at lobbying. And because that is the case, once again, we have duties, and the U.S. has taken action which not only hurts us here in Canada, but it also hurts Americans too, Mr. Speaker. The U.S., from what I understand, does not have the ability to be able to meet the demands of their market when it comes to softwood production. And Canada, over the years, over the decades, has supplemented that supply. And as I indicated earlier, that we have first-grade product, a product that's in high demand in the United States. But you get those wealthy American owners of the mills and others, those stakeholders that have been effectively lobbying to get these tariffs put into place, or these penalties put into place, Mr. Speaker. As a government, we have approached the political level from the very top, from the President. We will turn to the free trade agreement, an agreement that we actually were able to re-ratify not that long ago, that incorporated Mexico. We'll take it to the World Trade Organization. As a government, and I know the Minister is on top of this particular file, recognizing the importance of it. We will do whatever we can to protect that industry. An industry that is well represented in a number of regions of our country. I think of British Columbia, that's been hit very hard recently with all these rains. I can think of the province of Laval, Quebec, my home province of Manitoba in a different way, but an important forestry industry that's in my own province, or lumber industry, Mr. Speaker. If you take a look at those jobs, often you'll find that it is Indigenous communities that will take the lead in providing the workforce. In many ways, it is incredible the way in which this industry and its focus is in rural Canada, in the ways in which it supports so many rural communities, Mr. Speaker. I say this because as a government, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, or the Minister responsible, that we are very much aware of the issue, and to individuals that are following the issue, in particular those that are working in the industry, and those that are the owners that are trying to ensure that we can maintain our market share, that the Government of Canada has their back. We will continue to work with the different stakeholders and appeal to members on all sides of this House to add value to the debate that we're having tonight. That it shouldn't necessarily be a finger-pointing exercise. That what it should be is recognizing that this is something that has gone on now for many years. It predates this government, Mr. Speaker. That's why we have trade agreements. That's why we have the World Trade Organization. That's why we build the relationships that we have. There is no doubt in my mind that Canada will ultimately prevail, because we are on the right side of this issue, as we have prevailed in the past, Mr. Speaker. We might not necessarily be able to prevent it from happening, and I sure wish that we could do it, but we can ensure at the end of the day that the industry not only survives, but it thrives into the future. And that we will look at ways, and we have seen growth in export markets, whether it's to China or Europe and others, because it is important. The minister will tell you that we look at ways in which we can expand our export markets. That's why we have an aggressive trade, a progressive, aggressive trade going on with agreements. We have signed more trade agreements than any other government, Mr. Speaker. We have. That is a fact. And Mr. Speaker, it speaks volumes, I believe, in terms of how this government recognizes the value of our exports, because we see that in the actions that we take every day. And in particular for those workers, to rest assured that we will be there to support them in the coming days and weeks, or however long it takes to resolve this, and we will prevail on the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate a lot of the sentiment that the member from Winnipeg North shared. Of course, those in the Kenora riding and across Northern Ontario are looking for more than that. They're looking for results. They're looking for action, Mr. Speaker. And there's a question that has been posed to the minister, I believe, a couple of times in this House, and she hasn't been able to answer. I wonder if the member is able to answer this for us. Does the member know how many negotiations, how many meetings have transpired between this government and the U.S. Trade Representative? Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm unable to give a hard number, but I do believe that these are the type of discussions and the dialogue that occurs on an ongoing basis. Today, there's a larger, I would suggest to you, interest in the subject matter because of actions that have taken place in the U.S. And as a direct result, there's been more engagement. But let's not try to, as I say, to politicize the issue. This is an issue that was there from the past. It's not just one government that has to deal with this. What is important is that whomever is in government at the time take whatever measure is necessary to ensure that we're protecting the industry. And as I say, I truly believe that the Government of Canada will resolve this positively. Unfortunately, it will take time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand that my colleague for Winnipeg North wants to depoliticize the debate because both on the Conservative and Liberal sides, the effect on the forestry industry is lamentable. I've heard colleagues say powerful American lobbyists have managed to get tariffs imposed and that we shouldn't argue between ourselves. Now, the reason that the government says that is that this government and others haven't done anything for the forestry industry. And in fact, the real lobbyists in Canada are oil lobbyists. If there is a natural resources sector that is really underestimated, it is definitely the forestry sector, because there isn't a single federal program that is there to help support and diversify the forestry sector. Our problem is that we depend on the U.S. and we are undermining this sector, despite the fact that it is the economic foundation of many regions in Quebec. That's the real problem.
North. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but that's just not true. This is a government that has not only been there to support the industry at times of needs, but we have been there consistently since 2015. We have seen a growth in exports that have gone beyond the United States. We have seen that over the last 4 or 5 years. We continue to look for other economic opportunities, other export opportunities. That is one of the reasons why we've had a very aggressive approach on getting trade agreements. We're not scared to stand up to the United States. I think what's important here is that there is a process that's in place, and that process will, in fact, as it has in the past, allow for Canada and our industry, as I say, not only to survive, but thrive. It does make it difficult, and that's the reason why the government needs to be there for the industry. And we have been, and we will continue to be.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Timmins, James Bay.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Colleague, we knew that the Biden government was sending really clear messages of protectionism. And we've known that the softwood lumber issue continues to be affected by the American trade lobbyists in Washington. The Prime Minister's team went to Washington on November 17th. This was to be the big rapproche. 7 days later, we got hammered with 18% tariff duty. So my question is, were there discussions in Washington about the softwood issue? What was said? And why was it that within 7 days of meeting the Canadian delegation, they hit us with the hardest penalties they've thrown at us? What went wrong in Washington?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to read too much into the idea of a coincidence. If we take a look at the last time we had this issue before the House, I believe you'll find that it was in the late fall. And there might be a timing issue. I'm not as familiar in depth with the issue in terms of why it has risen over the last few weeks. But what I do know is that this is an issue that periodically surfaces, unfortunately, and the driving force for it to surface isn't necessarily a government. What it is the lobbying that takes place amongst very wealthy lumber owners from the United States. That is my understanding of it. And we have a responsibility to use the tools that we have as a government to protect our industry And that's exactly what we're going to do here in Canada. We will prevail.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend and colleague. As he's pointed out, this isn't the first time we have been challenged in this way, and with determination and perseverance, each and every time we have prevailed. I wonder if he could offer us a few reflections on the CUSMA negotiations, the recent free trade agreement, and just how important it is to speak as one voice as a country, opposition members, government side members, and really all Canadians. We need to stand together. I wonder if he would agree with that and has some reflections.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, and I appreciate the question, Mr. Speaker. You know, Canada is a trading nation. We need to be able to trade with the world. By expanding our export markets, we are better able to increase the lifestyle of all Canadians. It creates jobs for our middle class. It creates and contributes to our GDP. As I say, we're talking about billions of dollars to our GDP every year because of the forest industry alone. So when we can sign off on trade agreements, which enables our producers, our exporters, the opportunity to get more to their markets around the world, the better we are off as a nation. And that's why we made it a priority. Today, our emphasis has got to be using those tools that we have before us to protect an industry that is respected and worth the fight, Mr. Speaker. And this government is prepared to step up to the plate and to ensure that we ultimately prevail and protect this industry.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite for his speech. So let me give some context. In my riding, the Merritt Tolko Mill has closed. And in the Kelowna Lake Country riding, Tolko has closed there. Now, they're not leaving forestry. They're leaving British Columbia, and they're opening up in places like Louisiana. And this government is, the member says that they should be able to open up other places. Well, on May 29th, 2021, a story by Lance Lambert in Fortune magazine, Biden administration could double Canadian lumber tariffs even as wood and construction costs soar. The U.S. Commerce Department has proposed doubling the tariff on Canadian lumber from 9% to 18%, a prospect that dismays home builders. That was May 29th, 2021. This government should have known, and they should have been acting, and they should have been engaging, and this minister can't even tell us how many times she's met with the trade representative, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know what this member has to say about a government that just doesn't seem to care about the merits and about the Kelownas of the world, where those jobs aren't coming back.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North in 60 seconds or less, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, whether it's jobs in the member's constituency, my constituency, depending on the industries that are there, we recognize the jobs of all Canadians in industries that continue to prosper our nation. We continue to support in the very best way that we can. And at times, there's a need for us to be able to come forward in a larger way by looking at what sort of options we can use, as I made reference to trade agreements, to having discussions and more dialogue with local politicians. Remember, this policy that's coming from the States is also hurting American consumers. We know how important this issue is, and we will continue to have the dialogue and push Canada's file. And as I say, at the end of the day, as governments from the past have done, we will prevail. It's just something that has taken place, and it's not just this government. And that's why I say I don't think we do a just cause by trying to say, well, it's all this government's fault, because that's not the case. It's not.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to start off by saying I'm going to be splitting my time with the member for Calgary Nose Hill. Now, I'd like to provide the counterpoint to the one that we've just heard from the Liberal side, because we have to distinguish fiction from fact. because the truth is there is a long history to this dispute going way back to at least 1982. And it was a Liberal government under Paul Martin that finally tried to bring peace to the woods. This was called the War of the Woods because we had ongoing battles between the United States and Canada on the softwood lumber issue. And unfortunately, Paul Martin failed to get a deal done, to get peace in the woods. His trade minister, Jim Peterson, I believe it was at the time, just failed to get an agreement for Canadians. And then we had an election in 2006. Stephen Harper was elected Prime Minister of our country, and he did something remarkable. Colleagues, what he did, he reached across the aisle, and he asked David Emerson to cross the floor and join his cabinet. He had one main task, and that was to resolve the lumber dispute. And you know what? David Emerson had deep roots in the softwood lumber industry. He knew it well. Stephen Harper knew that David Emerson could get the deal done. And guess what? He did it successfully. In fact, he was remarkably successful. He negotiated a 7-year agreement, a softwood lumber agreement, and bought peace for 7 years. And also negotiated a 2-year potential extension. And on top of that, negotiated a $4.5 billion US repayment to Canada that went back to the softwood lumber producers in Canada. It was a big win for Canada. It was a big win for our Conservative government under Stephen Harper because it brought us that peace that we needed in the woods. Now, that agreement needed to be ratified in this House. It was a Ways and Means motion. And guess what? The Liberals, Mr. Speaker, voted against that softwood lumber agreement in 2006. Only one Liberal voted in favor. Joe Camuzzi boldly stood up against the duplicity of the Liberals at the time. And Mr. Speaker, we later on ended up renewing that agreement, so we had a total of 9 years of peace between us and the United States. And you know what? Today we find ourselves in a situation where for the last 6 years, this Liberal government and its finance minister and our Prime Minister have been continually promising to resolve this dispute. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I have here a CBC article going back to March 12th of 2016. And the headline is, Canada's Trade Minister heralds real breakthrough on softwood lumber negotiations. That was 6 years ago. That trade minister was quoted as saying, we've now managed to get the Americans to the table. We've managed to raise attention to this issue at the very highest levels. I don't want to downplay to anyone the complexity, the fiendish complexity of the softwood lumber issue, but this was a real breakthrough. That was 6 years ago, Mr. Speaker. What happened to that breakthrough? Time after time when we've asked questions in this House about how those negotiations are going, we're told, oh yeah, we're getting it, we're going to get a deal. 6 years. That, by any definition, is failure, especially when you compare it to the standard that the previous Harper government set in negotiating 9 years of peace in the woods. And now for 6 years, we've had a war in the woods, and that war continues. In fact, today, we're in a situation where the U.S. has doubled tariffs on softwood lumber exports from Canada. Shame on this government, shame on the Prime Minister, shame on the Finance Minister, who was Trade Minister back when she made these bold statements. Mr. Speaker, I know we can do better, and Canadians deserve better.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I would ultimately make a suggestion that maybe it was Paul Martin and the defeat of the government. Prior to that defeat, that there was a softening within the industry, which ultimately led to Harper getting his first agreement. Now, having said that, let's go back to 2015 when there was an election. Why didn't Stephen Harper, if he was so great, have a new deal in place when it was just about to expire and there was a change in government? I don't quite understand that particular connection, and if he can just kind of expand why it is, how many meetings Stephen Harper had in the months leading up to the 2015 election when the agreement actually expired.
Well, member for Abbotsford.
Well, that's a very easy answer to that, Mr. Speaker. This softwood agreement expired shortly before the election. It was in October 2015 when the agreements expired. And in fact, our Liberal friends across the way were making all kinds of promises how they would extend the agreement, they would renew the agreement. They had a much better relationship with the United States. And today we know that was all bunkum. It was all a fabrication. The Liberals had no relationship with the United States. Today we know our relationship with the United States is a failed relationship under this Liberal government. It is sad to see when you think that under Stephen Harper we had such a strong relationship, and now under 3 successive presidents of the United States that our Prime Minister has had, he's been unable to achieve anything on the bilateral trade front.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it quite surprising that the colleague is congratulating himself on the 2006 agreement, because that agreement was catastrophic for people in my neck of the woods. People in this sector suffered and they had to sell at a loss. They had to accept this agreement to sell at a loss. And in fact, this left out $1 billion that we never got back. Now, this is in fact an example of an agreement that we should not have. We want access to liquidity, and we're asking the government to never negotiate a selling at a loss deal like the 2006 deal. Abbotsford.
I don't know if that member recalls that back when the softwood lumber agreement was negotiated and settled under the previous Conservative government, every softwood lumber province across the country had agreed with the agreement. All of the producers across the country were on side. Industry was on side. Governments were on side. This was a big win for Canada. Can you imagine $4.5 billion US? The equivalent of that today is $6 billion that came back to our producers, and instead of the government keeping that money, which I'm sure the Liberals would have done, we as Conservatives, we said the rightful owners of that refund are the producers themselves. This member should be celebrating that victory rather than scolding us.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West. A question of about 45 seconds, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to further talk about that. There was $1 billion. $500 million went to the lumber producers. $500 million went to the Bush administration. And the BC Business Council described it as a raw deal. So I think that it's erroneous to suggest that that set us up in some type of utopian experience with softwood lumber. In fact, Article 1905 was harshly criticized because it limited our responses after that. So I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, to recognize that that deal left $1 billion of Canadian money at the table. And I don't think that you should paint it as a glorious result that is being seen as this debate suggest.
Nous avons un rappel au règlement.
Point of order. The sound is very poor quality. This should perhaps be addressed so that the interpreter can do a good job. I did not hear the point of order. The interpreter has signaled that the sound is very poor quality. which impacts the quality of her work. Could this be addressed, please? Did the interpreter hear the comments made by the member for Windsor West? Were the member's remarks interpreted? Were the remarks understood? Well, unfortunately, we didn't hear all of the comments because the interpreter briefly signaled that the sound quality was poor, so perhaps this should be addressed so that we could hear the entirety of the message. Right, thank you. I ask the member for Windsor West to please repeat his question from the beginning. Then the member for Abbotsford can reply.
He's got 45 seconds if he can do that over. We had some trouble with interpretation. We want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to hear what is said in the chamber. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be brief. I don't know what happened there, but at any point, I guess the point I was making is that the previous agreement that's as referred left $1 billion of collected duties. $500 million went to the Bush administration itself. Another $500 million went to U.S. producers. And also Article 1905 restricted our ability for future agreements in the years. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I just think that it's erroneous to suggest that that's the utopian position that Canada wants to get at the end of the day. Because it did have so many problems, and even British Columbia businesses described it as a raw deal. So even though provinces accepted it, they accepted the raw deal.
Member for Abbotsford in 45 seconds or less.
Well, I think the member is rewriting history. I was there, as he was, but I was on the government side. I've reviewed that agreement very carefully. I was responsible for actually renegotiating or extending the agreement for 2 years when it expired. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, firstly, the lumber industry across Canada embraced this agreement. They saw it as the best outcome they could hope for, given U.S. intransigence. Secondly, on the $1 billion, again, the member actually doesn't recall this quite correctly because half the money went to the American industry. The other half went into a shared fund that was used jointly by Canada and the United States to promote the lumber industry. So that was a good news item. $500 million for that jointly administered fund, and then another $4.5 billion back to Canadian producers. I see that as a good news story.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Speaker. So we're participating in a Take Note debate tonight, which is designed to allow members to give their opinion on policy development on a matter of urgency. And today, the government has taken a delegation to Washington, D.C. to ostensibly talk about the softwood lumber dispute. I want to briefly, in the time I have, outline what I think the problem is, and then 2 ways to fix it. So I think we have to start by laying out fact. The fact is that the American government has become more protectionist, particularly in its policies with Canada, under the tenure of this government. So we've got, and my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, outlined some of the issues, but I mean, everything from some of the policies around dairy, the EV tax credits that my colleague from Thornhill raised in the House during question period today, the failure of the Americans to really respond to pleas on the Line 5 issue. I know that this government was silent on KXL, but certainly provincial governments were active on that. I could name many other issues, but the doubling of the softwood tariffs suggests something is very wrong with our relationship, with Canada's relationship with the United States. So the question is why? I think that's a question everybody in this place should ask in a very sober tone. The world has changed, and it benefits all of us to have a strong relationship with the Americans and some continental economic unity and some continental integrated defense, immigration policies. It makes sense because the world has changed. When you look at supply chains, when you look at trade, We need to be working with partners that are like-minded, okay? So the question is why? Why has this relationship deteriorated? I think it's Occam's razor in this situation, Mr. Speaker. I actually think that the relationship has just left fallow and the Americans don't care. I mean, I'm sure they do care. I know there's one American who certainly cares about me, but I think he might even be watching right now, and my condolences to him. But I will say this, I think that the American trade balance with Canada, it's such a small portion, I think it's about 2% of their export value compared to ours, that without the relationships that had existed in the past that don't exist right now, I just don't think they're listening. So it's been very disappointing to watch the government allow infrastructure that was set up around the negotiation of CUSMA, like city-to-city relationships, the first ministers to state-level meetings, the business leader relationships, all that infrastructure that was developed, it kind of just was dismantled by this government. And I don't know if that was through malfeasance or just atrophy, but without those relationships, the government is not going to care. You need to be able to pick up your phone. The first rule of foreign policy is you need to be able to pick up the phone to somebody that you've broken bread with and say, I understand where there's commonalities and differences. Let's work together on this. And I just really don't think that that's happened. Like, again, we're a rounding error to them in a lot of ways, so we have to make them care. So that would be my suggestion to the government, humbly, is rebuild those relationships. The last thing I'll say, Speaker, in the time that I said is if, again, knowing one American fairly well, I know that if he doesn't care about something, I can either build a relationship with him or I can make him pay attention, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes you have to make a trading partner pay attention, and that unfortunately does come through retaliatory measures. We do have measures to litigate under CUSMA that we've raised in the House this week. The government should be expressing plans to that to Canadian industry and should be putting their American partners on notice. But I would like to think that we can actually build that relationship again. There's been a lot of atrophy, but the government can't say Donald Trump's in office anymore, right? They can't say that. So there has to be a purposeful build up a relationship under global affairs, which has seen several ministers in a very short period of time. There needs to be political leadership and a clear direction and an imperative from the government to make that relationship work at every level, not just at the ministerial level, but state to province, municipality to municipality, and industry leader to industry leader. If we're not talking to each other, really it's other actors around the world that benefit from the fact that we haven't integrated our supply chains, that we aren't working together, and that we're fighting these silly trade wars with each other instead of uniting as a continent on certain values while retaining our sovereignty and our sovereign right to our own economies. So, Speaker, that's what I humbly submit out of respect in this Take Note debate tonight. Build the relationship and make them pay attention.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be interested in the member's thoughts in regards to American consumers. I've heard the Canadian supply of softwood lumber in terms of the American market could be as high as 30%. Now, please don't quote me on that. I believe it's somewhere around that. And that's a lot of softwood lumber. And American consumers will have to pay more for their lumber. And would she not agree that that is something that would garner a great deal of attention through public awareness? That's an important point that does need to be emphasized, that Americans also are disadvantaged by the recent actions of this trade bureau.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Exactly. The point I'm trying to make in my intervention tonight, Speaker, is that it benefits both Canadians and Americans for us to have strong relationships so that we're not going through escalating trade wars. But that is the job of this government. We've had 5 foreign ministers in 6 years, I think, and 4 international trade ministers. How can you have continuity of relationship even at the department level, if department officials aren't getting political will or mandate that this is a priority, right? And again, a lot of the infrastructure for those relationships to happen was dismantled after CUSMA. So yes, of course, we benefit, both countries benefit from having strong trade that happens under respectful rule of law. That's not happening right now, and it's the onus of the government to fix it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We will be at the National Resources Committee together. She insisted on the relation with the United States, which is essential for us. But we shouldn't ignore one of the major problems we have with the forestry sector. There is no support for processing and secondary and tertiary processing. Forestry is amazing to fight climate change, and the federal government's programs are simply insufficient. $20 million from Quebec, and this hardly comes through federal help, 0.2%. Out of the 0.2% of federal help, 75% of that amount is a simple loan. When I say it's insufficient, it's very insufficient. Does my colleague agree that there is a severe lack from the federal government when it comes to support to the forestry sector? Thank you.
For Calgary Nose Hill.
I thank my colleague for his question. I very much look forward to working with him on natural resources because I understand how important that sector is to his riding, and I think we actually have a lot of commonality on what we can work together. I very much agree with him that the federal government should be doing more to support value-added processing of forestry products. At the same time, they have to make sure that our relationships with major export markets are secure. So they should be able to do both. And what we've seen through this government is an atrophy on both fronts. And I certainly hope that we can work together on Natural Resources Committee to hold the government to account in the best interests of all Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, one thing we know about the Americans is they fight for their workers. Joe Biden went to COP26. He talked about $1 trillion investment in a clean energy economy that was going to be tied to good union jobs. I've never heard our Prime Minister say that. Our Prime Minister went to COP26 and he announced an emissions cap. Now, the people I know in the sector understand an emissions cap is coming. The world is expecting it. But we got no details, no plan, no talk about a financial investment for the 140,000 energy workers who are getting ready for a transformation that's coming. Why is it that we've never heard our Prime Minister stand up and say the plan for creating a clean energy economy will be tied to major investments, major opportunities, and the good union jobs that Joe Biden's promising?
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill in 40 seconds or less, please.
Seems like unanimity is breaking out in the opposition ranks. I also look forward to working with my colleague from Timmins James Bay on this matter because he's right. We should be ensuring that we're not offshoring jobs and natural resources and we're not being priced out of competitiveness because of our failed relationship with the Americans that has happened under this government. This is exactly what the Liberals need to be held to account on. It's exactly why the Natural Resources Committee needs to be reconvened immediately. I look forward to working with him and my colleague from Le Bloc Québécois as well on the fact that we have lost jobs, we've lost opportunity, and we've lost that ability to transition to a clean energy economy. Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to wish a very happy birthday to the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen.
Happy birthday. Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Having just returned yesterday from an observation mission in Colombia, this is my first speech in this House since the last election. If we don't exclude the slight point of order from earlier, I would like to, of course, warmly thank the voters of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for their renewed confidence in me. Let it be known that I will do everything in my power to live up to this second mandate that they have done me the honour of entrusting to me. So, allow me first of all to say that I will try to have a new debate, which is not just a bunch of finger-pointing between the Liberals and the Conservatives. I think that the fault is with both of them. So let's talk about the debate in general. First of all, the facts. The US administration announced last week that as of 2022, countervailing duties on softwood lumber exported from Canada would double from an average of 9 to 18%. The main victim, when you look at the ensemble of affected companies, it's Quebec's Résolu Forest Products, which is facing a combined tax of 22.66%. That is why the Bloc Québécois wanted this emergency debate this evening, or this Take Note debate this evening, in which I'm speaking as my party's international trade critic. The trade war over softwood lumber, and we've already said it, is an old issue that never ends. Let's mention that there have been countless missed opportunities to put an end to this issue. The forestry industry represents 11% of Quebec's exports. Our forests are a source of economic development, jobs, and public revenue in taxes, as well as having a great ecological value. Let it be clear, the forest sector has a great capacity for carbon sequestration and storage, and also inspires many innovative SMEs from Quebec in the production of bioenergy and bioproducts. Some issues require global collaboration. Climate change and fighting climate change and supporting green trade are amongst them. And, of course, in all these issues, our wood can play a key role. The new tariff war will hurt almost everyone, or nearly everyone. For us, of course, as it could cause a significant increase in the price of wood, with serious consequences for our companies and for the 25,000 direct Canadian jobs linked to the sale of lumber in the United States. In the United States, it won't be much better. It's not just us. For them, housing prices will rise. Houses will be more expensive, will deprive a greater number of Americans of access to home ownership, even though the Biden administration claims that access to housing is one of its priorities. So who wins in the end? Of course, the American timber lobby and some politicians who see the midterm elections coming up very rapidly. Let us recall the background of the case. The United States, year in and year out, accuses the Canadian forestry industry of benefiting from public subsidies, thus harming the American sector. The U.S. decision is part of what can be called a structural dynamic, because it often comes up. This is not the first timber crisis. There have been 4 rounds of trade conflict. 1982, 1983, 1986, 1991 to 1996, and 91 to 96, and 2001 to 2006, and we are on the verge of a 5th such conflict. Canada has repeatedly, because of course, when Canada sees this is completely ridiculous. So, Canada has repeatedly filed complaints before the World Trade Organization, or WTO, and North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, tribunals. Canada has always won its cases. The WTO ruled in May 2020 that Washington had not acted objectively or fairly, and that its tariffs were illegitimate. Free trade agreements generally provide for a time limit on disputes in order to avoid them lasting too long. However, knowing that they will lose their case, the Americans always do the same thing. They are pulling all the stops to delay the work of the arbitration tribunals, with a bit of a shell game, including filing motions to waste their time, or being very slow, excruciatingly slow in appointing arbitrators. While time is running out, the situation of our forest industry is deteriorating. The American calculation is therefore clear. Set tariffs that they know will be found to be eventually incorrect, but use the years that they are in place in order to bankrupt the Canadian industry, or at least harm it, and in the meantime, move theirs forward, allow it to modernize and improve its competitiveness in order to get ahead of the game. That is what is behind the talk of a trade war. Isn't this what we would call unfair competition? I think that is the case. There were many missed opportunities in this regard. The Canada-US-Mexico Agreement, CUSMA, which was voted on in this House in March 2020, represents a major missed opportunity in this regard. CUSMA must be amended. The government could have taken the opportunity to close these loopholes in the North American free trade negotiations over the past few years so that the litigation process would be better managed in order to avoid long delays when time is on our side. We also need to amend CUSMA to create a permanent softwood lumber advisory council. I did attempt to table such an amendment in this House in March 2020, but unfortunately it was rejected by the chair. This brings me to another urgent matter, Mr. Speaker, that of having the Quebec system recognized. Since 2013, the Quebec system has been fully compliant with the free trade framework and free trade requirements, which should save it from this kind of turmoil we are experiencing. 25% of wood, it's simple to explain the system, 25% of wood from the public forest is sold at an auction where anyone can bid. So the price is then applied to all wood from the public forest. This system is fully comparable to one in the United States of America. So, the price of wood is set by the market, not by the government. It is not subsidized, which passes the free trade test 100%. It was even designed specifically for that. Of course, it is not the same. In contrast, the BC stumpage fee is set by the government. To recognize the uniqueness of the Quebec system, or recognizing the uniqueness of the Quebec system would save us many problems. A slight tangent, that's why I'm here in politics. When people ask me why I'm pro-independence, I say that the power to sign your own agreements and treaties always sounds very abstract, but here we have an imminently concrete example. Negotiating on your own behalf for your own interests rather than letting a federal state that does not make it a priority, I think that's very clear. It's a very clear argument. In the short term, of course, the government must urgently offer support to the industry through a program of loans and loan guarantees, equivalent to the sums withheld by Washington. This is the only way to get through this crisis. Ottawa can also argue for an exemption for wood from private forests. Although the vast majority of wood cut in Quebec, about 90%, comes from public forests, some private forests, nevertheless, have real weight in some regions. So we should study the matter. The argument is very simple. If the United States is pointing their finger at public forests, why is wood from private forests, which is not subject to the Quebec system, also subject to the new tariffs? Why are they subject to these new tariffs? This should be a very simple argument for our friends in the government. It shouldn't be too difficult to figure that out and argue that. Well, finally, since the new duties do not affect processed products, this is a great opportunity, like my colleague Jonquière mentioned earlier, to develop a value chain to promote the processing of forestry products. Secondary and tertiary processing. This would be a golden opportunity for us, in my opinion. Now, what's the government doing? The government tells us that it's working very hard for all Canadians, that softwood lumber is a priority and that it's defending it, and I quote, vigorously. Well, the Prime Minister participated 2 weeks ago in the first trilateral summit of the so-called Three Amigos in many, many years. This was 2 weeks ago. The result was the announcement of new softwood lumber tariffs just 1 week later. So there's a problem. Tomorrow, the Minister for International Trade will be in Washington. Let's hope for better results. Will the government take a tougher line? Will it retaliate with measures on American products? Well, we are still waiting for tangible answers. Empty keywords, priority and vigor, they've had their day. Come on. An important industry. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend the Honourable MP for his presentation. When the Liberal government was elected in 2015, there were many issues with the public mandate granted by the government.
I remember asking this government to prioritize softwood lumber in the mandate letters in 2015. It's the first thing I said when this chamber came back after the election. Would this member agree that this government needs to prioritize this issue at a much higher level so that his workers know that their government is actively working on this? As I've said earlier, Mr. Speaker, this government continually only talks about softwood lumber when we talk about it in an emergency.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, priority, vigour, empty words, whilst workers and industries are hurting. Let's stop with empty words. It's like key words. We always have to adjust them to say how important things are for us, but it's no longer the time for that. People are waiting. It should be at the heart of our priorities, but I'm still curious. Why should allow President Biden to organize the first Three Amigos meeting, and then 1 week later there are new tariffs? 1 week after. Now, if that's not a diplomatic, resounding success, I don't know what is.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Winnipeg North.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm interested in my colleagues' thoughts in regards to expanding export markets so that they go beyond the United States. We can talk about the diversification of the industry into secondary markets through, furniture, whatever else might be able to be used as a wood product. But I would ultimately argue that one of the biggest things government can do is look at ways in which industry can actually increase the number of markets for the products that we have, whether it's in Quebec, BC, or my home province of Manitoba. And if he could provide his thoughts in regards to, are there countries that the Bloc believe that we should be pursuing more so to expand those markets, just to hear what he would have to say on that particular issue.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that I would like to know what to think about it, but I've heard I've heard intentions, but I haven't seen any concrete facts, any concrete ideas. I'd like to be the first one to let the honourable member know what the policy is, what should be improved, or what isn't good. But at the moment, it's pure vacuity. There's nothing. Empty words. If I'm for processing, if I'm for diversifying markets, I've talked about it. But now, when will actions meet words? It's up to the government to act and to answer to that very question.
Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This softwood lumber issue has very severe repercussions for Northern Ontario. It also forced transformation in the industry, especially when it comes to the efficiency and effectiveness and the processing of natural resources in the north. So my question is as follows. Where is the federal government's plan to work with the forestry sector, with the regions in our north, in order to develop an alternative, new markets, in order to use processing and opportunity for industry here in Canada? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, my answer is very simple, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer. If he asked me where the plan is, well, if I'd seen a plan, I would be able to have an answer. Unfortunately, with a heavy heart, I have to say this plan simply does not exist. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and my brilliant colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for his presentation. The forestry industry is huge in my region. Close to 20% of our industry is represented by the forestry industry. Nearly 40% of jobs linked to manufacturing comes from the forestry sector in the Lower St. Lawrence. My colleague very well said that the scenario has already been played out in the past. In 2006, industry had to abandon close to $1 billion out of the $5 billion that were imposed in countervailing duties. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague, what is the solution so that Quebec stops being subject to countervailing duties and tariffs from Americans? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his question, and I I'm in solidarity with the workers of his region that were affected by these travails, which will continue in 2022. He talked about the 2006 agreement. When it expired in 2015, there were many empty words, but there were no consequential announcements or agreements or anything. So to his question, Ottawa has to recognize that the Quebec system is authentic. Let's not forget the real solution. Quebec should directly negotiate its own agreements as a free and independent republic, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his intervention. We sat on the Trade Committee earlier this year, and my question to him is: we had the minister attend the Trade Committee back in June, and we were questioning on the notification of these duties that were coming, and I wanted to ask the member what his thoughts were on that meeting and if she was reassuring in the comments that she made during that committee meeting.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Yes, I say hello to my colleague. We both sat on the International Trade Committee and we really enjoyed working together. We had a great relationship. Now, regarding the usual visit by the Trade Minister, unfortunately, it can be summarized by an exercise in wasting time. We would ask concrete questions, and they deserved short, brief, concise answers, and we got elaborate, flowery answers in return. Thank you for being here, all sorts of polite salutations. Oh, thank you for being here, thank you for your patience, followed by we're working hard for Canadians, it's a priority for us. But we never, ever get an answer from the minister or from very many ministers from this government. So no, we were not reassured. And even if I was reassured, I would have been naive because we've had the answer for a week. We still have a few moments left for questions and comments.
For Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate in the member's speech, he mentioned the environmental benefits of forestry, especially Canadian forestry. We have some of the greenest, most environmentally friendly industry in the world, and I'm just wondering if he wants to comment further to the benefit of supporting Canadian forestry from the perspective of fighting climate change.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Certainly. I thank my colleague for his question, which allows me to get into a bit more detail. I would say there are advantages with the forestry industry. Often we've met with many innovative companies. They come up with biofuels instead of having to depend on traditional fuels. And we see the future of the industry. We are a nationalist party. We're not against economic nationalism. But there are certain issues, including the environment, that need global cooperation to resolve. It's almost a miracle to think about all of these studies on trees, how advantageous they are when it comes to oxygen, even just benefits for well-being. There's nothing but advantages when it comes to trees, and we also get extremely high-quality wood. There was a film in Quebec, and it was L'Aurore Boréale. It was a great documentary in Quebec, and everyone among my colleagues would love that film. And it was a sign that social movement needs to progress. The reality has changed. Today we have a great industry, a strong sector. Social support needs to be there. Debate. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment. And I've heard great things about your wisdom, and I look forward to working with you. And I will be sharing my time with Windsor West member. This is my first speech since being re-elected. I want to thank the people of Timmins, James Bay. And it's highly, to me, moving that I'm speaking about an issue on the first speech that I give on something that is impacting our communities. I'm thinking of the incredible community of Elk Lake, the mill workers there, the Ecom mill in Timmins. Ecom has been taken over by Interfor. People who've had an open door policy welcome me to the mill. I've visited with the workers. I've seen the production lines. One of the things we learned from the long crisis with the softwood lumber is that we lost so many mills in the north. And of course, the collapse of the paper industry, the loss in Smooth Rock Falls, the loss in Kirkland Lake, the huge loss of the Abitibi mill. But the mills that survived became very efficient. And just this spring, I was talking to representatives from Ecom, and they were saying, finally, we have a good year. Finally, we're starting to reinvest. And then we get hit with this. This is an issue that we have to address. I'd like to say at the beginning, I'm just going to, not attack my good friends over on the Conservative side, but their sense of history is, I find, a little strange. Because, yeah, Stephen Harper signed a softwood lumber agreement. He came in and threw out every WTO win that we had. We had won at the WTO time and time and time again. And then the agreement was we would take $1 billion of the subsidies that we had to pay, that our industry had to pay, that should have come back. And we gave $500 million to competitive mills in the United States. You don't think they thought that was a great idea? You don't think as soon as the softwood lumber agreement ended, they thought, hey, let's hit up Canadian companies for more money? The fact that our industries had to subsidize American competition shows how wrong this is. So that is the history of this. But in the 6 years under this government, they have not negotiated the softwood agreement. And it has an effect. It has been a ticking time bomb. And when the Biden administration came in, we knew that they were going to be very hard line about jobs protections. And I don't hold that against them. I don't hold it against Joe Biden standing up and saying, I'm going to fight for good union jobs. I've never heard our Prime Minister say that. I wish he would. What worries me about our Prime Minister is he's like the last of the Davos free traders. He believes that him and the Deputy Prime Minister can go to Davos and talk about this great international order where all the trading partners all make agreements, but that's not what's happening. Around the world, countries are defending their own financial interests, and we've been left out in the cold. We saw it with the inability of our country to make PPE when we were hit with a pandemic. Our inability to make sure people were safe with no investments in vaccines. Well, Brian Mulroney sold off our vaccine capacity, but the Prime Minister was going to trust in the international market. The Americans were investing in massive amounts of research in medical during the pandemic so that they would never be in that situation again. We are hoping for the best, and that's what we've been hoping for with softwood. We were hoping for the best. Everything would work out. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Trade went down on November 17th to Washington. This was going to be the big hug. The Prime Minister was going to do the schmooze charm. 7 days later, they hammered us. I mean, what did he say that pissed them off so badly that within 7 days they doubled the tariffs on us? I'm not sure that our trade minister had even mentioned softwood. We never heard any talk about it. But within 7 days of them being down there, we got hammered. So my question is, we know how the Americans are going to operate. We know how they stand. We know how they will bend to their lobbyists and their vested interests in Washington. That's no news to us. The question is what are we going to do to stand up for our industry, for our workers, for the union jobs that we need to defend in forestry, in the auto sector, in the transformation that we need to make, the massive transformation in the energy markets. We haven't heard that from this Prime Minister. So now they're telling us, oh, it's complex, but don't trust us, trust us. Well, the workers in Elk Lake, the workers in Timmins, the workers in Cochrane, the workers in Kapuskasing in my region, they're not going to trust. They want to see action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable
For Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to stand this evening and talk about timber, to talk about softwood lumber and the impact it's having across rural Canada. I appreciate the member from Timmins Bay, James Bay, raising the plight of workers. In my riding, workers have lost their jobs. They've lost their livelihoods and the ability to provide for their families because of the government policy and because of government inaction not to reach a softwood lumber agreement. So could the member explain what benefits we could see from the forestry industry if the government actually took it seriously and followed through on their commitment in 2016 when they said they had almost reached a deal, yet close to 6 years later we're still waiting for that to come to fruition? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. We have to stand up and not be afraid to say that our industry that took it on the chin year after year after year is extremely efficient, that our workers do the best job possible, that the American consumers are looking for Canadian wood products because they know they are top-notch products. And yet with all that on our side, we can't get down to Washington and make that case. There is something wrong there. And the impact is in our communities. People who go to work, who feed their families by the work of their hands, whether they're in the mines, whether in forestry and agriculture, they need to know that their lives matter here where the lobbyists and the insiders and the rich folk hang out. Their voices are rarely heard in this House, and we have to be their voice because it is a shame on us that we would allow these jobs to disappear because we don't have a Prime Minister who will stand up for the working class in this country. We have to do better, and we have to fight for these jobs, and that will mean trade retaliation. It has to happen. We have to say, line in the stand, we will fight.
Joy, come on. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you. I thank my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, for his speech. And we will be working together on the National Resources Committee. He finished his speech with a question asking what can be done for the people of the industry. And I would like to tell him what we can do is, above all, focusing on the second and third processing and to develop the supply chain. And I would like to also tell him one possible solution. If there's no structural program, might it not be because the government has put all of its eggs in one basket, in the oil and gas basket? It is no longer time to invest in outdated energy sectors. We should be investing in the forestry industry. Thank you.
For Timmins James Bay.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je invite ma collègue.
Thank you. I thank my colleague, and I would invite him to participate on the Natural Resources Committee. It's extremely important to take every opportunity to suggest concrete alternatives for the government and to show the government how important it is to help those in the natural resources sector and also to develop Canada's regional economy. So on his question regarding the forestry industry, there is so much potential. It is potential that has evolved thanks to the effectiveness of the industry and also that of workers across our country. It is necessary for the Government of Canada to set up a plan to kick off investments to help that part of our economy. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech, and you know, I quickly want to give a shout out to the hardworking men and women of the Steelworkers Union in my riding, who work very hard in the mills in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford to provide for their families. You know, in British Columbia, we are developing designs for a lot of mass timber structures, which of course have a much lower carbon footprint than buildings made out of steel and cement. And I'm just wondering if my colleague can talk about these emerging technologies and how we do need to stand up for Canadian workers, but make a concerted push to U.S. industries, because of course when they are going to suffer from the tariffs on these, U.S. home builders, they are the ones who are going to suffer, but there are some amazing technologies coming, and we really need to see the Canadian government stand up for that abroad. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay with a very short answer.
Thank you. I thank my colleague for that. We have to be looking at all our sectors at the federal level in terms of the climate change crisis and the climate change opportunity. And certainly the issues of cement, it's huge. The ability to use forest products to transform and lower the carbon impacts, Canada can be a leader. But we can't be a leader if we don't have a government that's willing to come to the table. So industry's talking about it, workers are talking about it, people have a vision. What we don't have is a government that's willing to stand up and work with us to make these transformations that will save the planet.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as this is the first time I've been able to rise for a speech, I do want to thank the residents of Windsor West, and I couldn't think of a more appropriate way to start this engagement. My riding represents 40% of the daily trade that goes to the United States, between 30,000 vehicles, 10,000 trucks pre-COVID. It's returning to that level. But as well, Mr. Speaker, we date back to the Underground Railroad, where slaves escaped to our community of Windsor across from Detroit. We were there for the War of 1812. We were there for times when Detroit came over to actually fight fires in Windsor. And in 9/11, we sent our firefighters to there. And so we are very much ingrained with U.S. culture and the U.S. economy. In fact, around 2,000 healthcare professionals during COVID-19 have gone over daily as essential workers to the United States to serve in their hospitals as doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we have a broken relationship with the United States. This is a part of the problems that we're facing with softwood right now. Ironically, this June will be 20 years ago when I first attended my original lobby as an MP with Pierre Pettigrew, the then Minister of International Trade, down at the Canadian Embassy to lobby against softwood lumber tariffs for this country and this nation. And many times I've been down there as part of the Canada-U.S. Parliamentary Association in a nonpartisan fashion to continue to push the issue. But the reality is what we've seen over the last several years is a breaking down of that relationship. And it really is at the feet of this government right now. And it's going to take a conscious effort to actually reverse that course. You look at the situation with, you can call it the USMC, CUMSA, the new NAFTA, whatever you want it to be. The fact of the matter is that Canada was even out-negotiated and outmaneuvered by Mexico by signing that agreement. And when you look at the progressive forces, senators and Congress people who I'm very familiar with the United States, they took note that Canada originally wanted an agreement that did not include the environment, that did not include labor. It was Mexico and the United States that added that component, and later on, Canada had to come back to the table to ratify that change. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you there's a two-way breakdown here that's taking very succinctly. A good example, it might seem like a small one, but Canada is negligent on our Fisheries Commission contribution, which is around $7 to $9 million to fight lampreys in the Great Lakes, and we refuse to pay the bill. We have ourselves wanting to build a nuclear waste facility off the Great Lakes, where the United States didn't do it because Canada asked under Joe Clark not to do that on the American side. We have a series of different issues that have emerged, and they are forefront and center when most recently this government went down to the actual United States to push on EV vehicles. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when we signed the original NAFTA, it hammered communities like myself who actually lost the auto industry to what it used to have, because we actually, under new NAFTA, lost the Auto Pact, a favorable trading position that was actually negotiated by previous governments. And when they went down there, Mr. Speaker, they left, and I have never seen anything like that. They left and they came back, and as the member for Timmins James Bay noted, they actually got another repercussion that was not even in the rear view mirror from what they could actually see or what they would admit. This is equivalent to rubbing the dog's nose in it. That's what took place. It's very significant, and shows the breakdown that we have that has become more significant. But I don't want to, I have only a couple minutes left, Mr. Speaker, to stop without saying these tariffs, these tariffs, we have to remember that they are jobs, they are families, they are value-added work that men and women have done. And I know my whip just recently lost actually another plant in her riding, another mill that was closed. And Mr. Speaker, as New Democrats, we have called for sectorial strategies for auto, for the lumber industry, for oil and gas, a series of different industries, so we are not dependent upon rip and ship, Mr. Speaker. And that's the negotiation tactic that we have to push back against Buy America and other protectionist policies that are in the United States. They're part of their culture. But only if we develop our sectorial strategies will it give us weight at the table to push back against this protectionism.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to thank the member for his speech. I would love to ask him about Crown copyright, but different discussion for another day. But what I'd like to ask this member is, we are seeing where more and more investment is shifting southward. That's bad for workers who want to put their skills to use, that want to put food on the table for their families. It's bad for those communities, specifically for those communities that rely extensively on forestry for that employment. Now, we have seen this government plod along and has not paid attention to this file. In fact, my very first words in the opening of this Parliament in 2015 was, will the government put in the mandate letter a specific reference to getting a softwood lumber arrangement? This government continues to just status quo, and it's only when members of Parliament, like the member here, and like members from British Columbia that have been asking questions of the government, it seems that this government has no plan to deal with this. So does this member agree that the government needs to start getting serious on this file and actually engage with the Americans? What other things does he believe needs to be done to get this job done?
Well, member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we will follow up on Crown copyright. And thank you for the question. You know, it's really important. I think this sets an example coming up with regards to our nation in terms of how immature we really still are as a nation. Other countries, including the United States, have sectorial strategies for aerospace. The United States, with their electric vehicles, as a good example. And now it's softwood lumber. We saw this coming, quite frankly. And when you see what's happening with regards to mineral deposits in Canada, we right now don't even have a plan on how to actually make this into a robust development strategy for our electric vehicles. And that's why the government got upset in terms of having to scramble at the last minute to go down there. We already had a national auto strategy. We used to be number 3 in the world in manufacturing. We are down now to 10. And so, Mr. Speaker, sectorial strategies where we actually protect workers but also invest in their future, like other countries, is how we actually push back and have integrated supply lines that mean something at the negotiation and bargaining table.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Shefford.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are listening to the speeches. There is a lot of urgency. This matter is urgent. Many regions, many of Quebec's regions will be affected by this. For example, Abitibi or Lac-Saint-Jean. Even in my neck of the woods, in Estrie, many people will be affected by these issues with lumber. This industry is very important for all of our regions. The Bloc Québécois has a great plan for secondary and tertiary processing. I've met with a lot of stakeholders recently. I'd like to hear my colleague on the importance of protecting forest producers. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, here's where we really can actually take advantage of our current situation. There's no reason why we can't use this in the interim as we go through for a robust housing strategy across this country. there is going to be a supply issue that's going to create a moment where if we actually keep some of these actual facilities in operation as we deal with the unfair trading process to actually do some national objectives and national goals. And that's why I think as a unified Canadian component with regards to the industry was so successful in the past in pushing things back, Mr. Speaker. But again, a strategy, a plan with actual guidelines, timetables, and follow through with a directive by people. And that's actually how we get something done. And it will actually be respected in the United States. It means something to them when they actually have something in front of them that way.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member so much for his very informative speech. I know for myself in my riding today in Powell River, a paper mill, was permanently curtailed. Those are going to have huge impacts. Hundreds of people are going to be impacted in this area. And one of the most frightening things is we have a federal government that doesn't seem to take these things seriously and doesn't understand the huge impact that these kind of events have on our small rural communities across this country. I'm just wondering if the member could explain to this government the action that needs to happen so that these communities aren't left so far behind. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West with a very short answer.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague for the question. And there's no doubt one of the most important things, Mr. Speaker, is to have that type of a long-term commitment for a sectorial strategy, because there's no doubt the products that are being produced are worthwhile. They're being affected by other things outside the world, but those workers are worth it. Those communities are worth it. It just can't be go and find another job. We used to have that vision. We need to return to it. That's what other countries are doing. We did it strong before. We can do it strong again, but it takes a commitment and a long-term commitment from the government. That's the protection that we need and the support workers respect in the training.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all honourable members gathered here this evening to discuss yet another unfair trade action against an industry that deserves much better from our American neighbours. Mr. Speaker, the softwood lumber industry is one of Canada's largest employers and has been throughout our history. It is woven in the sinews of our nation and a source of pride for Canadians. Many of the thousands of jobs are challenging and involve tough work in remote places, but the work is rewarding and contributes to the strength of Canada's middle class. It is especially vital to Indigenous communities whose relationship to our forests dates back centuries. So it is disheartening for these workers and their communities to face increased duty rates as part of the continuing unfair and unwarranted U.S. trade action. Our government is deeply disappointed, and we have expressed our frustration to our American counterparts at the highest levels. I hope all members will work through interparliamentary forums and frankly use any and all contacts that we all have, whether it's through business or family or friendships, to make clear our position across the border. It is imperative that we take a Team Canada approach. Our shared message today is that these are unfair duties, that they are bad for workers on both sides of the border, and they have always led to higher U.S. housing construction costs, something that no economy in the world needs right now. Mr. Speaker, I can assure colleagues that we have and will continue to vigorously defend our industry and its workers, and we are confident of success. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because over decades, regardless of which party was in power, Canada has fought similar actions. These legal battles are expensive, lengthy, and painful for vulnerable communities. Yet trade tribunals have ruled consistently in our favor. While we are confident in our legal position, we must also do everything we can to help impacted communities. And our track record, Mr. Speaker, is strong. During the height of the 2017 dispute, our federal government launched a task force with our provincial colleagues right across the country to consult on ways to defend the industry and its workers and their respective communities as well. We followed that up with $867 million in the $867 million Softwood Lumber Action Plan. It included market and product diversification initiatives and programs to assist affected workers. And we have continued to invest in this industry. In 2019, we have renewed the forest sector competitiveness programs, an investment of $251 million over 3 years. These programs support market access and encourage innovation in order to create new opportunities for the sector. And we've had numerous success stories, including many that have also advanced our federal government's robust plan to reach our 2030 and 2050 climate goals. We're seeing tall buildings go up in BC and Quebec, built principally from wood fiber rather than steel and cement. Car part components made of wood are also making vehicles lighter and more fuel efficient. We believe Canada can capitalize on an emerging global bioeconomy expected to reach $5 trillion annually by the end of the decade. We've also made major investments to confront infestations of the mountain pine beetle, the spruce budworm, and the emerald ash borer. Mr. Speaker, there are many other examples to illustrate how our government has defended this industry and its workers. And that should give all members and all Canadians confidence that we will do so again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member here spoke at length about defending Canada and how her party, the government, was going to defend Canadian values when it came to trade and when it came to softwood lumber. Now, she talked about defending it, but with respect, this is essentially a WHL team playing against an NHL team when it comes to defending. Just because somebody wishes to defend, or just because the government wishes to defend Canadian values, doesn't mean, with respect, that they're in the same league. And what we've seen is precisely that. 6 days after a meeting, the president elevated those tariffs, shutting down trade. Mr. Speaker, I am wondering, when did the Prime Minister know that this was coming? And if he knew it was coming, why didn't he do anything to prevent it?
Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I would like to believe that on this particular issue, we're all on the same team. And I think that we all have the same outcome in mind when we say that we want this issue resolved. We are very disappointed by the results of the administrative review. We're very disappointed that the softwood duties have increased. We know that in a relationship that's as large as the one between Canada and the U.S., there are bound to be issues. But I can assure the member and all members of this House, as well as all Canadians that are listening, that we have from the very beginning indicated our issue with the increase of the duties to the Americans. We have stood up for Canadian businesses and workers. We have talked to President Biden. We have talked to Ambassador Tai. We have talked to Secretary Raimondo. And we will continue to stand up for our forestry sector. And I look forward in the next question to continuing what I want to say. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lumber industry, the softwood lumber industry, is crucially important for my region and for Quebec. Look around us here today, Mr. Speaker. There's wood everywhere. This is wood, that's wood, this is wood. Sorry about that. Mr. Speaker, I'd like my colleague to explain something to me. If it's so important to the Liberal government to protect lumber, well, why then is the 2018-2020 hydrocarbon strategy of the government, $14 billion per year, but when it comes to the lumber industry, it's $71 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. As I mentioned earlier, in a relationship that's as large as the one between Canada and the U.S., there are bound to be issues. I think that given the fact that we have $614.9 billion in trade in two-way trade between our two nations, I think largely things are going really well between our two countries. I think this is one of the irritants that we have had and has been in place since 1982. It has escalated in recent weeks, and I think that that's why I'm really pleased that I've heard that Minister Ng is leading a Team Canada group, including members from all sides of the House, to Washington to continue our government's advocacy and to stand up for Canadian interests. We are not going to stop until we resolve this issue, and we will always stand up for Canadian businesses and workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, and just remind not to use the last names of one of our ministers. The honourable member for, well, I'm going to have to go with the birthday boy, Central Okanagan, Smilkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly do appreciate the member for Davenport and appreciate the speech. But realistically, she said that things were going well with the United States. Mr. Speaker, we have issues with electric car batteries. We have Buy American provisions. We have softwood lumber issues. This is all going horribly, horribly wrong. And we may be all on Team Canada, but when the manager is not doing a good job of managing the team, you replace the manager. And this has been a terrible, terrible thing. I quoted earlier, Mr. Speaker, how Fortune magazine said in May that the Biden administration was looking to double softwood lumber tariffs. And yet, here we are near the end of the year, and they act like this is something new. Mr. Speaker, people are saying, what about my community? What about the forestry workers and the communities that rely on forestry that are being left to deal with these things by themselves? Mr. Speaker, what does this member have to say the fact that the government knew in May that these tariffs were coming?
The honourable member for Davenport, and a short answer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to wish the honourable member a very happy birthday. I will say, I want to also assure the honourable member and everyone else in this House that we are interested in finding an outcome, finding a solution that's acceptable for industry and workers. We have consistently said that these tariffs are unfair and unwarranted, whether at the CUSMA panel or at the WTO, and we are going to continue to stand up for workers and for the forestry sector. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak about the actions that the government has been taking to support Canada's interests in the softwood lumber dispute with the United States. But first, as this is the first time I've risen in this Parliament in this 44th session, and in fact ever, I would like to start by thanking the constituents of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill for sending me here and for their trust in me. Thank you. Despite some accusations to the contrary, I can assure you that we are continuously engaging with the United States government to convey the importance of a successful resolution to this dispute. We have been very clear that Canada believes that a negotiated agreement with the United States is in both countries' best interests. However, we will only accept a deal that is in the best interests of our softwood lumber industry, our workers, and our communities. A deal that protects Canadian jobs is a priority. The United States has always relied on imports of Canadian lumber to fill the gap between its domestic production capacity and the demand for lumber. Imports from Canada have historically met about 1/3 of U.S. demand. U.S. consumers need our lumber to build homes and other projects. It is clear that imposing unjustified duties on such a large portion of U.S. consumption is counterproductive in combating rising inflation and housing costs. The U.S. National Association of Home Builders has highlighted that duties on Canadian lumber exacerbate already high lumber prices and directly increases costs to consumers. This is in direct contradiction to the United States' goal of increasing housing affordability. They are able to see a solution to this problem that evidently the United States government has not yet realized. A negotiated settlement that brings stability and predictability to the softwood lumber industry is the best outcome for everyone involved. Unfortunately, the U.S. lumber industry encourages the U.S. administration to refrain from engaging meaningfully in negotiations, preferring the continued disruption to lumber supply caused by these duties to the detriment of U.S. consumers and our workers. Nevertheless, our government has been persistent in encouraging the United States to return to the negotiating table to find a mutually acceptable agreement. Mr. Speaker, the entire government is involved in this effort. The Prime Minister has personally raised Canada's concerns with President Biden on many occasions. The Minister of Foreign Affairs recently raised the issue with U.S. Secretary of State and senior Canadian officials, including our ambassador to the United States, are in constant contact with U.S. counterparts. The Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development has taken a strong lead on these efforts. Earlier this week, she spoke with her counterpart, U.S. Trade Representative, to discuss softwood lumber, among many other important trade issues. The Minister of International Trade is actually in Washington, D.C. as we speak, where she will again work to advocate for Canadians and build partnerships with like-minded Americans. As with all Canada-U.S. trade irritants, we fundamentally believe that a win-win solution is possible. It serves neither Canadians nor Americans to put up unjustifiable trade barriers that harm our mutual prosperity. At the same time, the government will continue to vigorously defend Canada's softwood lumber industry and will stand up for our forestry workers and communities in every way possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we get to the next slide, I just want to ask everybody to tighten up on their questions. I know I'm trying to allow everyone to get their questions and answers put in, but so we've gone over a couple of times, so I just want to make sure people tighten up their questions and, of course, their answers. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the new Member of Parliament for Aurora Oak Ridges for probably one of her first speeches. Right now, forestry workers in my riding don't want to hear rhetoric about a win-win because it's already been a loss. They've already lost the jobs, the mills are already closing, and the companies like West Fraser and other forestry companies in BC are looking to go south of the border. Because frankly, this government's had since 2016, when they started talking about signing a new deal to get things done, but they haven't. The other day I asked the minister in the House of Commons during an adjournment debate about what positive steps is she going to take, and I agree, she took a positive step today. She went to Washington State. But they haven't outlined for industry a transparent process by which industry can look to for some or any type of certainty. So could the member please comment on whether she agrees that it's been way too long, that this government hasn't acted quick enough to support the workers in my riding and across British Columbia who are impacted the most by the lack of action of this government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. I would say that we all share your concerns. Whether these are jobs affected in our ridings or not, there are Canadian jobs, and they're good Canadian jobs. And I think we all agree this evening that we want to protect these workers and this industry. But this has been an issue that has been going on for decades. And the current round of irritants in this trade dispute has to do with American protectionism, quite frankly. We want to assure that we're interested in outcomes that are acceptable for industry workers. Canadians elected us to work together, and I think we all agree that these are the outcomes we want. We're going to keep standing up for the workers and for the forestry sector. Our government has consistently stood up for Canadian businesses and workers, and we're always going to fight for the best interests of all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis Matin, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her presentation. I'd like to hear her opinion about the Access to Liquidity program. What is happening now is that producers, in order to have access, have to be close to technical bankruptcy. And what we've heard from the industry, what we've heard from forestry workers in my region at least, is that they would like to have access to this program before they have to close. So is the Honourable Member's government open to opening this program to these people from the industry?
Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my honourable colleague across the aisle. I would like to say that, of course, no one wants to see any of these industries fail or these businesses shut down. And our government has always fought for workers and for industries in Canada. I know that we'll do whatever it takes to keep these industries open and working and to keep these workers employed. Thank you.
Question et commentaire avec.
With 30 quick seconds, or maybe 1 minute.
There, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as this is a take note debate, I just wanted to ask about gender lens on these negotiations. But before I do, can I just recognize for the skills of the Quebec forestry and mill workers that actually came to my riding back in the early 1900s to start the Fraser Mill there, which is no longer in place, but definitely want to recognize them, as well as the skilled forestry workers, Sikh and Chinese immigrants that came to my community back in the early 1900s. This year, a plan wrapped up, Gender Equity in Forestry National Action Plan, and I'm just wondering if there was or can be some presentation of this work in the U.S. Negotiations for them to understand how important this diversity work is in this sector.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Port Moody Coquitlam for your question. I believe that the lens on gender equity is very important. And I do believe that the government will be making their appeals, making their presentations with that in mind. Our government is a feminist government committed to making sure there is gender equality. And I know this is very important to all ministers and all parties involved. Thank you for your question.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Miramichi Grand Lake. Well, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak today. It's unfortunate that the reason that we're here late tonight having this take note debate on softwood lumber is a result of the Liberal government's continued mismanagement of the relationship with the United States. Softwood lumber is a critical industry across the country, in my home province of British Columbia and in the Okanagan. Workers in this sector have been looking for certainty and stability being provided to them through the finalization of a new softwood lumber agreement. The last softwood lumber agreement negotiated and signed by the previous Conservative government expired in October of 2015. Despite the Liberal Prime Minister pledging to negotiate a new agreement after they formed government, 6 years, 4 trade ministers, and 3 different U.S. administrations later, we are still waiting. The Liberals also failed to negotiate softwood into CUSMA. Last February, due to my role at the time as Shadow Minister for International Trade, I led on behalf of our Conservative caucus the forming of a special committee on Canada-U.S. economic relations, as there were so many serious issues the Liberals were mismanaging. Softwood lumber had seen thousands of people lose their jobs. Despite the Prime Minister touting his relationship with the U.S. administration and President Biden, that same administration has now formally announced the doubling of tariffs faced by our softwood lumber sector. Our relationship is strained, and instead of moving softwood lumber issues forward, they have gone backwards. The trade minister's inaction on getting a new softwood lumber agreement with the U.S. is devastating for small businesses and workers in forestry. My community has seen this firsthand. Kelowna Lake Country used to have a thriving forestry sector with good jobs and many more in the community relying on its success. Uncertainty and poor market conditions led to over 200 people in my community losing their good jobs at the mill over the course of 2 years, with the final blow of the mill closing in 2020. A mill which had operated and supported families for over 80 years. Close to 10,000 businesses, large and small, provide services across the value chain for the forestry sector in British Columbia. They rely on the sector thriving to make their payroll, employ workers, and reinvest in their communities. Despite the U.S. announcing their plans to increase countervailing duties on softwood lumber last May, we have seen no concrete evidence that the Liberals made any effort at that time to convince the U.S. that these duties were unjust. The Liberals had 5 months to act, and what we got at that time was that they were prioritizing an unnecessary election instead of acting for Canadian forestry workers this summer. On top of this, our supply chains with the U.S. are integrated, and this uncertainty has led to higher pricing, which ultimately leads to higher construction costs. Conservatives have pressed the Liberals to act time and time again. Last spring, when the U.S. announced their intent to double softwood tariffs, my Conservative colleagues and I called an emergency meeting at the International Trade Committee to hear what actions the Trade Minister had taken and was planning to take to stop these countervailing duties from happening. And what we got instead was the Trade Minister unable to tell us of any action she had taken, not even whether she had met with U.S. counterparts following the countervailing duty announcement, which was discussed with or whether she had discussed this with the ambassador to the U.S. When I asked the Trade Minister last spring why she wasn't acting on U.S. plans to double softwood duties, she said she was disappointed that the U.S. was doing this. And these are comments that she has made again. In a readout of a meeting the Trade Minister had with her U.S. counterpart yesterday, she once again said, you guessed it, that she voiced her disappointment. Mr. Speaker, being disappointed is not equivalent to taking action. If I were to tell a BC forestry worker not to worry, as the Minister has expressed her disappointment to the U.S. administration on softwood duties, I would highly doubt they would find that overly reassuring. Being disappointed will not magically resolve the softwood dispute. We need to see concrete action from this Trade Minister and the Liberal government to get a new softwood agreement. Our forestry sector depends on this, and it's time the Liberal government take this seriously as it's part of our country's economic recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the speech and the comments made by my colleague from Kelowna Lake Country, and she mentioned how important the industry is, of course, to British Columbia and the local impact. And I think that's an aspect that we can't stress enough, is that these are jobs, these are livelihoods. It's more than just the overall economy that's at stake here. And I'm just wondering if she can expand more on some of the local concerns, some of the things that she has either heard from those in BC or heard from her colleagues on what's happening on the ground in their ridings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. As I mentioned, we have seen job losses in my community. There were people that had worked at the mill for 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 years, and all of a sudden, they're out of work, and this has been their profession. There's not a lot of other options available for them. We do know as well that when we look at production in North America, that production has still existed. What we've seen, though, is loss happening in Canada and increases going to the U.S. So we are losing business to the U.S., and what this is doing is causing so much uncertainty in the industry. There's not a lot of confidence to invest here in Canada and to keep those jobs here. And this is why a softwood lumber agreement is so important.
The honourable member for questions and comments. The honourable member, parliamentary secretary, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What's happening is not right, and it's not fair. And unfortunately, sadly, it is not the first time in which this has happened. It's happened on several occasions where the wealthy elite within the industry and stakeholders and lobbyists in the United States are successful. Canada has been successful in terms of getting the matter resolved and being there for our industry. And once again, unfortunately, the Canadian government does have to step in, get involved, and break down these barriers and take it to wherever it needs to be taken. But I'm hoping that members on all sides of the House will concur. At the end of the day, this House will unite and ensure that Canada prevails on this very important issue.
Our member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his question. We have to remember that we haven't had a softwood lumber agreement now since 2015. And as I mentioned in my speech, that, you know, questioning the minister, there were very little talks, negotiations, communications going on. And this is what happens when you have a breakdown in a relationship. The current president that they have in the U.S., President Biden, he was vice president. Back when we had an agreement, when the Conservatives had extended and had an agreement, so it is absolutely achievable. It has not been a focus of this government at all, and it's a real failure. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires dans
The honourable member for Shefford, maybe Trois-Rivières. I can't quite see with the mask on. Who is it? It's the honourable member for Trois-Rivières? No, BTB Bay James. Okay, just 1 second. I'll get it right, don't you worry. It's been some time. BTB Bay James Nunavik, EU. My apologies. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to say to my colleague, our regions have labour losses. Administrative costs have gone up, and so a lot of businesses are disappearing or have already disappeared. In my region, we have a lot of forestry. The Prime Minister went to Washington. We talked about the Three Amigos meeting. They met, and what happened afterwards? So the Minister is now in Washington. Does the honourable member believe that we will get some good news or even some more bad news from her visit? Please address your question through the Speaker.
The Colonial Lake Country, a brief answer, please.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm sure that we're all hopeful that there will be some solutions that come out of this. We know that the last time that there was conversations that were, you know, highly publicized between the Trade Minister and the Prime Minister and their counterparts, it was shortly after that it was announced that these countervailing measures might be coming. So we've seen this trend here. We're certainly hopeful that they will have some resolution. That's what we all want. Everyone in this House wants a resolution so that we can give the industry certainty and stability.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. U.S. and Canada share the world's longest international border and have been allies more than 150 years. This past year, the Prime Minister has been concerned with cross-border relations. He's been concerned with electric vehicle production, border carbon adjustments. He's been concerned with climate change in his own country. And he's not been very concerned with the softwood timber dispute. President Biden does not have much respect for our Prime Minister because Brian Mulroney, former Prime Minister, got deals done. Liberal Prime Ministers after him got deals done. And Prime Minister Stephen Harper was actually managing to get Atlantic Canada exemptions. Under the current Liberal government, New Brunswick and Atlantic Canada, and now all of Canada, of course, they're facing more than double the tariff that we were already struggling with. The Obama administration sent the Department of Commerce into a deep dive during the Obama administration to determine how the United States could get something they wanted and how the country of Canada could not get something it wanted. Basic rules of friendship, Madam Speaker. You have to respect each other. This is over a 150-year relationship. Two nations that always have to manage to get something that's in the best interests of their nation. Right now, the United States has no respect for our country because our Prime Minister is weak on the international stage. And this is part of the problem we're facing right now. The Clintons gave the Prime Minister a nice endorsement at election time, knowing how easy it would be for the Americans and their Buy America campaign. Everybody worried about President Trump and talked about how bad Republicans were. This started under Obama, and it's been doubled twice now again under Biden. So this is actually a liberal agenda stemming from the United States, which our Liberal government here has no impact to counter. The forestry sector is crucial in New Brunswick, Madam Speaker. It employs thousands of New Brunswickers, and the government must stand by lumber producers for our communities, and they haven't been able to do it. The evidence is very clear. I have 3 or 4 mills just in my constituency, and many communities benefit. My father was a logger. My grandfather was a contractor. The forestry industry runs deep in my blood, Madam Speaker. There are 24,000 jobs totaling, and the sawmill sector alone in New Brunswick is the foundation of those jobs. Tonight, I heard Liberal members across the floor standing up in total hypocrisy, talking about how they're going to prevail. Where have they been when right now the evidence is they've not only failed once, now they've failed twice. And now we're expected to believe they're going to prevail. Madam Speaker, they are not going to be able to prevail because the Prime Minister is failing on an international stage, and this one is affecting all of Canada. What I'd like to say here today is to the people of New Brunswick and to the people of Miramichi-Grand Lake. The Conservatives, we're going to keep this government accountable because right now they're unable to do any damage across the border. When you've got a 150-year relationship, Madam Speaker, you should be able to say, listen, what's good for you, this is what's good for us, let's make a few deals. The basic trading rules. There's got to be something that we're importing to the United States that they depend on our country for. And there has to be something more important than electric vehicles. The government across the floor, they have no interest right now, Madam Speaker, in fixing this issue. Canadians were promised a renewed relationship by the Prime Minister, and instead, what do we get? An EV tax credit that actually threatens Canadian auto manufacturing, stringent Buy American policies, measures targeting agricultural exports, actions against energy pipelines, contributing to skyrocketing energy prices, just like the inflation that's on everything else in this country. And now the United States is at it again, doubling tariffs on Canadian softwood. And what's going to be done about it? The hypocrisy across the floor is, we're going to prevail. Well, that sounds great. How are you going to prevail, Madam Speaker, is the question I would ask on behalf of the people of Miramichi-Grand Lake. So tonight, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to speak for New Brunswick companies, and we need a government that's going to put them first on softwood timber.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I disagree wholeheartedly with what the member is saying. The Government of Canada will, in fact, prevail, as we have done in the past, on this issue. If we take a look at the origins of the debate, we're not going to do what Stephen Harper did and concede hundreds of millions of dollars to the Americans over this issue. No government in the history of Canada has achieved as many formal free trade agreements as this government has in the last 6 years. So to say that we don't have that international relationship is just bogus, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, would he not recognize that at the end of the day, the industry needs to be supported, and this government will continue to support the industry here, and we will fight the battle that needs to be fought so that Canadians and Canada will, in fact, prevail on this very important issue.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, you know, when the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper signed the first deal in 2006, my esteemed member across the floor in his prevailing ways, comparable to sunny ways, they actually voted against that. Madam Speaker.
Shameful.
How shameful is it to stand in this House after you've failed every softwood lumber company in the country and talk about something where they failed again in 2006. You're going back all these years for something you failed on. That's total hypocrisy in the House of Commons. Like, Madam Speaker, what has to happen here is the Prime Minister has to show leadership. And he's not done it. He's not been able to do it. Obama started it off. He couldn't build a relationship with Trump. And now Biden, no pun intended, took the Prime Minister to the woodshed. And every softwood lumber company in our country is feeling the effects of that right now.
Questions and comments? I hope I have it this time. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette. Témiscamingue-les-Bases. Is it not for Jonquière? Oh no, I got it wrong again. Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I should know it by now. Well, you had 3 chances. Good for you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a question for my colleague. We have carried out an analysis on our side. There was a diplomatic fiasco that I mentioned earlier, and of course there also was a type of bad faith on the part of our southern neighbors. That's undeniable, but Quebec has tried to respect the free trade rules. Unfortunately, the certain stumpage rules are in place in other provinces. Shouldn't the Quebec regime be recognized? That's my question.
Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, on this issue, and I'm sure the member has a valid point in terms of his own province, I would dare say that the member knows more about his own province than I do. But here's what I will tell you tonight, Madam Speaker. Every province in Canada is suffering because of the Prime Minister's inability to forge a relationship with the country that's supposed to be our very best friend. If the United States is our best friend, our country should be able to forge that relationship, and it should be whether we're liberal or conservative, that shouldn't matter, or bloc, or anything else. Right now, we've got seriously taken to the woodshed by the United States, and the Prime Minister's done nothing but talk about climate crisis and electric vehicles. And now everybody's suffering because of that.
Questions and comments. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this has been very instructive because tonight I got to meet the Liberal Softwood Caucus with their representatives from downtown Toronto and suburban Ottawa. And they told us they were going to prevail because they told us to call all our relatives and friends in the United States and say how unfair this is. You know, we're in really, really bad shape on a trade deal when the Liberal Softwood Caucus is telling us to call our relatives and friends in the United States to say we're being picked on. That is not going to restore the jobs in my region and protect the mills that I have across Northern Ontario. What I do not see from this government is any real commitment to the working class and forestry communities in this country.
Brief answer from the member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't agree with the member more. I couldn't agree with him more. Right now, I've got mills in my riding, the same as the member opposite. I agree with him. We need leadership from the Prime Minister, and it has to supersede politics, political parties. We need real leadership, and we've got an inability from the Liberal government to provide it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Don Valley West.
I'll be sharing my time with the member for Fleetwood Port Kells. And as this is my first opportunity to speak in this House during this Parliament, traditionally we all thank our voters. I will simply thank them, but also pledge to do my very best to uphold both their interests and their dreams for Canada. And their interests do extend actually to softwood lumber and this issue. And I know that that causes some amusement, but we actually believe that an injury to one is an injury to all, and we can actually all be engaged in this issue equally and care. And it may be that people in my riding use those products, or they have corporate interests in those mills doing well, but nonetheless, they care about this issue deeply and profoundly. I would also add that personally, I actually care about it a lot, having grown up as the son of a professional forester who worked in northeastern Ontario for some 40 years, providing softwood lumber for mills that were working in Northern Ontario. And the fact that my education was paid for, at least in part, by my father's work in the forest industry, I am committed as well to this issue personally and passionately. And because I live in an urban center now doesn't make me any less committed to the working class, the people who build this country in every sector, whether it's the extractive industries, the softwood lumber industry, or other industries, including agriculture. The softwood lumber industry has been unjustifiably targeted by these U.S. duties once again. And the softwood lumber dispute it's not a new trade irritant between our countries. It is an ongoing one that flares up consistently and constantly. And I will agree with every member in this House that it's not fair. It's unfortunately that our largest trading partner fails to see the harm that it is causing on both sides of the border. Our countries have a highly integrated forestry sector. It relies on predictability, on stability to maintain both the supply of lumber as well as to meet the demand, which is incredibly high in the United States right now. And that is to make sure that we have prosperous economies in both our countries. As a trading nation, Canada has and will always rest itself into the international rules-based order and that trading system which is dependent upon people playing fairly. And we will try to ensure that Canada and Canadians receive fair treatment in the global market at all times. In a relationship as large and as important as the one we have with the United States, there are bound to be trade irritants. That's normal. Relationship building at all levels, respect for the rules-based trading system, and enforceable trade dispute settlement mechanisms are the key to resolving these irritants. And I would say, Madam Speaker, that this is not a partisan issue. I think in this House, we all need to agree that we need to work together. The reason we were able to keep the trade dispute mechanism in the new NAFTA, in CUSMA, is because Conservatives, NDP, Bloc Québécois, Liberals worked together with industry partners to ensure that we got the best trade deal possible. In fact, improved upon the old NAFTA agreement. We were able to keep that trade dispute mechanism alive because we worked together. There's no failure of leadership here. What there needs to be is an engagement cooperatively with the imagination that I am hoping all members of this House will bring to this issue. We need to be working together on this. The Minister of International Trade has said very clearly that she wants help. She wants ideas. She wants to engage with every member of this House to ensure that happens. And that means engaging with people we know who are legislators in the United States so they hear the story of Canada and are reminded that their interests, as well as our interests, are bound together in this. They need our wood, as simply put as that. They need it, we have it, we'll supply it well, and our industry needs to be effectively protected by the international rules-based order. We'll do it. Our Prime Minister is committed to it. We're committed to it. I know this House is committed to it, and I look forward to working with them with their creative solutions that can only improve our approach on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments.
Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I agree with the honourable member across the way. We have to work together because the government has just failed to make this negotiation. You know, we had so much time in the last 6 years to make this happen. President Biden said in his run into the presidential run, he said, "I don't want to continue the Trump tariffs on our allies." We had the U.S. Lumber Coalition last June say, "We have not seen Canada come to the table. We want to make a deal. They're not bringing a deal to us." So we've had all the time, and yes, the biggest thing we have in negotiation is we have the wood and they don't. They do not have enough domestic supply to supply their own nation. We have the negotiation tactics. So, Madam Speaker, will the government go back with some harder negotiation and make the deal done for our Canadian softwood industry?
The honourable member for Dan Valley West.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, that's not the way international trade disputes work. The fact is that we will steadily and carefully take our case to the places where trade dispute mechanisms actually exist. And I would remind the members of the House, we have consistently won because we are clear, we know where Canada stands on these issues, we listen to our industry partners, we're able to look at this issue in a holistic way and understand that those mechanisms will work. I had some criticism at one point from one of my colleagues because in a question in the last Parliament, I was responding and I said, we will win, and I used the definitive, we will win in this dispute, and we did. And we'll win again because we'll be careful and clear and consistent.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Les Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was carefully listening to my colleague's speech, but I don't agree. He said there was no leadership problem, but there was. This problem hasn't existed just since yesterday. And the states doubled the tariffs in May. 6 months ago, what has the government done? It has not reacted. There, once again, that's the same situation that we've seen year after year. He says we need to respect the mechanisms. The mechanisms? How many rulings that Canada has won, but the WTO is not a binding arbitrator. What should we do when our neighbors do not respect us? So I would ask, what is the miracle solution?
Valley West.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker.
Repeat that we will not use bully tactics. We'll use steady, careful negotiating tactics using the laws that are at hand, whether it's the WTO mechanisms, the NAFTA CUSMA mechanisms, other trade mechanisms that are in place to ensure that we have fair disputes. This is not a new situation. And absolutely, domestic politics play always, whether it's in Canada, United States, or any of our trading partners. We're a trading nation. We understand domestic politics play in every country, and we'll continue to make our case politically as well as legally, and we will win once again.
Questions and comments?
Churchill River. Just a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be quick. I asked in question period the other day whether we could expect for the First Nations-owned lumber mill in my riding that they would have the $20 million that have been withheld in tariffs returned to them through this process. The Honourable speaks of the process and playing it through to the end in an appropriate manner. My question is simply, does he expect that this lumber mill in Saskatchewan that has $20 million tied up that's not being used for First Nations to provide social housing and other benefits to their communities, can they expect to get their $20 million back, and when that might happen?
The honourable member for Don Valley West, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the member will know very clearly that I am not privy to that information. I don't know the facts of this particular mill. I'm interested in it, though. I'm interested in anything where the entrepreneurial spirits of Indigenous communities in Canada can be unleashed and work. And this government has been more committed than any government to ensuring that Indigenous companies, corporations, investment opportunities, and employment opportunities receive not only fair treatment, but the best treatment possible. And so I'm happy to hear more about this. I'm happy to take that to our own government to ensure that we find a solution to that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although this isn't the first time I've risen in the House since we returned, I should take a moment to thank everybody in Fleetwood Port Kells for sending me back for a third time. I don't know if they just wanted me out of town or if they really like the work that we've been doing, but I would presume it's the latter. I'm pleased to join my colleagues in defending our forest industry and referring to the comments of my colleague from Don Valley West. This is what we're all here to do. We are all here to defend a sector and its workers and the suppliers and a huge contributor to our economy across the country. We're dealing with the latest set of unfair and unwarranted duties by the United States. And I think we can assure Canadians that we do have means at our disposal to defend the workers and communities who depend on the work that they do. That includes, by the way, Indigenous people who in many places rely on this vital part of our economy. Canada will use all the methods at our disposal to combat unfair trade actions by the United States, as we have at every stage of this dispute over the years. This includes legal recourse available under our bilateral trade agreements in the World Trade Organization. Time and time again, we've won. Panels in these venues have consistently ruled against U.S. duties. Our government will do whatever else we can to defend workers and communities, just as we did in 2017, when we came up with the $867 million Softwood Lumber Action Plan.
That was a plan that focused on expanding markets and diversifying products, and on assisting workers, including those transitioning to other parts of the economy. In the long run, Madam Speaker, we have an advantage. We have a vast, healthy, and unusually resilient forest ecosystem, parts of BC this year being an unfortunate exception. We also, we have an ecosystem that absorbs carbon pollution. And in fact, Madam Speaker, there's no path to net zero emissions that doesn't involve our forests. Our government has underscored this reality with a plan to plant 2 billion additional trees over the next 10 years. This is expected to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 12 megatons annually by 2050. Canada is also taking a global leadership, by the way, in reversing tropical forest loss and land degradation. And it makes sense that we're out in front in this area because our strong system of forest laws, monitoring, and enforcement ensures sustainable forest management practices across the country. As a result, Madam Speaker, we can be clear. Canada is home to 9% of the world's forests. We have 36% of the world's sustainably managed forests. And Canada's forests are monitored closely. Each year, the Government of Canada publishes its State of Canada's Forests annual report. It tracks a number of indicators pertaining to sustainability. The government will continue to work with industry, provinces, and territories to protect and sustainably manage our forests, because that is our long-term advantage. But as today's debate highlights, we need to invest in order to encourage this industry's transformation. One example is the Investments in Forest Industry Transition Program. It supported innovation for more than a decade, and to date, it's successfully funded 43 capital investment projects. These initiatives have secured approximately 6,600 forest sector jobs and another 460 innovation-related jobs. The program supports forest-reliant communities and improves the environment and performance of the sector. These projects help diversify the forest product market through high-value bioproducts, such as bioenergy, biomaterials, biochemicals, and next-generation building products. Budget 2021 recognized the program's success by injecting up to $54.8 million over 2 years, starting this fiscal year, to increase its capacity. We also recognize, as I said, how important this sector is to many Indigenous communities, which is why we're investing to create forest sector jobs as well as increase knowledge and economic opportunities. Madam Speaker, normally when you're in a negotiation with somebody, you expect to deal with somebody who is rational. We have seen, however, over the last number of years, any number of irrational decisions made in the United States or by Americans. These are interesting and difficult times, but as my colleagues have suggested, we have the means at our disposal, the patience and the talent to get this through over the line successfully. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from the member opposite. And I just want to bring this back to the workers, those on the ground, the lives that are impacted by this, because this is something that we've seen in the Kenora riding throughout the course of this dispute. And just a couple of years ago, Kenora Forest Products had to lay off over 100 workers when their parent company filed for bankruptcy, citing the ongoing softwood lumber dispute as a result. And Madam Speaker, I mean this question in the most collegial way possible to my colleague across the way, but I'm just wondering what message, what he would want to say to those workers that have lost their jobs and their families that are looking for action from this government.
Our member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, I've lived in many communities where forestry is a pretty big industry, including actually our riding, where we have the Teal Jones Mills, which is a very large operation. And throughout Canada, we've had these dislocations in the paper side and the lumber side, etc. There is no doubt that our industries are going through transformation, and it's the support through the transformation to new technologies, new innovations, or perhaps even just simply new jobs in other sectors that'll make a difference for these workers, and that's what the federal government should and will be doing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Questions and comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. My colleague, if I'm not mistaken, is from British Columbia, Can my colleague thus speak to us about the cutting rights system in British Columbia? In Quebec, it's based on set market prices, but in British Columbia, it's different, and in fact, it even seems to be related to what the United States is upset about. So what does the member think?
Well, I know that in past softwood disputes, the government of Quebec attempted to make some changes that would more closely harmonize with New Brunswick, especially, in order to escape some of the impacts of American retaliation. That hasn't worked. In British Columbia, we've taken the brunt simply because our forest tenure system and access to Crown land is significantly lower in cost than it is in the United States. I want to add one thing, though. I was close to some of the people working on the softwood lumber agreement that was struck in 2006, including David Emerson. And there's an anecdote where they were talking to a supplier, a forest operator in Georgia. And the fellow in Georgia was very critical of the Canadian system. He said, you Canadians are there spending all this money to become more efficient. All I need to do is take a couple of $100,000 to Washington in a suitcase, and I can get what I want.
Question, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member across the way for his speech. And I just want to say, 6 years ago, it was this member who I asked my first question in the House of Commons by the first time I spoke. So it's come a bit full circle. But what I would ask him is to get away from this dependence on the United States. Is there anything more we could be doing to expand our markets, both here and abroad, and also perhaps to value our forests, monetize our forests in some other ways than just for fiber and 2x4s?
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, that's a tricky question simply because a lot of other factors have come into play which has robbed us of our opportunity to do value add in the forestry sector. You know, the era of Reaganomics, Margaret Thatcher, and some of the other neoliberal policies back in the 70s stripped a lot of manufacturing from Canada and sent it overseas. And that's where the value add activities are happening. British Columbia has continuously increased the shipment of raw logs because we cannot compete with the low-wage sectors over in Asia for those value-added products. So it is difficult, but, you know, I think in the bigger picture, we need to think about reshoring a lot of the things that we've lost over the last 50 years to bring those industries back. Right now, Canada has a housing shortage. We've got lots of lumber. Let's get that together and make something happen here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for designated Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time tonight with the member from Kenora. Before beginning tonight, as this is the first time I've risen in this 44th Parliament, I would like to take just a quick minute to thank the constituents of Desnethé Mississippi Churchill River for re-electing me and for sending me back to Ottawa to be your representative. It is indeed a privilege and a responsibility that I do not take for granted. I would also like to thank my entire team for their time, their effort, and their professionalism during the campaign. Without an awesome team, none of this is possible. Lastly, I would like to thank my family, and especially my wife Lori, for their continued support on this journey. For many of us, I know it is the support of our spouses that makes it possible for us to do this important job. Madam Speaker, the debate tonight has a direct impact and far-reaching consequences for the people of Desnethé Mississippi Churchill River. The forest industry in northern Saskatchewan is an economic driver that provides direct and indirect employment to approximately 8,000 people. Forest product sales are worth over $1 billion every year, and 30% of the timber supply in northern Saskatchewan is allocated to Indigenous businesses, the highest of any province in Canada. And Indigenous people make up roughly 30% of the forestry workforce, again, the highest of any province in the country. Madam Speaker, these stats only look at the current situation, with long-term growth in the sector having the potential to generate over $2 billion in annual sales and well over 12,000 jobs. This vital renewable resource industry is in a growth phase and is proving to have the ability to bring Saskatchewan residents together to solve many of the socio-economic problems in our communities. Just yesterday, there was a major announcement made between Paper Excellence, a company who is restarting the pulp mill north of Prince Albert, and One Sky Forest Products, who is building a new oriented strand board mill. These two companies are moving together on a co-location partnership. They're sharing log storage areas and existing infrastructure, including electrical, natural gas, and rail lines. The shared purpose in this collaboration should be celebrated as an example of navigating problems through mutual coordination and respectful dialogue. This is something that the Liberal government could learn in their dealings with the United States administration. The new development of these large forest product manufacturing facilities is one of the many reasons why northern Saskatchewan in September was in the top 10 across the entire country for job growth. A statistic worth emphasizing, a point that when the government, in this case the provincial government of Saskatchewan, creates the framework for economic opportunity for all, it is the people that win. Speaking of opportunity for all, Madam Speaker, I want to highlight a unique company in my riding. North Sask Forest Products is the largest 100% owned and operated First Nations sawmill in Canada. As I've stated recently in question period, North Sask currently has around $20 million held in tariffs. With the announcement of softwood lumber tariffs doubling, this will add to the damage that is being caused by these punitive actions. Madam Speaker, North Sask's profits are shared amongst the 9 First Nations of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. It is these communities who now have to deal with the shortfall in revenue. What does this mean? It means millions of dollars not being utilized for education, for health care, including mental health and addictions programs, housing, youth and elder activities, etc., etc., etc. Madam Speaker, this is not just an economic and international failure, it is another failure in reconciliation. First Nation communities who have worked tirelessly to provide jobs for their people and created own source revenues to help invest in the social issues they are facing deserve a federal government that works equally as hard at fighting for them to get back what is rightfully theirs. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, as was so aptly described by the member from Abbotsford earlier tonight, from 2006 to 2015, under the leadership of Prime Minister Harper and Presidents Bush and Obama, Canada and the United States had a softwood lumber agreement. Since being elected in 2015, this government has seen 3 different U.S. administrations and still we have no deal. Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Export, Promotion and International Trade is leading a delegation to Washington today, I implore her on behalf of the residents of Desnethie, Mississippi, Churchill River to not come home empty-handed. The people of northern Saskatchewan deserve better. Canadians deserve better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made reference to the 2006 deal with Stephen Harper, and I would suggest to you that no deal is better than a bad deal, and that deal that Harper actually achieved saw us surrender literally hundreds of millions of dollars to the states at the cost of the industry here. I think what's important for us to recognize is that we are on the right side of this, and we know that if we continue to proceed through the apparatus that is set up and established, whether it's through the World Trade Organization or even our trade agreements, and have those negotiations that are so critically important, that we will prevail. Would the member not agree that it is better for us to push and push hard and be patient in order to protect the interest of the tens of thousands of jobs, the hundreds of communities that will directly benefit if we get this right and make sure that Canada does prevail on this important issue?
For Desnethie, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I actually have the press release from September 12, 2006 on that announced agreement. And in that press release, it talks about the $4.3 billion that will be returned to the importers of record at the time. One of those importers of record at the time was Norsask Forest Products in northern Saskatchewan. And I can tell you from a meeting I had with them just in the last couple of weeks that they remember very clearly the return of their share of that $4.3 billion. Madam Speaker, in the last 2 years that I've been raising this issue, the amount of tariffs that have been held from one First Nations-owned company in northern Saskatchewan has increased from $14 billion to $20 billion. Madam Speaker, they don't have eternity to solve this issue.
Questions?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand why you may have been confused about my riding name because the member for Jonquière has just arrived, so I understand why you might have mixed those up. My colleague spoke about missed opportunities. We, the Bloc, would support 2 amendments to COSMA. The first amendment, we should finally have better oversight and ways to deal with these litigations that drag on and on and on while our industry is suffering. Second amendment, we should create a permanent advisory committee on lumber within COSMA. I proposed this in the House in March 2020. Could the Conservatives work with us on this matter?
Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, Canada has an obligation to involve Indigenous softwood lumber producers in the discussions regarding any softwood lumber agreement. In 2016, the Parliamentary Standing Committee on International Trade made a recommendation, said that the Government of Canada ensure that its consultations regarding the negotiations for a new softwood lumber agreement with the United States include stakeholders that have been overlooked in the past, especially Aboriginal stakeholders and small producers. To my colleague's question, I believe there's an obligation to have many stakeholders at the table to solve the issues facing many Canadians across this country.
I have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kings Sands.
Thank the member opposite for his remarks. Sometimes the benefit of sitting in the House is being able to learn about industries such as northern Saskatchewan. I think we can all agree as parliamentarians this is a challenging time for the forestry sector. The member opposite certainly mentioned that there is a delegation going to Washington right now. My question is around innovation in the forestry sector, which I suspect is already happening in Saskatchewan. But can the member talk about things such as mass timber that I know is very prevalent in British Columbia? There's conversations in Atlantic Canada right now whether or not the wood species in Saskatchewan could be beneficial for mass timber to be able to help include that in Canada's building code, and if those are measures that we should be working on to help drive forestry innovation in his province.
A brief answer from the member for Desnette, Mississippi, Churchill River. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. He talked about innovation, and I can assure you that Norsask Forest Products is one of the most modern technological companies in the country. They have advanced their technology at incredible speeds. My challenge would be that not only does the $20 million not there to pay dividends out to the First Nations communities, it's not there to invest in new and better technologies at the same time. So that money can be used for capital investment and for dividends. When we don't have either, we have a problem.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to join the debate today on such an important topic, and I think it's fitting that this being my first speech of the 44th Parliament is on a topic that is so dearly important to people in the Kenora riding and right across Northern Ontario. Madam Speaker, the forestry industry is really so important to Canada as a whole and to Canada's economy. The sector contributes nearly $24 billion annually to our GDP and makes up roughly 6% of total exports. The industry employs hundreds of thousands of people in Canada, many Indigenous peoples, many in Northern Canada, and of course, as I mentioned, Madam Speaker, many in my riding as well. These are the families that rely on the good, well-paying union jobs that the forestry industry provides. But we're here today because the industry is in crisis in Northern Ontario and across the country. Dozens of mills have closed, in the last few years, impacting thousands of workers. And additionally, these closures are having impacts down the line, indirect jobs, such as jobs in trucking and many jobs throughout the supply chain. Madam Speaker, something I mentioned earlier in this debate was Kenora Forest Products, a mill that had to lay off over 100 workers just a couple of years ago when their parent company filed for bankruptcy, citing the ongoing softwood lumber dispute as a major factor of that. And the lack of an agreement continues to threaten jobs in Kenora, in Ear Falls, and right across all of Northern Ontario. Madam Speaker, we know the U.S. is Canada's largest trading partner, but these protectionist policies have limited our access to their markets. And now the forestry industry has suffered another blow less than a week after the Prime Minister flew to Washington to meet with President Biden. The U.S., of course, has announced plans to double tariffs on Canadian softwood lumber products. Now, when I raised this issue in question period last week, the Minister of International Trade replied saying that the government was pursuing litigation under CUSMA, and I'm glad to see that we are. Canada has historically been very successful in challenging U.S. actions through channels like this. But while we wait for this ruling, Canadian industry continues to suffer. Industry and workers in the Kenora riding continue to be left behind. The status quo that we have seemed to have developed, Madam Speaker, of our largest trading partner imposing aggressive, unreasonable tariffs and Canadians working to challenge them, only to win temporary victories until this cycle repeats itself. That status quo really is not working. It's not working for our national economy. It's straining the relationship with our allies. And most importantly, it's failing the families who rely on these jobs, on this industry, to put food on their table and to put a roof over their heads, Madam Speaker. What our industry needs, what the forestry industry needs, is stability. We need a softwood lumber agreement with the United States. We need a Prime Minister who will fight for our workers and ensure that they are treated fairly. And we need a Prime Minister who can work effectively with our international allies to advance Canadian interests. It is clear from the discussion we're having today that for whatever reason, President Biden does not seem to be taking our Prime Minister seriously, and that is very concerning to all of us and to many people in my riding. Madam Speaker, as I close, I would like to note that in response to questions in the House, the Minister of International Trade has been unable to tell us how many negotiations this government has had with the U.S. Trade Representative. They haven't been able to tell us what retaliatory measures, if any, the government is planning to take, or really broadly what their plan is to deal with this crisis. And Madam Speaker, workers in the Kenora riding and across Northern Ontario need the government to succeed on this. All Canadians need the government to succeed on this. So I hope the government members can give Canadians some hope during this debate tonight. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, the honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his remarks tonight. I know the riding of Kenora, as he mentioned, the forestry industry is extremely important. And what we've heard in this debate tonight, I think from all members, regardless of what side on the House they sit, this is a concern. And that's the reality that right now the Minister of International Trade and Small Business is actually on her way to Washington to try to make sure that there is a resolution for our Canadian forestry industry. This question is genuine. The member opposite, as I've heard him speak here tonight, he certainly seems to be genuine in the questions that he's asked. Has the member opposite had engagements with his forestry stakeholders in his riding, and can he articulate to this House some of the concerns that they might have about the economic impact in Kenora and otherwise? We all share this concern, but I'd be interested in hearing more specifics if he has them.
Honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for a very important question. And I just want to say to the point he made, I'm very pleased to see that the minister is traveling to Washington. I'm also pleased to see as well that our shadow minister on the file is on his way as well. And I think it's great to see that we have members from all across the aisle that are wanting to work together on this and get to a resolution. I've had the opportunity to meet with many stakeholders in my riding and across Northern Ontario to talk about this. And Madam Speaker, I probably need another speech to mention all of the concerns that they've raised, but it's the uncertainty more than anything that I hear time and time again. The uncertainty of not knowing what will come next and not knowing whether this dispute is going to have a solution or not. So, Madam Speaker, again, I encourage the government to do what they can to ensure that they finally put an end to this dispute. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you. There's something that I find fascinating. We are here in a take-note debate, and there are very few solutions being put forward by the government. We have an industry, we have workers who are suffering, and all we're hearing is just a party mix of nothing. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say. What tangible measures would he put forward, because the government is saying nothing?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an important question, and of course the most tangible measure that we need is a result. We need an end to the dispute, and we need the minister to come back from Washington with some good news for this House and for all Canadians. That's the bottom line. I know the government has talked a lot about their strategy of how they're wanting to do this, how they don't want to push too hard, and they've asked the House of Commons to endorse this strategy, but it hasn't yielded results yet. And at the end of the day, what we need is results for the people of the Kenora riding, for the people of Northern Ontario, and I'm sure the people in Quebec that are impacted by this as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And whenever we're talking about softwood lumber and the disagreement between Canada and the United States, one of the things to realize is that we're comparing apples to oranges. In Canada, the person that cuts down the tree is responsible for building the road that brings you to that tree, is responsible for ensuring that all of the environmental regulations around cutting that tree down are abided by, and the replanting of that tree and ensuring that that tree grows to maturity takes place. In the United States, most of the trees that are cut down, the forestry company comes in, cuts down the tree. Somebody else is responsible for building the road to there. Somebody else is responsible. So the folks that buy the tree and nothing else. Whereas in Canada, if you cut down a tree, you're responsible for getting to the tree and replanting the tree. It's apples and oranges. That is what we're talking about. What we want to know on this side of the House is, what is the government prepared to do with all the money that's sitting in the bank account that has been collected with the tariffs? I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague has any idea what the government's plans are for that money that has been collected in tariffs.
Member for Kenora, brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the brief answer is no, I don't, because I'm not on the government. But it is a very important question, and I will just say briefly as well to the comment that the member made from Peace River Westlock about the responsibility that Canadian forestry producers have. I think it just speaks to how strong our industry is from the environmental side, from the social side, and why we need to continue to support our Canadian industry. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Skyview. Point of order. A point of order, the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before this Liberal member gets up to speak, I think it's important that he's being investigated by the Calgary Police.
I'm sorry, that's not a point of order at this point, and
I just thought he should have to explain himself.
No, that's not a point of order. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with a member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Sorry. The honourable member Peace River Westlock has a point of order.
I would just ask the honourable member to explain why he thinks he should be able to take his place. Again,
I just ruled on that is not a point of order. The honourable member has been sworn in. He is in the House. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Madam Speaker, the softwood lumber issue remains a top priority for this government. The softwood lumber industry employs thousands of workers across Canada. It is an important part of the Canadian economy and a key component of our highly integrated forestry sector. The United States remains the largest market for Canadian softwood lumber.
I would ask the member for Calgary Shepherd to allow the honourable member to speak, to give him that respect. I've already given him the ruling on that, my decision on that, and so therefore I would ask that there be no heckling while the member has the floor. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview. Point of order, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that the issue that's been brought up in the previous 2 points of order speaks to the integrity of our democratic system. When there are serious questions about the legitimacy of somebody being able to take their place in this House, it calls into question.
It is not. Again, I will end the discussion there. It is not up to this House at this point. This is a matter that's already been raised in the House. It's a matter that the previous speaker has already addressed in the House, and I would ask that no more interruptions on this particular matter be raised. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The United States remains the largest market for Canadian softwood lumber. U.S. consumers have greatly benefited from high-quality Canadian softwood lumber products for decades. It is truly unfortunate that the government of the United States continues to impose unwarranted duties that bring harm and increase prices on both sides of the border. Undoubtedly, these past few years have been challenging times for the Canadian softwood lumber industry. This is why we continue to support and engage with Canadian softwood lumber stakeholders at every opportunity. When the United States imposed its unwarranted and unjustified duties on Canadian softwood lumber products, we listened and responded with a softwood lumber action plan. When the pandemic arrived, we listened and responded with a COVID-19 economic response plan. This past summer, the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development, the Minister of Labour and the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry of Canada met with softwood lumber industry leaders to provide the latest developments on softwood lumber file and to hear directly from them on how the government can best support them in this dispute. These meetings were very informative, and the ministers took careful note of the industry's views. The government will continue to engage with Canadian softwood lumber stakeholders at every step of the way to ensure that all voices are heard. This includes provincial and territorial governments, softwood lumber companies, industry representatives, labor groups, and Indigenous communities. As such, a large and important part of Canada's economy with diverse viewpoints across the sector and country. We believe this collaborative Team Canada approach will ensure the best possible support and defense of our softwood lumber industry. Through countless direct communications with companies, we have demonstrated to Canadian softwood lumber stakeholders that this government has their best interests in mind. The federal government knows that the Canadian industry does not want just any softwood lumber deal with the United States. Our industry needs a deal that brings predictability and stability, and most notably, a deal that protects Canadian jobs. Let me be clear. A deal that harms our industry is not a deal that this government is willing to accept. It is extremely disappointing that the United States continues to impose these unfair tariffs. Canadians rightfully expect a fair trading relationship. Canada has always been willing to explore ideas that allow for a return to a predictable cross-border trade in softwood lumber. But Canada will only strike a deal that is in the best interests of Canadian forestry workers, and that is a good deal for forestry firms. We will not just take any deal like the Conservatives would. let me remind this House that while this government continues to stand up and defend the interests of Canadian workers, it's the Conservative Party of Canada that would have us capitulate to the United States. In the interim, we will continue to challenge U.S. duties on softwood lumber under Chapter 19 of NAFTA, under Chapter 10 of CUSMA, and through the WTO dispute settlement system. Canada believes that the U.S. softwood lumber duties are unwarranted, unjustified, and are not consistent with U.S. law or the international trade obligations of the United States.
I'm sorry. To the honourable member. I've been trying to give him a signal saying that his time was running out because it's only a 5-minute intervention. But I'm sure he'll be able to use anything that additional information through the questions and comments. Okay. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member of Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question that I think speaks very much to the relevance of the debate at hand, and that's that we have that particular member that has admitted to conduct that is unbecoming.
Again, I don't know that I need a point of order at this point. I do want to remind the member if he has a question on the particular topic that we are talking about, and that any discussion or any reference to what I had already ruled on is going to be not acceptable, and I will go to the next question and comment. So again, the question has to be directed on the softwood lumber issue that we are dealing with.
Madam Speaker, the question is very simple. Does that member believe that a political party that condones his activities can, in fact, in good faith, negotiate?
And I will rule that out of order. The l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have to be serious. We have to continue with this debate. I agree with you fully. Madam Speaker, we know that the pulp and paper industry is having certain difficult moments. I would like to thank my colleague for Calgary Skyview because I heard that during the previous electoral campaign, he published many paper flyers for the Liberals and the Conservatives. And so my question to my honourable colleague is as follows. What concrete solutions have the Liberals put forward for the pulp and paper industry, especially when it comes to political flyers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Skyview.
This is an important industry that employs 100,000 forestry workers and provides over $13 billion to the BC economy. We're going to work closely with our communities and workers, and our government remains closely committed to working with all stakeholders to find the best approach moving forward.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd certainly like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech tonight. It's great to see such strong representation from Calgary Skyview and, of course, another member of our Alberta caucus here on the governing side of the House. The member talked about, of course, the work that the government's doing, the Team Canada approach that we are all taking as parliamentarians. Part of the challenge that I see as a parliamentarian is that the United States actually has a deficit or not necessarily enough domestic softwood to be able to meet its housing and its lumber needs. I know the member opposite has a business background. Perhaps he can opine in what I think is a bit of a problematic approach with the U.S. in the sense that they don't even have enough domestic demand. Would he agree with me that, of course, I think all parliamentarians, that this is just a wrong-headed policy that's going to create economic challenges on both sides of the border?
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you from the question from the honourable member from King Hants. These tariffs are unwarranted, and it's extremely important that we have a good and strong trading relationship with the United States, and we resolve these issues. We want a positive outcome to this dispute. I've worked in the construction industry. Many of my constituents run businesses that are impacted by this dispute, and many of the tradespeople, many of our workers also are impacted. I have many friends and family that are employed in this industry, and their livelihoods and their businesses are impacted. So it's really important that we find solutions and work together across the aisle as a Team Canada approach to ensure we get a positive resolution to this matter.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess my question to the member opposite is, seeing that in the last 6 years the Liberal government has failed on this issue twice now in a row, which has affected softwood lumber in every province in New Brunswick, judging by his business background and ability to clearly go the distance to win under lots of different situations, what's he going to do to win this one?
I do want to remind the member that you can't say indirectly what you can't say directly. Does the honourable member want to respond to the softwood lumber piece?
Yeah, this is an important issue, and that's why we sent a Team Canada delegation from this House to Washington. And we'll work together with the members from across the aisle, all parties, to get ideas, to bring forward solutions that improve the opportunities for Canadian businesses, but most importantly, protect Canadian jobs here. And I think that's a priority for myself and many of my colleagues, and I know everybody in this House stands with me to protect Canadian jobs and Canadian workers.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa West, the PM.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Calgary Skyview for sharing his time with me, and also as a fellow Calgarian on his election as a Liberal in Calgary for Calgary Skyview. The secteur forestier du
Canada's forest sector.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot has a point of order.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, Madam Speaker, that member is obviously referencing the same point that you had called out earlier about not being able to speak to the allegations that member is currently facing, and she is doing indirectly what you said explicitly could not be done directly.
The honourable member knows full well that the honourable member made reference to the member because he just had a speech. And he did share his time with the honourable member, and she was not doing indirectly what she can't do directly. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Canada's forest sector.
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot to leave the chamber. Okay, it's about. Ottawa West Nepean, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Le secteur forestier.
Canada's forest sector is a vital part of the economy. From coast to coast, the forest industry contributes to the economic vitality of thousands of communities. This week, the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business, and Economic Development is in Washington, D.C., to meet with U.S. congressional leaders and stakeholders to advocate for Canadian interests and to raise the necessary issues on softwood lumber. On November 18th, the Prime Minister also met with U.S. President Joe Biden on the subject. The Minister of Foreign Affairs also raised the issue of softwood lumber during her meetings with the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, on November 12th. At the same time, Canadian officials reiterate the message at every opportunity when they meet with their U.S. counterparts. Canada is very disappointed that the U.S. has decided to increase the unfair duties it imposes on most Canadian softwood lumber producers. These unjustified duties are hurting Canadian communities, businesses, and workers. Canada is calling on the United States to end the imposition of these harmful duties on Canadian softwood lumber products. At this time, the United States has shown no interest in serious discussions to resolve the dispute on a mutually acceptable basis. The Government of Canada will continue to vigorously defend Canada's softwood lumber industry, as well as the workers and communities it supports, including through recourse under Chapter 19 of NAFTA and Chapter 10 of CUSMA, as well as at the WTO. In the past, these mechanisms have consistently ruled that Canada is a fair trading partner, and similar results are expected in the current challenges. Since the imposition of these unfair duties in 2017, Canada has responded forcefully. We launched challenges under Chapter 19 of NAFTA, and we asked WTO panels to review these rulings. We have already obtained positive rulings from WTO panels, including confirming that the U.S. duties are not consistent with U.S. obligations under the WTO. These successes will be useful to Canada in our arguments before NAFTA Chapter 19 panels, which are also required to assess the validity of 2017 U.S. rulings. Canada is also challenging the final results of the first U.S. administrative reviews issued in 2020. These decisions will be adjudicated by panels established under Chapter 10 of CUSMA. With respect to the most recent U.S. decision to nearly double the duty rates imposed on the majority of the industry, we are currently in discussions with Canadian stakeholders to review available options, such as additional challenges under Chapter 10 of CUSMA, and to determine together how best to respond. At the same time, we will continue to put pressure on our U.S. counterparts to reverse these unfair and unwarranted trade measures. We remain convinced that a negotiated settlement is not only possible, but also is in the interest of both countries. Forestry workers can be assured that we will always be there to defend their interests, their families, and their communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and my previous colleague for his speech. We'll see what happens now. I wanted to, though, take issue with something that was said by the member from Timmins James Bay earlier. He was critical of the notion that we contact people that we know in the United States to talk to them about the importance of Canada's softwood lumber supply to that country. But to my colleague, isn't that precisely the strategy that we use to get CUSMA across the finish line to deal with the steel and aluminum tariffs, that we mobilized the louder and more reasonable voices in the United States to support our position?
Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I agree absolutely with my honourable colleague. This is something that all parties agree on. This is a Team Canada approach. And speaking of Team Canada, the Minister is right now in Washington with a group of members of Parliament from all parties to make sure that we are vigorously defending the interests of our communities, our industry, our businesses. This is something that we have to do all together. And my honourable colleague mentioned Chapter 10 of mentioned CUSMA, and in fact, we were the ones that absolutely fought successfully to be able to keep the dispute resolution mechanism in Chapter 10, which is something that we are now able to use to defend our interests. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I would like to ask my question to my colleague across the way, whom I thank for her intervention. On the government side, on the Liberal Party side, would you be ready to consider an amendment to CUSMA? She gave us examples of possible solutions under CUSMA, but would she support changes for when time is playing against us, and also to put in place a permanent advisory committee on softwood lumber. Thank you.
Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, our government recognizes the importance of the forestry industry and the softwood industry for Quebec. We will continue to defend the resilience and innovation of the Quebec forestry sector, which imports over $10 billion worth of forest products per year and employs thousands of workers in the province. Thank you.
For South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And she referenced in response to just a question now about why we need to, use CUSMA and the old NAFTA, whatever mechanisms we can. She said that CUSMA was negotiated in that normal way. Well, why wasn't softwood lumber included in this? To me, it seems that this is such an intractable problem. Logic, fairness have nothing to do with it. What are we up against here, and how are we going to get around this? We could have put it in CUSMA if logic and fairness had something to do with this dispute.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is exactly why we fought very, very hard, successfully, to be able to keep those dispute resolution mechanisms within CUSMA. And that is something that we will continue to do. In fact, the WTO, NAFTA, and under CUSMA has consistently ruled in Canada's favor that Canada is a fair trading partner. There is no reason to believe that it would be different at this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Shefford. A short question. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to the debate this evening. What strikes me is that once again, we get the feeling that, the Prime Minister said that Canada was back on the international scene. Now we notice that's not the case. And when we sign international agreements, these are important for Quebec. And Quebec sacrifices wood versus oil and gas. So why is it not possible to invest as much in forestry as in oil and gas?
Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean, 15 seconds.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will continue to vigorously defend the interests of all Canadian industries in Quebec and elsewhere. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank my voters for my third mandate as representative in the House of Commons for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. And I'll also take advantage of this opportunity to thank the numerous diligently working volunteers to help people come in and vote for me. It was a success that exceeded my expectations, over 51% success rate, and I am extremely pleased and extremely grateful. I wanted to specifically thank volunteers, also the President, Serge Henry, his wife, Hélène. I want to thank the Treasurer, Alain Poulier, the Vice President, Mario Paquette, and, of course, Madam Speaker, like all of us here in this place, I want to thank my family, Isabelle and my two children. I want to thank them. And this is my first opportunity, after giving my speech, to have the Speaker's position. Unfortunately, neither you nor I won. But now I will move on to another announcement before I get into the softwood lumber debate. This evening, I just came from the Westin Hotel, and there was a ceremony for tourism sector awards. And once again, my riding was well represented, won the Ice Hotel prize. So that Ice Hotel won the Canadian prize. So I wanted to invite everyone to come and visit our extraordinary riding and to congratulate the winners. Now, let's get right into the essence of the subject. If we look at the lineup, Oh, are you going to share your time? Yes, I was going to let you know, Madam Speaker, but thank you very much. It is important I say it. So I would like to share my time with my colleague from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, who is an extraordinary MP from British Columbia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll continue. Now, what's important to look at tonight, this is an important debate on a Canadian sector that is essential in BC, among other places in Canada and in other provinces. I said BC, and I meant to say BC, Quebec, and other Canadian provinces. But it's getting late, Madam Speaker, and I'm tripping up over my words. Quebec is not a country yet. But what I was going to say, Madam Speaker, was if we look at the lineup of all MPs from the Liberal Party who have taken the floor. I was talking about the Ice Hotel. It's just outside of Quebec City, and I'm here representing a more rural sector in my riding. There are sawmills in my riding, but if you look at everyone who stood in the House tonight on the Liberal side, they represent cities rather than rural regions where there would be sawmills. So I think we need to take this seriously. And since the beginning of this government's mandate 6 years ago, I have found that this government has not given enough importance to the economy and has not proposed enough solutions. And it's unfortunately, we're at the beginning of an economic recovery now. And Madam Speaker, at such a time, what is important is to be ahead of the game. We need to have tools to tackle our problems and get down to work. Did you let me know I have 1 minute left? Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, what I want to say is we can squabble over what the Liberals are doing, but instead of that, I would like to propose a solution. I think it's important to work through this problem, and I think if we've really pulled up our socks in Canada and we went to speak to the Americans and we said, we're not sending you any more softwood lumber for the next 6 months, that's the end of it, the American citizens would go to their government and put the necessary pressure to accelerate the process because our Prime Minister is not capable of lobbying to force the American government to do so. The American government, or rather the United States, is a very important market. We need to pause exports to the United States so that they can absorb the revenue losses and come back after 6 months. That is one avenue of solution, and I think we do need to propose solutions to make sure that we can recover the economy. The honourable member will probably have time later to conclude his comments. So questions and comments. I have the honourable.
Sorry. Sorry, I know. For Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I want to tell the member opposite that although I represent Thunder Bay, I also represent everywhere between Thunder Bay and the Manitoba border, which includes quite a few trees, and so I think I'm certainly not just from a big city. And I want to tell him, through you, Madam Speaker, that I think I remember 25 years ago when I was in law school reading a case, a WTO panel decision on softwood lumber tariffs imposed by the United States against Canada. That was 25 years ago. And not a whole lot seems to have changed since then. And I know the opposition wants to think we're the enemies, but I would suggest perhaps we're not the enemies. The enemy is protectionist forces in the United States that are also not only protectionist but self-serving. And I would say perhaps it's a bit of a stretch to suggest that we have any control over those protectionist forces, just as we have no control over the weather in Florida. Thank you.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, thank you. I thank my colleague for the question. I would like to let him know that he's probably the exception among the Liberals because he represents a rural riding. Now, Madam Speaker, what's very important is that I'm not saying that it isn't possible to have conflicts, but what makes me feel insecure as an MP is the lack of action on the part of the government. The Liberals don't have bargaining power, and I can draw up a list for you. Things that are important to consider when one is negotiating, because I want to be constructive this evening. We have to get the ball rolling. Who got the ball rolling? Who started this? It was Biden, so we have to express what we want. When the Prime Minister went to the White House, did he know what he wanted? Did he speak about softwood lumber? I'm not so sure. We have to set ourselves up for success, Madam Speaker. We need to give ourselves wiggle room. We can't go down dead ends. We can't go for win-lose scenarios. It has to be win-win. And also, one needs to create a relationship with the person or the country that we're dealing with. And I don't think that this government has done so. And this is our most important client. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie mon collègue ici pour son intervention. Il nous parlait d'ailleurs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his intervention. And I feel relieved because I'm not sitting on the throne. And my honourable colleague is asking us to pull up our socks. And I would ask him how. What steps must we take? I know we all want the same results, but how should we proceed?
Député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Alors, merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, and I thank my honourable colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. He was very, very receptive and very engaged in our conversations. When I wanted to be elected as Speaker, I was disappointed, but I have to accept the result. And, you know, in politics, we have to manage our disappointments. I'm swallowing that pill now. So what do we need to do? We need to find a way to have negotiating power. Currently, the feeling I'm getting is that Canada is bending to the United States. Canada is not holding a strong stance to negotiate. And that is embarrassing. Our colleague from the Bloc said earlier Canada is back, but Canada is backing up is what I would say. When we try to draw up trade agreements with other governments, well, we saw what the Conservatives did in the past. The model had been laid out by the Conservatives, and I think it was a good thing. And I think the Liberals should follow that example, because when it comes to economics, we need to have a network. Madam Speaker, a solution must be found. I have given some avenues for a solution, and I want to work with all parliamentarians in the interest of the Canadian economy.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Portneuf, and I hope I get the name right, Portneuf, Jacques-Cartier, for sharing his time with me tonight. Actions speak louder than words, Madam Speaker, and that's a theme that I'm going to try and get to with what I have to say about this. The softwood lumber, the lack of a softwood lumber agreement has affected my riding greatly. We're in northern BC. Lumber and forestry is what we do. I just want to take us to an original promise from the Obama-Trudeau time back in 2015, where there was a 100-day promise. And let me read an article from the Globe and Mail. 2/3 of the way through the 100-day countdown set in March by the Prime Minister. This is in March 2015. By Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and President Barack Obama to agree on the parameters of a new bilateral softwood lumber deal. Time is fast running out to reach an agreement before the U.S. election fever overwhelms the negotiations. The Canadian lumber industry is still hoping that talks at the bureaucratic level will have advanced far enough that Mr. Obama and Mr. Trudeau can iron out what differences remain when they meet at the North America Leaders Summit in late June. The last one, the last trade agreement, the softwood lumber agreement, ended in October 2015, and I might note, with the expiry of a 2006 deal that instituted managed trade between the two countries that are supposedly the world's biggest champions of free trade. So here we are with a bunch of promises from many members across the way that this is going to get done. Look, guys, just relax. You know, we need more time. Well, that promise was made 6 years ago, and we still haven't seen that delivered. Shame. And that's why this discussion is happening tonight, and I'm glad for the opportunity that we have. Then it even escalated. We saw the President of the United States. I was there about 20 feet away from him when he came to Ottawa to speak. And there was actually expectation. We had lost the election as Conservatives, and we were thinking, look, this is maybe a silver lining moment for us. At least we're going to get a good trade deal across the line. Obama gave a great speech in center block right in front of the Speaker, and we expected the deal to get signed that afternoon. Nothing. All we saw is Air Force One leaving Ottawa with no new softwood lumber agreement. So fast forward to 2021. Where has the softwood lumber agreement gone? So as a member of the Natural Resource Committee, the International Trade Minister was there. So I asked her if she had discussed, she had just met with the new Biden administration. They met in a bilateral meeting. My obvious question to her was, did you discuss softwood lumber in your meeting? Well, she was very vague. And when somebody's very vague about these things that are very specific and very important, billion-dollar deals, you start to get a little suspicious. Well, then it became obvious in this article from Politico, this is from Catherine Tai herself, the U.S. Trade Representative. In order to have an agreement and in order to have a negotiation, and this is after she promised that she had been discussing this with this trade negotiator, that they were actually working on a softwood lumber agreement. This is what the trade rep from the U.S. said. In order to have an agreement and in order to have a negotiation, you need to have a partner. And thus far, the Canadians have not expressed interest in engaging, Tai said. So this is a trade rep, pretty serious when trade rep is saying, look, we want to do this, but so far the International Trade Minister hasn't even reached out. So those promises ring hollow. And again, it goes to my theme, actions speak louder than words. What are you really doing? You know, you can't sort of try and infer that you want a softwood lumber agreement. You have to be very firm about these things. And I might add, a previous Conservative government got the first one done in 2006. We renewed it in 2013, and it expired in October of 2015. Some are saying over there we can't get it done. We did get it done twice. Okay, so we can get it done. And it's proof that this government, if their intention is really there, they could get it done too. I'll finish with this. This is a statement from the minister from her own Global Affairs website. October 6, 2021, Ottawa, Ontario. Today, the Honourable, and I won't say the name, but the Minister for International Trade met with Catherine Tai, United States Trade Representative, on the margins of the OECD Ministerial Council meeting in Paris, France. Minister Ng the Minister for International Trade, reiterated her concerns about Buy America provisions, U.S. tariffs on Canadian softwood lumber and solar products. That's October 6, 2021, when negotiations were supposed to be happening all along. Actions speak louder than words, Madam Speaker. We want some action on softwood lumber from this government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for King's Heads.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et premièrement, félicitations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, congratulations on your appointment to the chair.
Prince George, first of all, I know home to the Prince George Cougars, I believe, is the junior hockey team there. As a former athlete, certainly appreciate their good demeanor on the ice. But to the question, it has been suggested on this side of the House during the debate a couple different things. One, that our government has not been there in challenging and working with the United States. And I think back to 2017, I wasn't in this House. I was actually a lawyer in Halifax at the time. And it was our government that stood and made sure that we were there to protect Canadian interests from a United States president that frankly was willing to rip up NAFTA and start it over. Will the member opposite at least recognize two things? One, that right now the Minister of International Trade and his colleague, the member opposite's colleague, are actually on their way to Washington right now as part of a Team Canada approach. Two, will he recognize that certainly this government, particularly in the last Parliament in the 42nd, have been there to protect Canadian interests?
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rock.
Yeah, and I'll commend the Minister and our member as well for our member currently from Saskatchewan has been working on the U.S. file for many years, as have I. And I'll give credit to where credit's due. At least it's happening now, and we hope that some good things can happen. But I'll remind the member, we had great fanfare when we had a sitting president and a prime minister that shook hands over in the first 100 days at a softwood lumber agreement. What happened? They had the ability to pull it off then. Two willing partners. And yet all we see right now, we see a doubling of tariffs recently after this. A similar meeting happened with the Prime Minister and President Biden. I don't have much faith that they're going to get it across the line, frankly. I hope that they do for the sake of our people in the lumber industry. But again, actions speak louder than words. Up till now, 6 years of non-action, sorry, doesn't speak very loudly to me.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know that I'm someone who works in good faith, and I have worked well with my colleague many times during Natural Resource Committee meetings. He mentioned the 2006 agreement, and he said that we need to be firm. Well, people in the industry feel that the 2006 deal was a bad deal. They lost $1 billion. Now, what the industry is saying is that they do not want this sort of selling at a loss deal. They want the government to be ready to give them the funding that they need to get through this, to weather this storm. And they don't want there to be these types of tariffs, and I want them to agree that this was a deal for selling at a loss. The Honourable Member for Peace River Rockies.
Member, my former colleague on the Natural Resource Committee from Quebec. All I would say is the industry originally wanted an agreement back in 2006. They wanted it after in 2015 as well. The reason why so much of our industry, as the member well knows, and mills that are from my area, Mackenzie, you name it, are moving south. Good Canadian companies are moving their mills south of the border because of this kind of lack of a softwood lumber agreement. It simply doesn't make sense for them to stay on the Canadian side of the border anymore financially. We need a softwood lumber agreement to bring stability to the forest sector straight up. And the forest sector, that sounds lovely, the forest sector. The forest sector is attached to many people and homes and people that aren't going to have Christmas dinner because their dad lost their job at the mill or their mom lost their job at the mill. We need to care about those people who have lost jobs because of a lack of a softwood lumber agreement. That's who we need to care about tonight and who this government should be caring about getting that deal done.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Prince George for his speech. I was on the Natural Resources Committee with him as well as the other member who just spoke. I'm just wondering if, you know, he talked about the mills that have moved south. The big companies in British Columbia that own sawmills, they have more mills in the United States than they have in Canada. But is there a way, does he know of a trade legal way where we can take the tariffs that have already been charged those companies and return to them to have the government return that funding to the companies in the form of loans as kind of a down payment on what this government is promising about solving this problem?
Short answer for the Honourable Member for Prince George.
I would do one better than that, just like what similarly happened with when we had the agreement before, and $4 billion was returned to Canadians as a result of that deal. My hope would be is that those tariffs that have been collected in the past get returned to Canadians in this deal that's inked hopefully very soon. Am I confident that that's going to happen? Not very. I'm hopeful, yes. And again, actions speak louder than words, and we need to see some action from the Minister of International Trade. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the very honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. It's an honour to rise here tonight, and it's a challenge with 5 minutes to try to dig into this issue, which combines two of my practically lifelong interests and passions, protecting Canada's forests and dealing with trade agreements that tend to be unfair. In this issue, I think we can all agree in this House, and I do hope we can adopt a Team Canada approach, that the U.S. recent imposition of countervailing duties and anti-dumping rules that double the tariffs for Canadian softwood lumber are completely unfair and unjustified. But where do we go from there? I'd like to suggest a novel approach, but first I want to say what we should be doing as Canadians to help the forest sector, because as many members here have said, workers are losing out, communities are losing out, businesses are losing out, and we should be able to do something about it domestically without the risk of creating more arguments that Canada is subsidizing its forest products. What could we do? We could try to ban, and I think we can ban, the export of raw logs so that we can get logs to our mills for value added and keep people employed for use of the products, not just in Canada, not just in the United States, but for export. If you look at the way the Swedish forest industry created itself for maximum value added and high value export of smaller amounts of timber, whereas Canada organized it for massive amounts of volume for low value export with very little value added. We could flip that around and try to create more jobs and protect the workforce. We should look at doing more with mass timber wood construction of buildings. Now, the bill that was put forward by the honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay is now before the Senate. We supported it in this place. We should continue to support it and get that done. We also need to be doing whatever we can to find ways to let the forest communities know, after the devastation in our province from pine beetle, which caused a lot of loss of jobs at mills, that we will fight for them. Now, this is where it gets more complicated, and I want to dive into this. The trade agreements are intractable. I mean, I remember when Art Eggleton back in 1995 bought 5 years of peace. I don't know how many will remember that in a softwood lumber agreement that lasted till 2000. We have these stop and starts and stop and starts. We need a long-term, and I agree with trade lawyer Larry Herman on this, we need a long-term commitment and a deal that lasts long-term, which will take political will from both Washington and Ottawa. But the bigger picture here, which is new, is that the multilateral trading system is broken. We know who broke it. It was Donald Trump. And for some reason, U.S. President Joe Biden has continued to keep it broken, which means that when Canada wins, as we did in summer of 2020, at the World Trade Organization, that our approach to forests was not unfair under the trade rules. The U.S. didn't like the ruling. They all complained about it. They appealed it. But guess what? They also said, this is further evidence that the WTO itself isn't fair. We keep losing. Therefore, we're not going to put judges on the WTO appellate bodies, so we have a void. We have a broken system. Now, how do we unstick a broken system? We used to be challenged by the U.S. because they said it was our stumpage rates that created a subsidy. This time around, they're saying that in New Brunswick, a renewable energy program to encourage the forest industry in New Brunswick to produce renewable energy is a subsidy. Now that gets interesting. We've got the trade regimes all around the world interfering with climate action. We've got rulings against India for doing solar energy. We have to make sure the trade regime stays out of measures to protect our climate. Now, maybe, just maybe, the Honourable Minister for Trade and the Honourable Minister for Environment Climate Change might get the U.S. administration's attention by suggesting a new approach to really trying to unstick the World Trade Organization and make it something that doesn't fight climate action, but ensures that trade rules don't block climate action. We are way overdue for a rethink of our global trading regime, and it may just be possible, I don't know how likely it is, Madam Speaker, but this, forgive the word logjam in this context, but there's a logjam at WTO created by the U.S. administration that broke the system under Donald Trump, wants it to stay broken under President Biden. Maybe we can get the Biden administration's attention through John Kerry and others to rethink the way these rules are being used, to put judges on the appellate body, to have a long-term vision that includes the climate sequestration benefits of forests. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the speech from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, and I am just curious to get her thoughts. This is something that's been talked about a bit throughout the evening, is that I believe the member from Winnipeg North mentioned this, that the government is concurrently, as they're dealing with the softwood lumber issue, concurrently looking at new markets as well for Canadian softwood lumber. And I'm wondering if the member from Saanich Gulf Islands has any thoughts or any comments on that approach. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank the honourable member from Kenora for the question. Well, again, I think there's a limited market when what we're selling are 2x4s. If we do more in the value-added area, we can certainly imagine selling more of our wood products to Europe, more of our wood products to Japan. Japan in housing construction has led the way in a lot of the wood-constructed housing. I think we have to be creative and expand our markets, but also do more with wood within Canada. We've been through COVID. We've learned a lot about supply chains. Let's do more locally.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député Jonquière.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. J'apprécie toujours écouter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to ask my colleague from the Green Party if she thinks that one of the solutions for the forestry sector is to develop a bioeconomy that would allow us to greatly reduce our carbon footprint in a number of sectors of activity.
Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Jonquière. I completely agree with him that there are advantages of using our forests for a green vision and for a bioeconomy, and there are many forest products that can be used to protect our climate and to protect our very forests, and their role, I don't know the word in French.
Sequestration de carbon.
The sequestration of carbon. Oh, it's sequestration. It's séquestration in French. Perfect. So it's essential for us to imagine the value of forests, that it is more than simply clear-cutting forests. Questions and comments?
Comments. Oof, the honourable member for, sorry. Parascan Muskoka, sorry.
Speaker, I'm wondering if the honourable member's been around here a lot longer than me and has seen this issue come back and forth so many times. The softwood lumber dispute. It just seems to, we sort of feel like we get it solved and then all of a sudden we're back into it again. I'm wondering if maybe she might give some thought to a more longer-term solution to this problem so we're not constantly battling with our neighbour.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, yes, Madam Speaker, and not only have I been around here a long time, I've been around forest policy a long time to remember that this goes back to 1982. Shakes and shingles that just sounded like something really bad you'd get if you didn't have a vaccine. So we have been perennially dealing with what really boils down to U.S. protectionism. And the U.S. lumber industry has a lot of political clout. But we have made changes. I mean, we used to be held up on the stumpage issue, and they weren't wrong that there was an element there of subsidy. But that's changed dramatically. BC and Quebec and the Maritimes have changed the stumpage policies to eliminate that notion of subsidy, but still the U.S. is able to play this game with us, even though they need our lumber too. So a long-term vision which is based on fair rules to protect a good bilateral trading regime which helps both countries, we should be able to get to that. So much of it is U.S. politics, and in looking at what's happening right now, you see commentators saying, well, it's not likely to get sorted out till maybe 2023. because of the U.S. midterms. That has nothing to do with our forest policy, and you can't really blame the current administration as much as one likes to blame them for things. This is perennial, and it's bedeviled Conservative and Liberal governments and provincial NDP governments for decades. Finding a solution would be wonderful, but I think we need to open it up at a really high level to get action.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to speak here tonight on softwood lumber. As people have been saying throughout the evening, this comes back and back again. If you look at softwood lumber dispute on Wikipedia, it looks, goes on, softwood lumber II, softwood lumber III, softwood lumber IV. It's like World Wars or Super Bowls or something, and I think even Wikipedia has given up on where we are now because they stop at IV, and I think we're at V or VI by now. So, it is an intractable problem, and I would agree with the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands that it is driven by protectionism. It's not driven by logic or fairness. The Americans know that we depend on them for our lumber market, and they know if they put up enough barriers in place and put down these unfair tariffs and then clog up the courts for years and years, not stop putting people on the WTO appellate bodies so that system doesn't work, that we will have mills go out of business before we can get a fair ruling. So, I think what we have to do is find a new strategy that will gradually move us away from the United States. And then the United States depends on us. And I think at some point they will realize that they're hurting. And I've been to Washington. I've talked to senators and congressmen about this, and some of them get it. And our forests are changing. We've had devastating fires in British Columbia. We've had beetle pandemics. The weather is changing. I was talking to my wife today. My hometown, Penticton, 22.5 degrees Celsius today. It's a new Canadian record for December. That's perfect pine beetle weather. They love that kind of winter weather. So who knows where we're going to end up next year with our forests. And I'm not the first to say this, and I won't be the last, but we have to find ways of driving more economic value out of every tree we cut down. As we all know, we've cut down a lot of trees and we're running out of our old growth forests. We've heard that time and again. Whenever we cut down a tree, we have to get the maximum value out of it. And I think one of the things we can do is, as the member just mentioned, use mass timber. Canada leads this technology in North America. We have structure lamb in my hometown of Penticton, Chantier-Chibougamau in Quebec. We have Kalesnikov lumber in Castlegar on the other side of my riding. These are three really world-leading plants that make mass timber. And so we can have sawmills around Canada producing 2x4s and 2x6s and selling them to mass timber plants to create building materials to build more of our buildings out of wood, build larger buildings out of wood. This is how the big buildings of the future will be built. And as was already mentioned, I have a private member's bill about using that sort of wood, any material that would help us in our climate action, bring down our greenhouse gas emissions in our buildings. That bill is in the Senate now, and I hope it will come back to us in the spring, and I hope it receives a good welcome here. But we have to do something that will increase our markets domestically. We tried to increase our markets in Asia, in China, and that worked for a while. I think that's, to put it mildly, hit a bit of a headwind, and I don't know if we can go much further in China for the moment. But we have the opportunity, I think, to build a much larger domestic market that would take the pressure off our sawmills, and we could also sell this mass timber into the United States without those tariffs, they don't qualify for the softwood lumber tariffs that we're talking about. So I think that's one solution that we should be looking at. We'd have to educate our architects, we'd have to change our building codes, educate our builders, but I think we should really look to that solution to get more value out of our forests and monetize our forests for other means other than fiber, for the water that they protect, for the flood protection they provide, and for the carbon they sequester. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Paris Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering how my honourable friend feels about the fact that in this Take Note debate tonight, which I think is a very important debate, there wasn't a single cabinet minister from this government that actually participated in the debate and discussed this issue. I think it's crucially important, and I wonder how he feels about that.
Well, again, I think this is an important debate. Canada, the forest industry in Canada is hugely important. We've heard of the forest workers that are affected. British Columbia, we hear a lot about energy workers, oil workers losing their jobs in Alberta and Saskatchewan. British Columbia lost a similar number of those workers back in the early 2000s in one of these iterations of the softwood lumber dispute. Tens of thousands of workers lost their jobs. And as I say, this is an ongoing problem. This is just one of the problems that the forest industry faces now are these, the softwood lumber dispute. For the last year, mills have been doing fine just because prices were ridiculously high, but those prices have come back to earth, and now things are hurting again. So I think, it is disappointing, but I think we have to really make sure that we put all our minds toward this, and I really do think we have to have a long-term solution. 1982, my kids weren't even born then, and they have kids of their own now, and so we have to come up with a different way of looking at this.
And comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 1982, well, that's when I was born myself. So this file has been dragging on for many years. I was a political assistant of an MP, one of the first green architects of Canada, who defended green architecture and the use of wood as a noble construction material, even federal buildings. So I had the opportunity of developing this project, and this was between 2006 and 2011. But the file is still dragging on. So why has it been dragging on for so long? That's my question to the Honourable Member. Is that because Canada has not been able to be credible in this file compared to the United States, and once again we find ourselves unable to sign our own agreements?
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I think it's been dragging on because it works for the United States. It works for this group of protectionist business people, especially that own many mills. They have found out that this works. If we get Congress to put tariffs on Canadian lumber, illegal tariffs, unfair tariffs, and then when Canada fights back, and I calculated several years ago, we had a similar debate in this House, and I remember counting up how many times we'd won, and it was something like we'd won 24 battles in a row. But it takes time. And, while in the early 2000s, as I said, while those court battles were dragging on in NAFTA panels and WTO, many mills across this country, certainly in British Columbia, went out of business. And that's what those American interests, I think, were looking for. And so they're not afraid to try it again.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Repris. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciated hearing the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for his speech, for his comments on how this has impacted his region and his province. But Madam Speaker, I know he doesn't have a lot of time to give in the debate today, and I just want to offer him the opportunity to add any points that he may have missed because it is such an important discussion today, and I want to make sure that he's able to get his points across.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay in 20 seconds.
Well, I'll be quick, but the part that I glossed over at the end because you were pointing out that I was running out of time was this. I think we really have to look at a different way of managing our forests. For instance, right now in British Columbia, every fall we burn all the slash that we produce. All the wood that isn't used is burned. It produces as much carbon into the atmosphere as all the cars in British Columbia put together. We could change forestry quite easily to help that sector help us meet our climate targets. But we could also use forests for other, value it for other things. We could, monetize the carbon sequestration. We've seen the floods in British Columbia.
Now the time really is up. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière, 5 minutes, thereabouts. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're back here in the chamber. I'm happy to see you as a speaker. 5 minutes. Let's be therefore honest with everyone. Oftentimes, I hear the term Team Canada. We have to act as Team Canada well. I don't feel concerned personally by Team Canada, and I'll tell you why. There are two big economic sectors in Canada, oil and cars. When it comes to softwood lumber, the federal government is completely absent. Today, this evening, we spoke about negotiations of international treaties and the rapport we have with the United States of America. That's one of the issues. But never have there been serious negotiations. I just want simple proof. During negotiations for CUSMA, Quebec had certain issues with the federal government because aluminium was not protected. But the chief negotiator for Canada came to see us at a Natural Resource Committee, and what he told us, and I asked him the question, I talked to him about the forestry industry. He said it was not a priority. The forestry industry is not a priority for him. In 2006, many people were boasting about an agreement that was signed. But people from the sector are mad because they lost $1 billion in 2006. And this is an agreement that was negotiated. This was a negotiation made at a loss. We are too dependent on the states. And unfortunately, we do not have a government that is ready to fight for us economically when it comes to the states. And so the sector was simply cast by the wayside. That was also the case. We've already proved this evening. Now let's just talk about secondary and tertiary processing. There are a number of federal programs to help secondary and tertiary processing industry. There is a program that seeks to make the industry evolve. Pulp and paper is on its way out, and so it has to evolve. Year after year, there's far much more demand than supply. Some people are no longer asking for this program because they know that there's nothing available to them. The federal government could support the transformation of that industry, but there's absolutely nothing available. Very little available. There's another program for exporting softwood lumber. The biggest player in Canada in the forestry sector is Quebec. 80% of that envelope is sent over to BC. And so when people are talking about Team Canada, it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, and you'll understand why. Another fundamental element is that there are many sawmills in Quebec that are reaching the end of their life cycle. Sawmills that are not automated cannot survive. Companies are asking for help, but they are told that there is no help because the second Canada sends them to global affairs, they'll be told, well, unfortunately, we can't support you because that would go against international trade treaties. And so once again, this is an activity sector that receives nothing from the federal government. And so to really add insult to injury, and I'll end here because I don't have a lot of time, in order to add insult to injury, the forestry sector is probably the most promising sector to fight against climate change. Every year, Every single year in Quebec, investments in the forestry sector represents only $71 million. Out of this $71 million, 75% is through a loan. So at the end of the day, about $17 million are actually truly invested in the forestry sector. In my region, Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, we bring $91 million to the federal government a year. And so let me tell you what makes me even madder than that. Every single year, to the oil and gas sector, the government provides about $14 billion. And so, like my dad said, it's right for us to be absolutely mad about this.
Comme il est 23.
It being 18 past 11 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the committee will rise.
Order 24-1.